A very good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Ultimate Pool Series. We are live on Table 2 here on Day 3, final day of the weekend. The Tommy Gun is in action up against Zach Cooper, who has made a flying start. One frame up already. This is the last 16 match in Pro Event 4, which is our second event here of the weekend. Pro Series 3 was won last night by Jaden Billingham, who played beautifully on his road to a title, winning 9-5 in the final over Stevie Dempsey. We're back to it again. We'll see loads of action here on Table 2 today on the YouTube stream. We kick off with Tom Jones and Zach Cooper. Got another great game for you coming up not long after that either. Stay abreast on our social channels to keep up to date with the schedules as they populate through the day. What I can tell you is, by the time we get to late this afternoon and early this evening, we are into finals time, and you'll see some fantastic matches on this table for the big trophies. Very good morning to those of you joining us as an Ultimate Live member. If you are part of that very privileged club, you've got access to all 4 streams on the YouTube channel right now. Over on Table 1, our main show, Ben Doyle takes on Shane Thompson. Also got Connor Jones in action against Chris Day on Table 4. And Adam Davis has made a 2-1 start over Phil Parkin on Table 3. Great action wherever you look here on the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel as the Ultimate Pool Series rumbles in to day number 3. So, good start from Zach Cooper. He's 2-0 in front. And breaking off in frame number 3 as well. Sort of player that is very, very dangerous at this stage in a draw. Someone like a Tom Jones, who's a Pro Series champion, will have eyes on winning another title. You draw someone like Zach Cooper and could be forgiven on paper, at least. You look at the ranking list for thinking that's not a bad draw, but in eventuality, Zach Cooper is and has been capable of producing banger results after banger results. He's made for an awful lot of high-profile exits in his time as an Ultimate Pool Pro. He's a danger man. At 2-0 up. Tom Jones here with a chance to get back in the game and stop Zach from getting too far ahead of him early on here. As I mentioned earlier, got some great games for you coming up on Table 2 today. We'll follow this one with Rob Warren versus Rob Dagnall. We'll then see one of the women's quarter-finals, which will feature Becky Watkins, and it may feature Emma Parker, last night's women's champion. She was playing Kerry Griffiths earlier for the right to go to that quarter-final. And fact, that match has only just started, 1-1 that is. So Becky Watkins will play the winner of Emma Parker and Kerry Griffiths. Tom Jones back in the hunt here against Zach Cooper with a tidy dish, 2-1. And later on table 2, we'll also see some quarterfinals in the pros, as well as some challenger finals as well this evening. Loads to come, essentially. So strap in, it's a big Sunday here at the Ultimate Pool Series. It always is. And the man I know as the man for the big occasion is alongside me. And he's going to be keeping you abreast of everything that's happening around the tables today. As we say, a very, very good morning to the one and only Dave Hine.
Yeah, thank you, JMO, and it's great to be back on Sunday morning. The final day of the Pro Series gets underway. Plenty of action across the board. Women's professional, the professional men's, which we are currently watching, as well as the conclusion of the gold, silver and bronze in the next gen, and of course the Disability Series on top of that. One of the best days ever, the Sunday, in my opinion. And the man in the Disability Series outside the commentary box is playing with no arms, and I just can't help but watch him. It is fascinating. It really does put any personal problems that you may have in perspective when you see a man achieving that. So the wild man Tommy Gunn at the table. Seemed to be a very eventful opening 3 frames. I'm sorry I'm late. I was actually talking in brief. Well, he does keep you talking to the man that started all of this at Ultimate Pool, the owner, Mark Quirk. Unfortunately, will not be coming into the commentary box. I'm sure you'd have 1,000 questions for him. But he's leaving in a couple of hours. He actually is in the arena watching Ben Doyle and Shane Thompson. Over there at the moment on the main table, you have Mark Shepherd commentating. If you do want to watch that, head over to ultimatepool.com. And how are we all this morning? Up nice and early for an extremely long day for most of us, I'm sure. 3 AM at least incoming. Excellent. I won't say it's too much of a cliche, but that was perfect. Always difficult when you're playing with check side because it will kill the pace slightly. But Tom looks absolutely on song, and that shot tells me. It must annoy him. Surely that hair gets in the way. Desmond though, after 4, and we are off and running. Opening games in the men's professional at the moment, as already previously mentioned, Ben Doyle and Shane Thompson are just getting underway, no score in that. 2 other stream tables. Connor Jones 4-1 up against Chris Day, who was the conqueror of Caesar. Yesterday, Adam Davis, a player I've still not managed to see play on the Ultimate Pool. He is local to me, so I've played against him on numerous occasions and been down to his club. Obviously an ex-world champion. Brilliant to have him here. He's 2-all against Phil Parkin. And the man at the table, a friend of Adam Davis, and I'm sure a regular practice partner. Such a hotbed in that part of the country. Talking to was it Ryan England or was it Pigeon? Scott Anderson. I think it was Scott who was saying what part of the country is most renowned for a large population of very high standard pool players, and Stoke will always be mentioned. So every red does have a pocket. I'd like to kill the cue ball here, and has done. However, if he's very, very straight here, or just off straight the wrong way, he won't be able to move the cue ball too much. However, got a rescue ball over the bottom left, so doesn't have to do anything too special. Right, looks like he's loading up. Ooh, that wasn't a clean hit at all. In fact, the players are having a discussion. I don't believe it was a foul. He just looked like he hit it when he wasn't supposed to. He's got away with it though, whenever he did choose to play. Well, the deliberation is over and the easy work just to be done. He's so natural, Tom. He was a talent at only 11 years of age. I can't remember exactly the year. It was about 2015, somewhere around there. How old's Tom? Is he about 23, 24, something like that? And I played him in I think it was a World Championship qualifier. He was only... he can't have been more than about 12, I think. And managed to take him to a decider. He was blistering, by the way. I'm just going to stop because I think he may have put himself behind this yellow. Just looks a bit quick on the cue this morning. Wow, can he just squeeze through without any side? I think so. Well, a couple of very fortunate shots, but it won't bother him too much, I'm sure. 3-2 up after 5. Yeah, and I think it was first to 6, and it was black ball rules, and we got to 5 all, and I completely forgot what rules we were playing. And yeah, dollied one over the pocket after the break, but it was still an open table, and Tom said thank you very much and cleared them all up in about 40 seconds at 12. He was a fantastic player, and still is, and it's no surprise to me to see him as a professional over at Ultimate Pool and doing so well in all aspects of the game. Incredibly talented and incredibly entertaining. Certainly one of the best to watch. Do you lot agree? Numbers picking up slowly on YouTube. He it's looking like he's just getting all the table time since I've sat down. Not seen anything of Zach Cooper since Stephen Jameson left. Yours his choice then. Attention turns to the one up in the breaking area. However, if this keeps running, well, I think he'll be more than tempted to have a go at getting this one out the way. Fair idea to cannon into the 2 reds and clear that pocket. May come in useful for the black a little bit later on. Make sure of the pot though. Got to take a little bit of a chance with the cue ball. Would feel very hard done by not to land on a yellow. Oh, the curse. The absolute curse. Can you believe it? Yeah, this is very, very awkward because the swerve could possibly send him in off. Look at this, but he's going to make the cue ball. Ooh. Well, he took a chance and it didn't pay off, landing snookered at the top of the table. Had to throw his cue a little bit at that one, and I'm sure he thought he was going to get away with it. But the table had other ideas. And the whippy, the exquisite Zach Cooper comes to the table. Zach also someone quite familiar with. Regionally famous and extremely well respected. Works very, very hard on his game, and we're hoping, well, I'm sure him and his fans are, that will result in some deep runs for him. Looking to climb up the rankings is Zach. But there are no easy games. A few technical difficulties yesterday, but the professional series especially did plough on. That's resulted in only a couple of last 32 matches that still need to be concluded. They are in action, and they do feature the two finalists from last night, and both finalists are on the hill. Jaden is 7-5 up against Phil Harrison. Stevie Dempsey 7-4 up against Greg Batten. As we see Zach make a big error. What did you think of the final last night, ladies and gents? Obviously, we had the ladies' final, which I did with Stephen Jameson, and the men's final between Jaden and Stevie. I really do believe that with Jaden, we are witnessing a generational talent. He really is that special. Speaking to one of the other commentators this morning, who will remain nameless, and he said he wasn't too sure if we were witnessing something special 12 months ago. Thought he could get the odd Pro Series, but now he does believe, and I think he is the one that could well and truly knock Tom off the mantelpiece over the next few years. We have to remember, though, Jaden is still a teenager. So a simple 8, and Zach will start to feel it, because giving easy chances to other professionals will always result in that. The winner of Greg Batten versus Stevie Dempsey will play Dylan Leary, who also had a fantastic run yesterday. Great to see Dylan running deep all the way, was it to the semi-final, I believe. And the winner of Phil Harrison and Jaden Billingham will be up against, arguably, definitely arguably, everybody's always arguing on YouTube or on social media, one of the greatest cash players we have ever seen, Ian Alley. What a split. He will be over the moon to see that cue ball stay on the table. He won't be over the moon to see his colour choices are limited to reds, but then when he has a good look at the reds, back to being happy again. When you're doing this job, you do try to avoid giving professionals frames at this point. However, I would be extremely shocked to see Zach Cooper not make this 4-3. The three cairns, in my opinion, Tom's a great watch and wears the carpet out. I mean, well, yeah, there's a few that kind of do that, and this carpet is worn out. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like watching Tom, anybody that's sort of like at the very peak of the game, You know, whether it's the black ball side and it's Liam Dunster, or this side and it's Tom Cousins. If you don't like watching pool played at the highest and the very, very highest level, then you're not really a pool fan. Alright, some are more aesthetically pleasing than others, but the sheer quality. Well, I say that, he's not pushed the boat out here. He's just going to bob this in. May use a bit of left hand side. Has used a little bit of left hand side. Could have took the cue ball right up the table and got a better angle on his last red, but it doesn't matter. He's back within one. Scoreboard problems, I've been told, have been fixed, but what do you know? I shall, for now, just have to pay attention. So, Tommy Gunn once again. 4-3, I believe. Aaron Hunniford, thanks for joining. George Waits, thanks for joining as well. Yellow's to be his choice and would like to clear the top of the table. Breaking area first, I'm sure. Yeah, nicely struck that from Tom. Has looked very reliable, but as soon as I said that a couple of frames ago, did put in a couple of quick ones and just didn't get through the cue ball properly at all. One at the top of the table and then just the one where he was playing onto the 8 as his last colour, as he nervously walks round and checks he can see enough of this yellow. Not really on anything else. The one near the blue spot does pass to the bottom right. I think he's on this. The name Tommy Gunn kind of suits him because he really does load up, doesn't he? Natural talent. Very much. Doesn't overthink things, just backs himself incredibly. Didn't feel right there, so he was up and down a couple of times. But it's been safely put away into the bottom left-hand corner. Yes, Tommy Jones, who I believe... Are you Tommy Jones Senior? Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is Tommy Jones Senior. We've seen you, haven't we? On a Monday night, on occasion. Good to have you with us. You're not too far away, surely. Get down the rocket. Get yourself over. Nice open tables will result in nice quick frames. This is for 5-3. And miracles would have needed to happen for it not to be. You can see Tom there, he is nipping over to the tablet and updating the scoreboard. I'm not too sure why my screen isn't doing the same. Hope to get it fixed because I'm very, very old and the short-term memory is nowhere near what it used to be. So someone just type the score in the chat for me, please. Only kidding, it's 5-3. 5-3. Eight ball in, but he has made another red, so that will come back up. And Mr. Cooper will stay at the table. Not without issues on either. Little problem on the right hand side that needs to be solved sooner rather than later. Thank you, Sam Kennett. Are you available all day? Hoping I might not need you. An attempt was made, and that attempt failed. Been a bit fortunate there that he's got the gap. Another inch and he may not have had any shot whatsoever. Now then, can he cut this one back and have the natural to come down into the 2? I'm not sure. I think it might be a little bit too thick. Might be heading towards the red. Well, maybe you can use all of the pocket, play it a little bit thinner, in off the far jaw as we look. Which is what he has done, and that has turned out swimmingly. That's what you need. You're at the table, you've got to capitalise on every chance. Place in the last 8 is the prize for either of these two. And I think, speaking to a lot of the professionals over the last few years, they sort of say they don't think about winning it until you get to the quarters. When you're there, you think, yeah, it's more than possible, and it is anybody's. I remember we got to the quarter yesterday and I asked you all to pick a winner. And a lot of you did pick Dempsey. I did pick Jaden, I think. I can't remember. I'm just going to say that anyway. Impossible. What a talent. Oh my. Oh my. What have I just seen? Well, you saw his cue go out sideways. He's clearly not happy and thinks he's hit a finger mark or had a roll there. However, the gun has fired off far too quickly. I'm sorry there, Tommy, but I don't believe that was anything to do with the table. I think that was just a little bit careless. A quick one was put in. Had a bit of insurance though, because yes, that's got this one over the top left, but position far from natural. Catch this very thin maybe. Hope to catch the jaw right. Come back down. Yeah, that was always the issue. I mean, he played it quite well because you are always going to edge on the thin side there, but too thin, you catch too much of the jaw, and this is where you end up. Is there a double? Is there a path for this cue ball? There cannot be too much room. This looks very close. It has made contact just before the pocket and will stay up. So needs to put that little mistake out of his mind. I think Zach's left enough of the pocket to the bottom right to squeeze a red in, and he's got one there, very well placed indeed. Stevie Dempsey has completed victory. Ah, very good, Chrissy Mishy. Yes, I think you're right there. And a bit of good fortune. Squeeze this in. Doesn't need to open up the pocket. It does go to the opposite corner. Plenty of room behind the 8. And the hand of apology comes up again. Very polite, this young man, isn't he? Very. Gone are the days where the old school players, especially, if there's anybody, I don't know. I simply do not know there. Just a shot I never expected him to miss. But he's going to be punished. Yeah, what I was about to say was, certainly when I started playing, players would do absolutely anything they could to wind you up. And nowadays, I think it's great to see. I think it's great that the maturity level's moved on and people just want to see, including the players, want to see the best player win with no gamesmanship at all. 5-4. Sam Kenner, you're not quick enough. Come on. 5-4 to young Tom. Yeah, Stevie Dempsey getting through, so he'll match up against Northern Ireland's Dylan Leary in the quarters. What a weekend that man is having. Jaden Billingham still in with a shout. He's up against the Farmer though in what appears to be a very tough battle over on table 12. 7-6 currently to the teenager, but we know the quality of Phil. He's not going to be going anywhere. If you can hear any noise in the background, it's because Tony Holgate has just entered the room and he makes a racket. Somebody give him a microphone. And we have an update at last. Should be coming through to you. Again, it's nice to see such an open table. Should be heading towards a best of 5 to conclude this. Yeah, I think you're right. Caesar's gone, for those that I keep on asking. I think he's gone. He's out. Gotta fancy Jaden again. I mean, yeah, write him off at your own peril. I mean, a teenager doing the double, incredible. Would he be favourite in the last 8? I'll read the names out in a second. I mean, he's not through to the last 16 yet. So, still plenty of quality names in the lineup. Yeah, his match, I'm sure, will have been delayed because he was in the final last night. He's the last one in the round of last 32. Excellent. Zach Cooper looks like he's just trying to hang on to Tom at the minute. They've both had an even number of chances since they've been sat down, but Zach seems to be missing the crucial ones, the ones he expects him to get, and a man of Tom's quality is always just going to hoover them up. Been doing it since he was a very, very young child. Speaking of the young uns, I'm hoping at some point today we get to see some of them next gen players. How good are they? I mentioned yesterday out in the arena, there's a name that keeps getting mentioned to me, and that name is Oscar Newton. He's had a couple of deep runs already. Is anybody in the chat familiar with him? I think he's Leicester area. keep getting told the amount of break dishes he's capable of. I think he's only, is he 14, 15, somewhere around there? But there's numerous players in that next gen, and they've all been inspired by the likes of Declan Brennan, Tom Cousins, and of course Jaden Billingham, of a very similar age. Terrifying to think that only a few months ago Jaden could have been entering the next gen himself. A scary thought. So scoreboard correct. Zach Cooper needs to, well, he needs things to change. He's just having a discussion, I believe, with one of the referees. Let them sort it out, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes as soon as they are. Well, it looks like Zach's ready to get us underway in frame number 11. All live scoring is available on the Ultimate Pool app or on a browser. And Jaden Billingham, for those interested, is in a decider with the farmer. If there is a man to take out the young teenage sensation, it will probably be Phil Harrison. Trancoy, of course I will. My name's David. I'll put a little comment down now. Missed the word for. Typing quickly, phone doesn't stop. Anyway, back to Tom E. Jones. I think when you sat in Zach's position, you're praying your opponent doesn't get to the hill. 7-4 is 95% of the time all she wrote. Zach hasn't showed the kind of form at the minute that makes you think he's going to go dish, 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 dish. So, red in the middle. The one to the right would be the easier one to play, but it's entirely which one he wants. Yeah, left actually works because his cue ball tracks up the table, gives him a few more options. No problem. Trancoy and Rachel Purvis. How much is it to become a member? Oh, a member of what? Do you want to play? Or do you want to subscribe and watch all the pool? That's $7.99 a month or $6.99 a month, I think. can pick exactly which game you want to watch then. As for being a member, I'm not too sure what you mean. That's okay. He's got past that yellow enough to come down the table. He's just having a look now where he wants to leave the cue ball for the gap. We've got a decision here. Is he going to swing this round with a little bit of right hand side off two, or just drop it in? Oh, he's cueing at the bottom of the cue ball. Yeah, bottom and right hand side. It's just so fast, and when you play with that right hand side, the cue ball's always going to accelerate off the cushions, and well, he'll be very happy with that. I think he's going to leave the double to last. It gives him position to get on to the 8. More chance of getting on the 8 ball. So big shots coming up here at this stage of the match. This, and it'll be a double, and then possibly a cannon into the yellow next to the 8, I think will be on his mind. Or can he now hold? If he's perfectly straight, that is a great shot. Even just moving the cue ball a couple of inches, just so he doesn't have to do anything here. Can he just drop this double in? Had to play the cannon into the 8 and played it perfectly, and a fist pump down on the table because he realises how important this frame is. Tommy Jones should be going up onto the hill. Gives it the big guns. Great to watch. So, can he complete victory at this visit? Rachel, it's $6.99 or $7.99 a month on the app, and there's plenty to watch on there. Callum123, welcome. Or you can stay with me, because Ultimate Pool give you this one for free. Made one of each. Cue ball in a very, very good position. Yellows are a plant to the centre. One semi-difficult shot to navigate. The 8, I think, does go to the middle. That's what he's coming round and having a look at now. This could be and should be all she wrote in this encounter. Yeah, thanks for that, Paul Hartland. Jaden has snuck through by the skin of his teeth. The farmer pushing him all the way. But the young teenager has his double dream still alive. Bet against him at your peril. He will face, though, and what a match that is. A last 16 encounter against Ian Alley. Oof. Will it be on here? Will it be on the main? I do not know at the moment. No schedule has been given to me. As we watch Tommy run around a couple of cushions. A little bit close to his work, but does seem to have a nice angle on this yellow. Will he play? Yeah, that could happen. Andy Whiffs could do that. I think they're in separate halves. Just Tom Jones in this last 16 encounter, he's match number 4. Jaden Billingham is the match number 8. So yes, they would, if they were to win their next few matches, meet in the final. But Jaden versus Ian is one I do hope I get to bring to you. But we will see. For now, Tom Jones has the immediate job of getting rid of these last 2 yellows, and he's not left himself ideal. I don't think this yellow passes up to the top left, so he's forced into one over the pocket, and I don't think he can avoid the kiss on the red. So much so, he's going to turn the table over. And he's played it about as well as he could. Tap on the table from Zach, nice to see, especially when your opponent's sat there waiting on the hill. Purposely chose a different red in order to leave, well, less chance of leaving Tom. Well, what is he eyeing up here? Thin off the yellow and then 3-ball plant. I mean, this will be something else. Thin off the yellow, 3-ball plant, effectively for the match. Not quite. Yeah, the bow of the head. I mean, difficulty on shot, 12 out of 10. Yeah, extremely tough. I must take frame, obviously, for Zach Cooper, as they all are from now on. Good opening pot into the centre. Good cueing for them. So I think what he'd quite like to do is get up towards the top end of the table and play one of these reds down towards the bottom left. Maybe even flirt with the idea of moving the yellow out of the way. But not perfect on the one to the bottom right to do that right now. Could screw over. Doesn't want to push that yellow over the pocket. Now, can he pot the one that's just behind the 8? Or does he have to go up table? Needs a good pot here. Has to go for it as well, I believe. In or over, no good. Yeah, off the yellow. Not quite. And the reason I said that was because I presumed Tom would have a simple loss of turn. As it turns out, he does have a loss of turn, but he's going to leave some sort of shot for his opponent. Can he just, the 2 yellows obviously, can he just come off the one on the left hand side, pot the red and cover the obvious pot? Well, he's seen it a different way. Not even bothering with the loss of turn. Gone for the double. And it's not quite there. Brave shot from Tom, because you know what was coming next. It would have been the skill shot for the match. As it turns out, Zach Cooper is back at the table. I think he thought he'd got that. I really do. Oh, that was... It couldn't be much closer, could it? It really couldn't. I don't think this is a plant, ladies and gents. I think it's set for the far jaw. I think he may have to just swing his cue at this and hope that he pots one of the reds. Can't see enough of the outside one. Surely. I mean, he's looking at a loss of turn up to the top right, but I don't think he's got a shot here. Unlucky. Very, very adventurous indeed. Came off the top cushion with lots of left-hand side. Tried to make it, but Tom now with a golden chance to book his place in the next round. Ben Doyle, by the way, over on the match table is 6-1 up against Shane Thompson. Same round as this. Both trying to edge their way into the quarter-final. Yeah, sensibly left it for the bottom pocket. Like the shot choice from Tom there. Just steadying himself. Doesn't often take as much as 7 seconds on a shot. But when it's for the match, it's worth doing, and you can see what it means to him. Commiserations to Mr. Cooper, but Tom Jones deservedly deserves his place in the next round. You'll see him in the quarter-final. Short break, and then we will be back.
Should we explain to the players what the things are? That what you can do, and then aim to watch know what game it is. Yeah. So wait until you know which side they're on, and then you can put like if you put Rob and Rob on there, so you can just give them choose it. There it is.
Alright everybody, action continues on table number 2. The battle of the Robs is well and truly underway. Last 16 once again. 3 of these matches have already been concluded. We saw the last one. Tommy Jones getting himself through the quarters. Nice to see what it meant to him as well. Adam Davis, the blast from the past, is also in the quarter-final, as is Connor Bones Jones. Getting through against a never easy task in Chris Day. Ben Doyle over on the main, if you do want to watch that, it's on the main channel. You know what to do. It's on the subscription. He's 8-5 up against Shane Thompson. Oh, he's just won. It's just clicked over. It was 7-5. So nice to see Ben Doyle doing the business against one of the best queuists at Ultimate Pool, in Shane Thompson. 3 still to complete then. The one you're watching, the Battle of the Islands. Dylan Leary versus Stevie Dempsey and Jaden Billingham and Ian Alley. The one we wanted is not the one we got, but young Jaden is 2-1 up. Great to have you all with me for the afternoon. The whacker yesterday, a deep run, visibly frustrated at the end. We have seen that from Rob, but not for a while. I think Rob, you know, over the last few years has just been a lot more consistent than he ever used to be. And the results have come with that said consistency. Left himself a tough one though here, and not guaranteed to be on the 8, even if he does make this last yellow, which he has. Always been an excellent potter. Needs this to hold up. Well, it does go off the red, I believe. Needs a bit of pace, I think, because he's got to hit the red that's at the top cushion quite thick, just slightly on the right hand side. This has to be very accurate. Well, he thought he could sneak it through, and maybe there was just enough room, but never easy when you've got balls in your line of sight that you think are going to block your path. A couple of you mentioned young Charlie Earnshaw. Yeah, still very, very young. Definitely one to watch though. Rob Dagnall will be happy with the direction he saw that 8-ball go. Won't be happy with the result because that red's still not accessible. A double only, but got another chance straight away to open it up. And even still, probably deserved a little bit more than that for that shot. But it is out, and it is a good opportunity to take the first frame. We are, I believe, not playing under a match clock, just a shot clock in play, and it's a race to 8 in this last 16 encounter. Just going to take a little break, everybody. I'll be back as soon as I can. Right then, we are back after a little bit longer of a break than I anticipated. But what a time to join. Back in with the Battle of Robs. Right, Desmond. Is that the right score? Are we updating? I've just been away. It does say it's the same score on the app. And luckily for you lot, I am joined by a professional player. He's becoming a little bit of a regular on YouTube. And I'm sure he will be on the main at some point as well, because he's very, very good at it. Just losing out in the decider. But his loss is our gain. It's Alex Cameron. Welcome, Alex.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you joined at a good time, I suppose. 2-2, nice and even. Rob had a deep run yesterday, and I think I mentioned a few moments ago, did show a bit of frustration at the end of his match, which sometimes you do get from Rob. But I think over the last 4 or 5 years, Rob has been one of the most consistent players at Ultimate Pool. Always there or thereabouts. Pops up in a final, usually once or twice a season.
Yeah, I mean, he's stepped up a gear ever since he's taken the game professionally. You know, I spoke to him, I think I played him a couple of times, and he said when he was working full time, he didn't feel like he really fully committed to the game. Now that he is fully committed, you can see it's shown in his results. Obviously lost in the final in the British Open to an informed Cole Bedford. And I've been watching him throughout the weekend, and he's playing very, very well. You know, I know he's mentioned he's struggling a bit with the heat, which a lot of players are, but although he's saying he's struggling, it's not showing, because he seems to be running deep. He beat a good friend of mine, Gareth Manning, yesterday. Was playing very, very well. I was actually just watching this game before coming on to comms. I was watching the Jaden versus Ian Alley, which is a couple tables down from this, and I was keeping my eye on this one. And Rob looks focused, I must admit. He's run a lot further than he would have wanted just then, but he's got a shot.
Yeah, awkward this, but can he get away with doing absolutely nothing with the cue ball?
I mean, it is probably a natural enough if he played it hard enough, but I don't think he's going to do that. And wow, how well has he played that?
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I think your commentary's just coming at exactly the right point then. Somebody who is full-time doesn't take too long over them.
No.
They're just so used to. But that's quite an awkward shot that he played of his
Very
last
awkward.
colour.
He's not took a lot of time on that. He's made that look really, really easy. A lot of players might have kind of got a bit frustrated landing there, but he kind of just cracked on with it and potted it, which gives him a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, excellent. Jaden Billingham, as he's just previously mentioned, locked at 4-4 with Ian Alley.
And how well is he playing?
I mean, scary. I mean, that's the match we were just running through in the last game about the possible matches that could be coming up next on YouTube, and I think that was the pick for most of you lot in the chat, wasn't it? But it doesn't seem to matter who you get, you are going to get a high quality encounter. One player I do want to see a little bit more of is Adam Davis, who is still going strong. He's due up against the last victor on this table, young Tommy Jones, at 1:45. And that will be a quarter-final match. Ben Doyle did eventually complete victory against Shane Thompson, and he's up at the same time, all the quarterfinals, 1:45. He's got Connor Jones.
Bit of a strange match, that one. I don't know if you watched much of it. I was in the arena watching it because Shane's a local to me. I think Shane will be the first person to say that it's not definitely not his best performance. He's obviously reeled off a few frames come the end. Probably tricky for Ben because he's come away from that playing okay, but he knows it's not his best performance. Yet he's still got the win, so I think he'll try regroup and play better for his next game.
The old saying, Alex, doesn't show on the card. That's all that matters. Just the W. That's it. Get through.
Going back to Jaden for a second, I remember Jaden when he was, I think, probably 11 or 12, and you could tell from a very early age that he was going to do something special, and wow, has he done that quite quickly. I think he won the national under-18s, would have been world rules at the time, when he was 12, beating some really good 18-year-old players along the way.
He's had every sort of advantage you'd need.
Yep.
I believe it was Rob. His name?
Chilton.
It's just come from me. Thank you very much.
No
Rob
worries.
Chilton, that was sort of his mentor, and he did
Yeah,
an awful lot of work.
is.
And Is there anybody better to learn from than Rob? What an amazingly talented player. Still uses a 4-foot cue with a 6mm tip on it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But he's also had a lot of guidance of a player we spoke a lot about yesterday in Mick Hill, which is not many better teachers than that.
The encyclopedia of pool.
Yeah.
Well, as we were chatting away about young Jaden, Rob Dagnall was clearing up to leave us even once again at 3 apiece. Is he going to do the double, young Jaden? Do you think? You wouldn't bet against it, Alex?
No. I mean, like I say, just watching him against Ian there, and Ian, who himself is in form. I think he was 3-0 up, Jaden, so Ian has made a bit of a comeback, but he just doesn't. I watched him, a bit of him play Phil Harrison this morning. Obviously, it was a game that was meant to be played last night, but obviously he was a bit busy winning the first event. So, but against someone like Phil and Ian, he just doesn't look phased, you know, whoever he plays. And then really that's how you should do it. You know, he plays the game properly and he doesn't care who he plays, he just backs his ability. And wow, has it shown.
Yeah, I think, was it you yesterday that said to me he's a teenager that plays like a 40-year-old man?
No, but I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the mentality of a 40-year-old around the table. Looks far more experienced than his age does show. Amazing to see in such a young talent, a mentality, and more importantly, I think, away from the pool talent, is the demeanour he has round the table. Like you touched upon, he never looks phased.
Very cousin-esque, I'd call it.
Oh, well, not quite as laid back as Tom, although there aren't many players that are as laid back as Tom.
No, there is that. Table. And going back to the game, and obviously Rob Dagnall's at Rob's at the table, but Rob Dagnall, what a great start he's had to this season.
Yeah, amazing, great start.
I think he had was it a semis in the first event. Unsure how he did in the. I don't know if it was the first or second event he got the semi-final, but I'm pretty confident that he's had a few good wins in either event this weekend. So yeah, it's good to see him doing well.
Yeah, I was just checking because he is pretty local to here, St Helens, I believe, because his name has come up locally in competitions around this area where you've got Simon Fitzsimmons and Aaron Davies, and come across him quite a few times. Always very well respected. I think he was probably one of the best amateurs nationally for many years, so it's no surprise to see him do well in the professional stakes, professional ranks. Sorry, I mean, the only sort of difference between you'd say a tier 1 player or an elite player and a professional is just consistency. And like you mentioned before with Rob Warren, the ability and the availability to play more often and go full time has now become something that we see in a lot more with these players, because there is enough money to make your living.
There is. I mean, Rob, I'm pretty confident in saying that Rob actually finished top in the Challenger Tier 1. I think this was back when it was Tier 1 and 2. And he finished top when, I think the same year Jaden was an amateur. I believe he actually, even though he finished top in the Tier 1, he went on to the IPA for a season. Whereas Jaden obviously made his first season where he won his event at the very end. So even though Rob's, you could almost say, had a year out from Ultimate, he hasn't struggled to kind of fit into the environment.
Yeah, and I think nobody would ever think that wouldn't happen. The quality of pool he's brought and the reputation he's built, certainly around this area, people have always well and truly respected him. At the moment, though, only one between the battle of the Robs. Looks like both players in fine fettle, and is there already a decider on the cards? No match clock in play on this table. We are playing the shot clock though, and it does look like, for those that have been with me since this morning, the scoreboard is working. Great news, Alex.
Great news. It's always a good start.
Does seem to make the job a little bit easier instead of asking people to put the score in the comments so they can remind us. Although you're a bit younger than me, I expect your short-term memory to be a lot better than mine.
So he's been unfortunate, Rob, there. He's gone in off. Talking about breaking, I mean, what amazed me with Rob is, I remember in the Challenger year, you know, he had a fantastic front ball break, but am I right in saying he's cut breaking? we'll see next break, obviously, because it's his break. But for someone that's got such a great front ball break to be cut breaking is quite odd, in my opinion.
Yeah, he does swap and change, but is a front ball breaker.
Yeah. I think he's going to make quick work of these reds to equalise to 4-all.
Quite similar in the way they attack the cue ball, these two.
It's a good matchup, really.
Very aggressive pair of them.
Be interested to see what he's going to do with the black here, because even though the black's very, very open, very much near the black spot itself, it only actually goes into 3 pockets, which is both middles and the top right. Just got to mind his work.
Worth noting as well, I mean, Rob Dagnall's probably one of the few players that doesn't always and consistently put his chin all the way down to the cue. We'll get a good view here if he's taking this one to the bottom left.
Yes.
There you go, it's just a little bit of a gap and he just sort of feels the shot in, doesn't he? Very natural.
Good player down my way does exactly the same thing, and it amazes me how accurate you can be, because as you well know with your coaching, the chin is what helps the everything parallel. You're almost guessing when you're not getting down on the shot, but it doesn't look like he's guessing as he pots that back for a piece.
The natural daggers, hoping to sink them into Rob Warne in this match. He going back to what you said there, contact points with your body. You've got obviously your 2 hands, but they're the least important, the one on your body and the one on your chin. If you can line up and come down and know where them points are, they are your guide for every shot. Amazing to see a natural talent like Rob Dagnall not needing them at all. It really is a case of coming down on the shot and him just understanding that he is in line. He's asking himself that question. He's not using any other guidance. You are seeing raw natural talent. Very much like sort of, you see this a lot more from the American pool players.
Yeah. Dennis Hatcher, prime example.
Yeah, most of them side on stance. It's a different cue action to start, but you don't often see many cueists in snooker or English pool with a gap between the cue and the chin.
Well, after me talking about the cut break, he's actually elected for a front ball.
He's absolutely walloped them. Some anger was taken out. Not so sure he had any reason to be angry. Seems to be performing quite well.
Not an easy layout here. I mean, both colour sets having their own issues. Unless, of course, the 2 reds near the right middle are kind of a squeeze plant, or maybe it might kind of hang in if you play it slowly. We'll be interested to see what Rob does here. And are they doing match clock?
No.
No, okay.
I think this squeezes through, does it? Not a full pocket. He's had a look at it once. Doesn't seem too convinced, so maybe it doesn't. It does look like it does on our screens. Still got a problem to navigate on the right hand side. Just coming round to have a look to see if they are set to the middle. For me, they look like they're going quite far jaw, but these middle pockets do play quite kindly, so maybe at the right pace it will drop in, and this first red has made its way over into the left centre. So if it is a plant, this is an excellent chance, Alex, to go 5-4 up.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem concerned about those 2 reds, so it would kind of allude that they do go. Looks like he's going to leave quite a thin angle on that plant now. The reason he's going to do that and then play it with a lot of left hand side to check the white out, so that he could definitely be on the red that he's closest to.
Yeah, could be on 2 balls after this.
It did look really tight, I must admit. I think he had to play that a lot slower, but the downside of playing that a lot slower is that he wasn't guaranteed to be on another ball. And Rob looking to punish that mistake by daggers. I'm going to stop calling them Rob, I think.
Daggers and the Whacker.
Yeah, we'll do that one.
Great name for Rob as well. I mean, I've known Rob for a very, very long time, and it's very apt. It's perfect for him.
Absolutely.
Especially when he was much, much younger. He was definitely a whacker.
Yeah, he doesn't roll them in.
Nope.
Rob Vaughan.
Big fan of that. Shouldn't be any issues in regaining the lead. He can't shake Rob Dagnall off, though, at the moment.
No, the big thing I notice with Whacker is he's very much a confident, kind of flowing momentum player. If he can get amongst the balls and start getting some momentum going and start flowing, it's very hard to see him making mistakes and kind of lose, really. So Daggers definitely doesn't want to get him to kind of cause any momentum.
Yeah, when he gets into that flow, he's as good as absolutely anybody in the game. Hindered but not hampered by the red. Shouldn't be an issue. He's had a couple already that have been semi-awkward, and that one once again straight in the centre of the pocket. He regains the lead 5-4. Few other results in the last 16. Craig Waddingham and Josh Kane are still in the early stages. Josh Kane has a narrow lead, 2-1. Rob Vaughan, as you can see, locked at 4-all. Well, just gone 5-4 up. Dylan Leary is 2-3 down against the Irish finalist from last night, Stevie Dempsey. And the double dream is over for the teenager. Ian Ali has beaten him by 8-4. And I can only imagine, without seeing the game, that must have been very, very good, because 12 frames were played exceedingly quickly.
When I left to come into this room, I think Ian made it 3-1. So it must have been a very, very quick attacking game. And to be fair to Ian, he is a big occasion player, as most people will know. So I think he would have had a bit of extra determination to beat Jaden.
He'd have been up for it.
100%.
Is there a big money game in the making? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe not. Jaden Billiam's still a very, very young man. But it's Ian Ali that will enter the quarterfinals.
I've got to say as well, I'm really excited about that announcement you guys made yesterday.
Mr. Cousins against Mr. Mellin. An afternoon of pool doesn't get much better than that, Alex.
No, I'll be interested to go to that one. I imagine there'll be.
Are you going to come down?
Yeah, probably. I assume it's ticketed, like it was for the Caesar Tom game.
It's a small price to pay to not have to listen to Nick Finn and myself. Good morning, Nick.
Good value. Yeah, as soon as I'm assuming the tickets will be posted shortly.
It's a fantastic arena down in Colville. Really, really enjoyed the last one. It was well looked after. Haven't got a bad word to say about the place. The stage will be all set for two of the best. Tom obviously off to over the pond for just a small $100,000 money match with Justin Bergman when he comes back, and we have a bit of summer to ourselves. September the 12th on QX TV will be The Magician against Top Cat.
Who's your fancy for that one?
It's very difficult for me, that, because Malin was my childhood sort of, hero. Yeah, I mean, no shame in saying it. I suppose most kids are into football. I was a pool fanatic from 15, and yeah, I was 15 in the year 2000. So yeah, you're smiling because that's like you were born somewhere like 2003 or something, aren't you? I get that. But yeah, if you weren't a Malin fan, chasing around little clips on YouTube, then yeah, you simply didn't love pool. And having got to know him, sat with him in commentary on many occasions, and got him in for exhibitions, compared with him, and yeah, he's a great bloke as well. Great person to have around. Probably one of the best exhibitionists in the country.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's just brilliant.
Absolutely unbelievable.
We keep doing this, talking on Rob Dagnall's finishes, but it's 5 apiece. Yeah, he's one of the best, but I mean, on long-term form, Chris isn't known for his money match pedigree. But that doesn't mean he's not capable. He will have to maybe put in a bit of time, and we know he doesn't like doing that. And I'll tell you that for a fact. A man of his age doesn't need to practice. He's that talented. However, when you break down the areas of pool, sort of the break, potting, position, the only thing that kind of separates them is maybe the break.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, Mellins patterns are as good as anyone. However, we'd like to see his cue ball a bit tighter. We don't want to see too many exhibition shots. I mean, we do, but we'd also don't if you've got the money on him.
There wouldn't be many Mellin shots if his cue ball was a bit tighter.
Exactly that, Alex. Exactly that.
What a great break from Daggers here.
It'd be a great spectacle. He's not had the lead in this match for, well, any of it. I came in at 2-1. But was it 2-1 Daggers or was it 2-1 to the whacker? I can't remember. You sat down.
I can't remember, but for one of them.
No excuses for a man born in 2003. That absolutely not.
Oh, he's underhit that.
He's certainly been behind 3-2, 3-2, 4-3, 5-4. So to nick it at this point would be quite something, I'm sure. And keeping on serve as we get closer and closer to the finish line, very, very important.
Yeah, matches like that where they keep matching their serve. It's going to be one or two mistakes that's going to separate the winner from the loser. And he's not played a fantastic shot there. He's still on to the one to the middle. Don't think he's on to the one in the corner. Yeah, if someone there breaks serve, you feel like they might run away with the game here. So it's important that you make sure of these. I must admit, I think he was very ambitious to try hold for that corner there. It did look like he had a lot of angle on that yellow to the middle.
A little bit of insurance, but that red is playing quite big here and would like to come up the inside of it.
Wow.
Oh, he's not the black in. He's not the black in. And if there ever was a point where a match could turn one way, and it's going to be the whacker to break next, what a massive, massive mistake there from Rob Dagnall. Completely missing the object ball.
I mean, to be fair, I fancied Wacker to clear them up with ball in hand, but I think that's just going to hurt just that little bit more.
So back in frame number 12. Can Rob Dagnall put that big error to the back of his mind? Well, he's going to get the first opportunity, and it's kind of what you need after a mistake like that, for your opponent to knock in a dry break. And didn't he hit them well, Alex? I mean, absolutely perfect. How many balls are in the top half?
Yeah, fantastic break from Rob, but unfortunately dry. I think it's really important that, I mean, Rob would be really, really keen to punish further, especially from that mistake last frame. But it looks like he's elected to play a safety here. But I have to feel this frame's probably going to be one of the most important in the match. What do you think?
Oh, it's certainly the biggest one, and yellows would have been all there. It was a difficult shot, and as you said before, Rob does like to punch balls in. That may have just cost him, because Mr. Dagnall is going to have a very good chance here to not only, once again, put that mistake to the back of his mind, but level things up and make the match more interesting for us as well. We want to see 6-all, don't we?
Yeah, of course we want to see 6-all. We want to see a 7-all decider like we all do. I think Daggers is going to be slightly more focused on this clearance, as he had quite a good chance last frame and obviously made the mistake that we all saw him made. I think he's going to take that little bit extra care on this finish, which probably will make it more likely that he will get them. But I think this shot is definitely missable. But he's absolutely nailed it there.
Yeah, perfectly executed by Daggers, and I think you're absolutely right. Just a little bit more care being taken. I think a mistake like that can shake you up ever so slightly. Still looks pretty cool, calm and collected. He's very, very unorthodox in his technical approach to this game. He really is. I've played him in person, but not commentated upon him, I don't think. Maybe once, but only in a short match. Yeah, unorthodox he may be, but it doesn't seem to affect his potting percentages, and that's what it's all about. Needs a bounce, preferably. Keep his options open. Well, I presume this yellow passes the 8 up into the corner. If it doesn't, it could be break over. So, big shot incoming. Never a good sign that when you see a player up and down. Will it affect the end result? It will not. Still got a shot to play though here, Alex. He's going to punch this in with quite a bit of side, unless he can come back behind the 8. No, forward it is, lots of side. Bit thinner than he would have liked, but he's on it.
Yeah, not a nice shot this, but I think he'll just be happy to have a shot. Haven't really got to do a lot with the white, is the only kind of good thing about this. He's played it twice across for the black into the middle. I mean, what a great clearance this will be. Not the route he would have wanted, but he'll just be happy to get them in the pocket.
Yeah, the yellows were laid out quite nicely, but given the circumstances of the match and what had happened in the previous one, a very, very important frame for Daggers as we watch him rack up. At 6-all, we're going into a best of 3. Craig Waddingham and Josh Kane, 3-2 to Josh Kane. That's over on the TV table. If you do want to watch any of the other tables, you will need a subscription, which is only $6.99 a month from ultimatepool.com. Dylan Leary has just edged ahead of the Republic of Ireland finalist from last night, Stevie Dempsey. And as we said just a short time ago, the young teenager will not be doing the double. Ian Alley has other ideas. 8-4.
Still got so many good players left in this tournament. It's really hard to kind of pinpoint a kind of favourite. Obviously the last night's finalist is how's he getting on, did you say?
He's 4-3 down to Dylan Leary. My pick yesterday was Ian Alley. Well, he's for the weekend. You can't say anybody's ever going to do the double. Picking a winner's tough. I just don't see Ian. I think he's going to do alright. But a monumental task still awaits, even though he's into the quarter-final. Tom Jones against Adam Davis, and Ben Doyle, who was on the match table against Shane Thompson a short while ago against Connor Jones. All up at 1:45. Do get over to ultimatepool.com if you want to watch a specific match.
Going back to the match here, Rob's got a good opportunity to go ahead and get that on the hill first. He's obviously tried to get out that red on the left side of the table, which seems to be his only problem ball at the moment. Unfortunately, he's failed in doing so. It does look like this red goes into his middle. Doesn't look easy, especially with the cue ball close to the rail, but we're looking to drop this in.
A very acute angle, and not a surprise to see the miss. Still had this problem over on the left-hand side, and the thing is here, although Daggers' yellows look a little bit convoluted, if he can land up into the breaking area, he can clear that pocket, and this will be a very, very good chance to once again take the lead. And I think he's looking to do that. Maybe not this shot. He may drop this in, head up the centre of the table and play the yellow just up here. Oh, he's managed to force it all the way up. Now he wants to play, I think, the two yellows that are locked together, he'd prefer to be on the one furthest away from us. and he preferred to be a bit straighter. So cue ball's going to have to do some moving here. Plenty of left hand side. Up we go. Missed the yellows. Perfect. Excellent cue in that, Alex.
Absolutely perfect. He would have loved to have been there the previous shot, but he's managed to make up for it. And wow,
it was all about getting the cannon on the red, and he's not managed it. Loss of turn. Oh dear, how things can change so quickly at this game that we all love. Heavy favourite, I think only a couple of moments ago, and Rob will waste no time whatsoever in dishing up these reds, I'm sure.
such a crucial frame getting onto the hill first when it's something like 6 apiece. You just feel whoever gets onto that hill first has 2 bites at the cherry, compared to Rob, Daggers, who likely has to then win 2. Yeah, I mean, Rob Wacker would have been looking to take that out first. If Daggers did punish that mistake, you have to say that he was favourite going into it. But now that he's made that mistake and let Wacker punish, you have to say Wacker's now favourite to win this match.
Oh, absolutely. He would have been sat there, Mr. Warne, and absolutely deluded with excitement when he saw the miss from his opponent. To bring him to the table for a chance in what has been the most crucial frame of the match so far. He will be breaking for the match in just a few seconds. He's 7-6 up and on the hill.
Even though I say it's a massive advantage being 7-6 up, it's all going to be on the break here. You know, Rob is Wacker, who's setting up now, can very easily lose this match from a dry break here. So still very important to hit these balls well and give himself a good chance to finish this match off.
Yeah, at your level, Alex, this could be the last shot of the match, and it also could be the last shot of the match for the Wacker. And that scenario is looking even more likely after that dry break. And just look at these. Only a slight question mark, the 2 on the right hand side, but shouldn't be an issue. Plenty of room to land on him, and he's wasting no time. He really is unorthodox, Rob Dagnall. I always used to think that about an ex-ultimate professional, Ronan McCarthy. Obviously his record speaks for itself, but if you didn't know anything about the game and you were to walk in a pool room and watch Rob Dagnall or watch Ronan McCarthy, you wouldn't suspect that you were looking at one of the or 2 of the very best players in the world, would you? However, there's no right and wrong way of doing this game. It's very much results orientated. Rob, a perfect example of that. And he's wasted no time. He's going to have to use the top cushion, is he? That yellow does play a part here. No, choosing to hold with distance, doesn't want to be bridging over this yellow, and I think he is. This adds another layer of difficulty. Well, he likes to roll balls. This won't be a roll, I'm sure. Yeah, no, as he fluked it. And that's what it was all about. He played that. It was the shot previous. He was always heading towards that yellow. Maybe he could have pinched a bit of the pocket, used the bottom cushion. Instead, he chose to drop it in and take distance. When you're queuing over a ball, it's so easy just to put a touch aside on, and that's exactly what you saw there. Cue ball not heading in the intended direction due to the side on the cue ball and the elevated cue. And Rob is going to whip these up in mightily quick fashion for an 8-6 victory, we would think.
Yeah, Wacker's going to be delighted to have this chance, especially after such a good break, and to leave the balls that he did. He would have definitely been thinking that he's going to be praying for a chance in the decider, but fortunately for him, like you say, Dagger's slightly a bit of an error with positioning has caused him to leave himself not very nice on that last shot, which was very, very missable. Don't care how good you are, that was always a missable shot. Still got to be careful with these last 3 balls, has Wacker. You have to feel the yellow on the right hand side near the red. It's really the only problem ball left in this clearance. It's going to need an angle, which I believe he has on this yellow into the top left. I imagine he's going to try screw out towards the blue spot to be onto this yellow into the top right, which he does. He's really made sure of that there. He's not underdone it. He has cued that really nice with a good angle, just to stun across. Yeah. Very, very good from Waka.
Yeah, it's going to be all she wrote. There wasn't much between these two players, but that big mistake at the end and the mistake a couple of frames ago really did cost Robert Dagnall. That's nearly the end of the last 16. Short break, we will be back. Okay then, apologies for a slight delay in commentary. This one's well and truly underway as last night's victor Emma Parker is up against the ever-informed Becky Watkins. We've had a changed round in the commentary box, but we're blessed with one of the best players I have had the pleasure of watching in Ultimate Pool and away from it. Give him the big intro. Any questions, do fire them in. I'll be firing up the live stream very, very shortly. It's Scott Pope, everyone. Thanks for joining me, pal.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Should be a cracking game. Both players obviously quite in form. Emma's just came back from her first tour win, which I think was only a matter of time.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a final it was. Now, nobody's going to say it was the highest quality. Amy Beecham certainly did not bring her A game, and there was a few mistakes from both players, but how nice is it to see a fresh winner in the women's side of the game?
100%. Like, Emma's got everything to be a tournament winner. And like you said, obviously Amy wasn't at the races. There was a bit of pressure on that game because Amy, is going to fight for that number one spot. And yeah, her cue ball, I'd actually watched that game, and Amy's cue ball just wasn't at the races. But when it's a final, you've got to make it count, and Emma just had to do what she had to do to win, and she did it really well, I thought.
Yeah, I think certainly when JMO, I'm getting my words mixed up. You can tell I've not taken my pill this morning, honestly. Introduced the players into the arena. Emma did look visibly nervous to me, like really, really nervous. But that first frame made all the difference, and she settled straight away, and we started to see a little bit of what we saw in the semi-final against Danielle Randall, which was a very, very good performance yesterday. Looking to do the double, and must have wasted no time because I was right at the other end of the arena only about 8 minutes ago when she walked through the door, and the cue was well and truly in the case, so it must have come out, and I suspect maybe a break and finish. Either way, it was a fast-paced opener which Emma has taken. Race to 7 in this quarter-final. Can't believe we are there already. Other quarter-finals on the women's side of things going on at the moment. Colette Henriksen is 2-1 up against Mary Talbot. We saw Mary yesterday, very impressive. And young Amy Price is trailing to the other Amy, the one and only Amy Beecham, by 3-0.
Yeah, I actually fancy Emma to possibly do the double, because I think winning that event last night is just going to mentally make her feel like she's going to be unstoppable now, like she's finally got the monkey off the back. And I definitely wouldn't be shocked if Emma did the double.
Well, she started a campaign for this tournament yesterday, beating Michaela Gerd by 7-4 before coming up against an ever-tough Kerry Griffiths, and that ended 7-5, which brings us into this meeting with Becky Watkins.
Yeah, so again, that shot there, Emma's had a little flutter with developing the balls. Didn't come out, perfectly straight away, but percentagely plays the correct shot, just holds back another time. But she, again, in that final against Amy, she did it perfectly. Like, never pushed the boat out constantly, but as soon as she knew that, I can actually still play a containing safety, she did it perfect, and she's doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, you sound like you were a little bit more familiar with Emma. The first time I saw her was yesterday, unfortunately for me. I was aware of the titles that she'd won away from Ultimate Pool. When you see someone face up, certainly on the screen in the commentary box, you get an idea for certainly how reliable they are at delivering the cue in a straight line, the most important thing. And everything's very good. Snooker background, I believe. Yeah,
I don't know too much about her snooker history. I know that's her background originally. I believe with Mary as well. I think they were both in the same league, I suppose, for snooker. But I feel like with what I'm watching, I think Emma obviously works hard on her game, like she knows that she would have done with her snooker history. You don't get good by just putting in the bare minimum. And I feel like percentagely, she's just looking like she's thinking so much clearer, which is great to see.
She certainly seems to be starting off this morning, or in the afternoon just about, like she finished last night. A very, very confident start for Emma Parker as she doubles her lead early doors.
Yeah, so she should. Even though that, is Becky still ranked number 1?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, mentally she could be thinking about that, but these first 2 frames, she doesn't even look phased.
Yeah, asserted dominance early in this sort of game. And a 2-0 lead, and obviously we did miss the first one, but it's been a perfect second frame from Emma, and she's receiving even more good news as she's going to get us underway in frame number 3. I think you can definitely tell the snooker background. Everything's perfect, Scott, isn't it? I mean, I've watched you play an awful lot, even though we've not met before. Very strong fundamentals yourself. Surely you can see that in a fellow professional player.
Yeah, no, to be honest, she's probably got a better fundamental than I do. She's, yeah, you can just tell she's snooker based, like just cues really solid and straight. Her stance is exactly like she walks into her shot, I think, on almost every single shot, which is, you know, to make the bare minimum mistakes in matches, you know, you've got to not be rushing, and she definitely takes in consideration on every single shot. Like, you know, she doesn't take anything for granted. You know, if she does miss a ball, it's usually going to be a hard pot, and, you know, we're all human, so, you know, she does sometimes throw one in, but otherwise she's consistent because she follows the basics, and that's probably because of the snooker background.
Yeah, strong fundamentals will usually come with being good under pressure, because you can rely on them, can't you?
Yeah.
You do know a little bit about playing under pressure yourself, though, so don't drum yourself down. And most of the people watching will be familiar with your name and your, well, let's be honest, your cash game record.
Yeah.
Kind of speaks for itself, does it not?
Yeah, it's probably not the best to talk about it. If Tom tunes in, he's probably going to be grinding his teeth.
He's not going to be too bad. He had a good victory this morning already, and he's still in the comp, so...
Yeah, no, he seems to be really finding his feet in the Pro Tour, which is fair play to him, because it's a hard field. It's you know, you're basically running into... you know, well, you're always running into a difficult game, and, you know, he's obviously finding his feet and, you know, keeping himself together more and more consistently as the season keeps going. So obviously winning that Pro Tour for him is only going to give him more and more self-belief. You know, so hopefully my first Pro Tour season, you know, hopefully by the end I'll find my feet and do the same.
I mean, I'll say it for you, Scott, if he can win one, obviously you can win one as well. The belief has got to be there.
Oh, 100%. You know, I feel like even in the women's, doesn't matter what event you're in, like just ultimate pool in general, like it's the biggest stage that's out there, and, you know, if you don't have the self-belief, then you shouldn't be here. Like, you need to have the self-belief that you're good enough to beat anybody. Otherwise you're not going to do anything. You know, there's so many pros that have got so much talent and ability. You know, it's everyone wants to be a part of the big stage, so, you know, hopefully there's no pros out think they're just making up the numbers. You know, they've got to have that self-belief, and I think that's a good reason why because I think Emma's only like 24, I think. You know, so, and again, look at that, like, great percentage play there. Like, it may look obvious to some people, but, you know, there's different styles of play, and some people will push the boat out still and still just keep potting balls, and I feel like you do see that with a lot of women players, even pro level, that they do play a bit too aggressive, whereas sometimes you can just hide the wide ball, put them in a nasty position, and I'd be surprised if Emma doesn't get a better opportunity just based on where all those reds are. She's probably going to be seeing one of those yellows and being just a better spot to, you know, be guaranteeing winning the frame. Oh.
Yeah, showed a level of maturity beyond her years, and
Wow. Oh wow, that's
Isn't
dropping. That's
going to get the reward. Oh, he's going to get the reward.
She's got
Sorry.
the reward. Like, this is the beauty of the game. She, like, Emma's definitely played the correct shot there, but Becky has had her slice of luck. She's not, in a bad position. Emma just has to pull off either a triple or a double, be fully committed, and bring that wide ball off. Don't try to be perfect on being on that black. Just try and bring it down about a couple foot. Oh wow, she's played the thin cut. Ooh, wow. She's had a little slice of hers.
Yeah, slice of fortune the other way for Emma Parker. And just going back to what you were touching upon there with the safety behind the 8s, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. You'd see a lot of players there, despite being in such an unlikely position to finish, still go with the attacking option. And it's a level of maturity. And if you say she's only 24, very, very impressive.
Yeah, she's got the whole world in her hands, really. But again, like, Becky's another player. Like, she's been around a bit longer than Emma, but I think probably the last 2 years, I think she's again matured. She's really working on her game. She does play more safety, like just good percentage play. I feel like how this game has started, maybe Emma's had the better opportunities to do that. But again, both of these players are playing good percentage pool, and that's why you're seeing them consistently running deep in every event.
Well, yeah, Becky Watkins seeded at number 1, so with Emma Parker winning last night, this is about as high tariff as it gets in the women's game.
Not the best of shots there from Becky. She didn't look like she was fully committed. I think she's going to play a safety here, fill in the face. Red ball comes. Oh, she's hit that bit too hard.
Yeah, the pace of this, these outside tables is extremely quick.
Yeah,
indeed.
I was really happy with the pace of the tables, to be fair. Like, they weren't slow. Like, they were all playing at the same speed, like a good speed, which can throw some people off with their touch. I feel like she can see enough, and she has. What a pot.
Yeah, give her a chance and you just might pay the price. Becky Watkins is about to pay that with a 3-0 deficit early doors in this match, as we see Emma just slot home the 8. It will be Becky to break next though. Scott, you have had a message already.
Oh dear.
No, it's good. Kevin Gayton said, Scott Pope giving it the arms, tipping you for top 16 this season, a class player, and good to see Southwest players on the Ultimate Pool Tour or on the up. All the best for the season, Scott. Kevin in Exeter, which is down your way.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Kevin. We'll see how the season finishes. Just aiming for deep runs. If I can get to a semis or final, that'd be a nice, good start to the season.
Forget it, Kev. He's just too modest. He's after a trophy and more than capable of it.
Honestly, the field is some field. It's it really doesn't matter who you play. I just feel like everyone is just as good as anyone. It's based on the breaks. If you can find someone cold, like when I played Craig yesterday, he started off cold. I was luckily at the races, punished him. He was then on the back foot, and that's what you got to hope against these type of players. Like Craig is literally just came back from winning a Players' Championship. It's always going to be difficult, and luckily I've had a first round match. I'm ready to go, whereas Craig is only, because he's seeded, that's his first game and he showed it, so it's just fortunate that I've played well and got the job done. But unfortunately then run into someone like Rob Dagnall. On paper, on achievements based on Craig's, Rob Dagnall's not even probably close to Craig's, but based on ability, anyone's just good. Everyone just dishes for fun.
Based on ability, nobody's close to Craig.
No, technically,
he's ridiculous.
No.
Single ball potting. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're all good.
Yeah.
But I think he's number 1 for me.
Yeah.
Just single ball potting.
Yeah, honestly,
unbelievable.
His potting ability is ridiculous.
Won't be calling out a big money match against Craig anytime soon. Then, no.
I did.
Did you?
Only as a joke. But
Only as a joke.
No, but again, like you said, Craig's just phenomenal. He's just singable pot, and he's just up there.
He's amazing. Back to Baxter at the table though, and she's had a more comfortable route towards the quarter-final, certainly more than Emma. As we see her miss that ball into the corner. I was just going to run through her results, but I think I'll wait. We'll let Emma come to the table. And
the way that she just played that, it looked like she was hitting it way too thick. But I know she was on the wrong side, which doesn't help. But I would have felt like maybe she could have hit that on the thin side, hit the red full in the face, so then she gets a double kiss. So then the white ball does come back. But Emma, she's played that way too well.
Yeah, played it too good. I think she was stretching all the way over the table, and maybe could have used the extension on a cue, and didn't. I mean, it's just hard when you're out there. Sometimes you don't think of these things, do you?
Yeah, 3-0 up. You know, again though, because Becky's going game, she's getting rid of half of her balls, and really Emma's got good control. Ooh, but saying that,
I'm a bit confused there. I don't think that was an attempt at a pot. I think it was an attempt at a safety shot to get behind the red she's now glued to.
Yeah.
Not too much damage done. Can Becky snip this in the middle? I'm not sure if there's room past the 8.
I'm thinking of top yellow.
Yeah, the one up the top as well
looks like it's touching.
Is a possibility.
He's going middle. Relying on a bit of luck. Ooh, plays the control perfect and a bit unfortunate, but she still has a chance. I think she's going to have to screw this and come back up to the table. I don't think she can top this through. So she's going to have to cue it, which with Becky's cue action she should be able to do it.
Cue ball is about to set off and needs to accelerate.
Just got to time it.
Yeah, just try not to force it too much. Has played your shot, but you have to say there wasn't much of a pause there, Scott, was there? It was a little bit snappy.
Yeah, and it's just noticeable because didn't get the line. But again, when she's 3-0 down, 3-0 down, Emma's been putting her under it, and it can show just based on that. You know, she's basically just straight off that. And again, cues that so smoothly.
I mean, a great example there, the difference between how they approached the shot. There was a big slow drawback for Emma there, and it was very nicely timed. But then again, it's a lot easier at 3-0 up than 3-0 down, and Becky with a mountain to climb already in this race to 7. And there's a lot at stake. She's currently ranked or seeded number 1. I think she's ranked number 1 as well, I presume, if that's the seeding. And this is for a place in the semi-final against the girl that beat Amy Beecham convincingly only last night. So there's a lot going on in the game behind the game, I'm sure.
Yeah, Emma's just played a lovely 2-cushion positional shot there. Plays this perfect, just roll it in, play the left red next. Oh, she's punched it. I'm very surprised.
Well, we did comment on a quick one from Becky, so we should do the same for Emma.
Yeah.
It was an unexpected miss and a chance that Becky Watkins desperately needed.
Yeah, Becky would definitely be over the moon to see another chance. Hope all going well. She'd be happy to get her first frame on the board. Plays that nice.
You're giving it her. That's dangerous. Should never do that when sat here. I've done that a couple of times.
The commentators.
Honestly, Simon Fitzsimmons. I'm sorry if he's listening. I doubt he is. He missed a black yesterday. That, well, in his words, he wouldn't miss that in 1,000 attempts.
Becky's done a.
And right at the time, we were just complimenting on how strong he is fundamentally and doesn't miss many balls with his hand on. You know, the usual stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely. So just waiting for a player on the opposing table to
Amy Price, is it? Is that her name? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. If it's a ladies' game, I've just got Becky's results up at the moment.
Okay.
Amy Price is one of the female players, yeah. So an easy 8. We do expect her to get a first frame on the board, and she does. And it's nice to see. I think it's Emma to break, is it not? She won the lag, yeah.
Yeah, no. Very good frame for Becky to win now.
Do keep your messages coming in. I've got a question for Scott while we watch Miss Parker rack up for frame number 5. These massive money matches, and I've had the pleasure of commentating on a lot of them, how do they come about? What's the setup for them?
I don't know. Well, obviously, yeah. You just social media obviously helps depending on the individual. Like Tom, for example, was just chirping. So obviously, me was thinking, well, I think you're good, but you ain't that good.
Okay.
But it's just, whether it's just, I think it's mainly ego, really. Like, I fancy beating you, so I'm going to play you. It's just proving, who's got the bottle. Because I feel like money games is a different mentality. And there's a lot of players out there that probably do better in tournaments than they do in money games. Because, it's like use Ian Ali for an example. He's absolutely ridiculous for money games. He's probably underachieved for tournaments. Because I think he's probably just as good as anyone, really. And he's shown that in his money games. So I do just think, it's just a way of earning money. You pick and choose, hopefully that opponent wants to play you. And, you just both agree just to play each other. For me, I pick out my opponents strategegically, based on how they play and based on how I play. I wouldn't want to play anyone, well, until they come along, but I would rather play someone who's aggressive and quick, because for me, over a long race, you can't be, you basically have to flow to consistently keep going, whereas I feel like over the years, I feel like I've slowed down. So money games I should be better at now, because over the years I've slowed down. So because I feel like even in tournaments, you look at Tom Cousins, he doesn't run around the table at 100 miles an hour. That's why he's so consistently winning tournaments. So yeah, that's, I feel like a good insight of money games where, that's how they come about, really. I think more or less it's just ego.
That was a great answer. Fascinating insight into someone who's played some of the biggest money games. My only comment to that is, I don't believe Tom has ever moved at 100 mile an hour.
No.
Apart from in a plane, on a plane.
Emma, again, comes away with a lovely breaking dish.
Taken them really well, hasn't she? And deserved, you'd have to say, of a 4-1 lead. Just what you want to do when your opponent gets her first one on the board. Retaliate with a nice, clean finish. We're going to get Becky back to the table to break. I was going to run through her results, and I will do just now. She, again, started yesterday. This is her first match of the day. She beat Lauren Proctor, who's more than capable, by the way. 7 frames
She's
to
coming
2.
Through, yeah.
A brilliant player. And then 7-3 against Scotland's Jodie Allen. So 2 very, very good results for Becky. She's up against it right now in the quarters, though. A 3-frame deficit in this race to 7 for a place in the semi-final.
Yeah, Becky will be... she's going to be happy with that frame that she's now got, because she could definitely have been 5-0 down now. She's hit them very well, haven't been rewarded, which again, in her position, we've all been there. We're just praying. We would just want, a ball just to give ourselves a chance to feel like we're actually part of the game.
Yeah, hit them like you said, as well as you could ever ask her to do, but you always need a little bit of love on the break.
Yeah, and this is the difference in momentum. Emma's flying, she's feeling good, she's getting the balls dropping at the right time, and sometimes this game, it just, isn't going to be your friend. Not saying it's all over, Becky could definitely make a comeback.
Her attention will have already been drawn to the top of the table. That yellow welded just right, the Ultimate Pool logo at the top of the table is awkward. It will need a nudge at some point, and I don't think she's going to waste any time. Can't do it off this one, but would like to set it up. Unfortunately, once she plays this plan and does try the breakout shot, she'll be trying to land on the ball she's breaking out, and that is never without risk, is it, Scott?
No, it was a good shot there from Emma, See, for me, this is just how different brains work. Unless this yellow does come out and she can be on it straight away, ideal. But I feel like when she started off with going game, I probably would have got rid of those 2 yellows by the black, because for me they don't actually connect very well going in the clearance, because if she develops this yellow now and she's not on it, she's very then limited to what options she has. Whereas if she got rid of those 2 yellows, oh, what a shot. Well, there's the commentator's cursor. Well, not
opposite of a curse, that
yeah,
was, wasn't it?
I'm talking a load of rubbish here.
It's alright though. You've been very, very good, Scott. Don't put yourself down.
No, but to be quite honest, Emma's definitely played that very well. She's just got enough angle to punch us in now. Just all pace control. Lovely shot. Came out wider than I think she wanted to, but
could be on both. I think she's perfect.
That is absolutely perfect.
Absolutely pinpoint from Emma Parker.
I feel like, I reckon she'll watch this back and she'll have a chuckle, because I know full well I think any player is definitely playing for the middle spot of where like the black ball would be. But I was settled for that. I wouldn't even say sorry.
Has she got a nickname? Pinpoint Parker's got a ring to
Well,
it.
nice
It's just Parker on the shirt.
Yeah,
isn't
nice parking.
It's parking, is it?
Yeah, no. That's what I'm making up,
Oh,
because
right.
she's using her last name as Parker. But I think that.
Oh no!
See,
Disaster has struck. Pinpoint Parker's got a ring to it, Scott. Come on.
Yeah, but I don't like that in players where they put their hand up. I don't know why she's even put her hand up, because she hasn't gained anything. But hopefully she can get out of it. No,
she can't, and disaster has struck straight up into the top corner.
Well,
you were going to touch upon politeness in games and whether to apologise and stuff like that, weren't you?
Yeah, for me, if I get lucky, there's different scenarios for different reasons. I wouldn't say sorry if I'm midway through the frame and I get lucky. Let's just say I snooker myself and I fluke it. I won't say sorry until I've actually taken advantage of it, because for me, what's the point of saying sorry and you then end up actually not getting the clearance? It's irrelevant, which can come across as maybe unsportsmanlike, but then that's also a good way to get into your opponent's head.
We spoke about this a little bit earlier on in the day. Are you doing it at the end of the frame or not at all?
No, I'll do it at the end of the frame. I'll say sorry, but for me, the amount of times that I've said sorry after I've fluked it and then I don't get the clearance, it's just kind of pointless. I feel like you're probably putting yourself under unnecessary pressure to then actually getting the clearance for no reason, because you haven't actually taken advantage of the fluke, have you? You've just fluked it,
So Scott Pope, great player, very modest, but does apologise when he doesn't mean it, and will not do it straight away either. Nail on the head as we watch Becky clear these relatively easy reds, although I don't think anything's quite easy going at the moment in the quarter-final. It's an interesting one that you touch upon. I think I get asked when I do the coaching myself when you should do it, and I say exactly what you do. Do it at the end of the frame, because I feel that if you do it mid-frame as well, you're going to interrupt your own rhythm a little bit. You should be tuned in. You've had a touch, but stay in that groove, stay in that mentality of looking for the finish and hopefully getting them. And if you have had a touch, just acknowledge it at the end. Everybody knows you don't mean it.
Yeah, the thing is, because there's no such thing as total anymore in these rules, you are relying on luck when sometimes, depending on the scenario. But so when you are actually playing for luck, why would and actually, to be honest, this is the part then where I wouldn't say sorry, is if they snooker me and I have no choice to whack it, then I wouldn't actually say sorry even after the frame, because you've given me no choice. Great shot there from Becky. You've given me no choice just to whack it and to be lucky. So I wouldn't say sorry if I'm actually playing to get lucky, because my ball's probably in a position where I have to rely on luck now.
Well, there's no apologies needed in that finish. Fully deserved.
Yeah,
And
that was
only
a-
2 behind.
That was a good counter clearance from Becky. I thought Emma was definitely going to be 5-1 up. But again, this could start being maybe a momentum shift, because Emma's going to know that she's played actually a very poor positional shot after, again, she was fortunate with running down the bottom of the table, definitely would take it any day of the week, but she's going to be kicking herself not taking advantage of that. So now, Emma's break, could there be a little bit of tension now, because she's going to be thinking of that being a very good opportunity to be 5-1 up. So could she be going dry, or will she go in off? I think she might, because she does the side break. I think she might go dry, but this is where you can tell if there's a momentum shift, and she's absolutely timed and perfect. Ooh.
Crunched him and has made a yellow.
But not very pretty. This is got a few minutes on this frame, I reckon. But then again, I think percentagely, I feel like Emma's been playing that department better. Again, plays. Ooh, wow. Emma goes for the containing safety, but unfortunately makes the yellow unintentionally. Which again, for players, when they unintentionally pot a ball when they're trying to play a containing safety, can kind of rope them into playing potting balls. And again, see, now this is where Emma shouldn't be going game. She should just hold back and leave as many balls on the table as possible. Slowly develop her problem balls, but leaving as many options as possible, because potting that yellow in the middle hasn't gained her anything. She's only reducing the amount of options she's got on the table.
Yeah, it's certainly messy at the moment. Set to be quite possibly the longest frame of the match.
But then again, so Emma's been playing very good percentage play for the first 6 frames, with a break condition there as well. Whereas Emma's just shown a bit of percentage play where she's potting when she shouldn't be. So now it's putting Becky in a good position for this frame to play percentage play and making sure of this frame. Becky decides to pot the ball, so she's gonna have, if she's going game. Do you reckon the 2 reds that are lining up to that top corner pocket, do you think they actually, do you reckon they plant, or do you think they're actually further away than it looks?
I think it is a plant, but the 8 ball will have to be moved to get to the right angle. If she hits the gap, I think the plant will go to the left-hand jaw.
Yeah. And yeah, see, this is where I would have been manoeuvring those 3 reds, just gently nudging them more and more out of the open. Becky's now decided to hold back, which is good, because she was only putting herself into a bigger hole. So now both players percentagely are both, I would say probably yellows are slightly favourite for this frame, but there's not much in it. Attempts as well. Again, I think Emma needs to be focusing on getting that yellow, that red closest to the cushion by the 3. She could just manoeuvre that yellow out, nudge the other red into the cluster of 3, and Becky still isn't going to be in a position where she can go game, but it gives Emma the opportunity to open her yellows up. And I think Becky, yeah, ooh, that's a good shot. Again, that's what Emma should have done. Pushed her yellow out, and she would have been in a better position. Whereas now, To be honest, I don't actually think Becky has. She's done like a tactical attacking shot, but she hasn't actually hid that yellow very well. I think she can see this one into the middle. She's going to have to screw this off the top cushion, and I would try and get down to those 2 yellows to use that top yellow as her last ball to get onto the black. And it looks like she is.
Yeah, big shot for Emma Parker. Cue ball doing a lot of travelling.
That's a great shot. It hits the side cushion, helps her out. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's exemplary, that. Nothing to do now. Natural angles. 8 ball looking like a strong favourite to be doubled.
Yeah, she's definitely thinking clearly out there, which is good. Oh.
Yeah, we just didn't expect that, did we, after the previous shot?
Yeah, I think I think she has got an angle, but it's just slightly an angle. So she's trying, to focus on the pot, but I think deep down she's making sure she's probably trying to make sure she has that correct angle to come to the top of the table. And Becky has decided to play a good percentage shot there, messed the black up, and now Emma has now got a problem. Now, if I'm Emma, I'm probably, in Emma's background of snooker, she's going to use one of these yellows to try and put the wiper behind the other yellow, I think. Yeah, for me, I think I would have probably used the other yellow.
And then tried to pot it, maybe. Been a bit more aggressive.
No. Like, that bottom yellow, I think.
Yeah, I think you meant the snooker the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm only playing.
Sorry, I'm getting so glued into this now. Where I'm taking everything quite serious.
Oh, absolutely. I'm thoroughly enjoying listening to you.
No, if I talk too much, tell me.
No such thing on here.
Yeah, true.
There's no such thing.
But again, now I actually think Becky's actually done not a very good shot there, because now Emma can pot this yellow, use that bottom yellow to come back up, and originally, in the original way forward, what she was trying to do, great shot, she can now play the double on the black. So Becky's played the right shot originally, messing the black up, but now she's actually given Emma half a sniff here, and I actually fancy Emma to take this out. Oh.
But she's underdone that.
She has.
And, I mean, if there is a shot to get all the way around the table and onto the 8, Scott's going to tell us what it is.
To be quite honest, you could try and play this with check side and time it, but it's not easy. But she could do a bit of a Chris Mellon, come round 3 cushions, and maybe 5 to be fair. Oh. She could come round 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, maybe even 6, depending how quick this white ball moves. And she's gone for it. Has she got the pace? Has she got the legs? Oh, I don't know. I don't think she is.
I think she might be able to see a very thin edge. Whether that's a guide for a back double treble.
It does look it. Yeah, she's on it straight away. I reckon she can see enough of this. This would be some out.
It's going to be the treble. No, not quite.
That would have been very painful if if Emma took those out then.
Well, the chance has fallen into Becky Watkins' lap. Can she dig deep and get back within 1? Emma has looked the favourite from the off, and I think if Becky is to take these, she'd be more than happy after 7 at being 4-3 down.
Yeah, see, it was Emma's break, and this was a massive frame, I think, in momentum. I do think Becky will definitely take these out. I feel like she's starting to stomp. Like, she's won a couple frames now, and she's, starting to feel like she's starting to actually find the next gear that she knows that she needs to get into.
A spring in a step is always a good thing when you're on the pool table. I think you're right. Just looks like she's got that extra bit of focus.
Yeah, she knows that Emma's not consistently taking her chances. That wasn't the Emma's chance. That whole frame was always looking a bit awkward, but Becky has been rewarded, dangled the carrot, and she has been rewarded, all being well on these last 2 shots.
Yeah, only the simple task of the 8 ball in the centre.
Full 3.
Alrighty then, back to 4-3, and she has the break. Could we be looking at a level quarter-final after 8? Has broken very, very well indeed, as has her opposition thus far in the match. That was slightly mishit though. Cue ball heading over to the left-hand side of the table. Has got a ball, but this split isn't without problems, Scott.
Yeah, there's problems for both colour sets, a lot more open. Becky's definitely going to have to probably attack these problem balls as early as possible.
Yeah, yellow's have been her choice, and that's exactly what she's attempted. Probably wanted a little bit more, but fortunately I think she can have another go. Wants to drill through these 3 balls. Ideally, if the angle is there, use the cushion and go into them, or straight right in the middle of the yellow and the red, that are directly where her hand is, just like that. And that's about as good as she could have hoped for. Now, is she on the thin cut to the centre, or is she on the one she's closest to? If she's on neither, she could probably count herself very, very unlucky indeed.
Yeah, that was a very good development. Couldn't be any more perfect. I don't think she's on that yellow that's over to the middle. I don't think she can see the thin side of it. So I think she's actually not on anything. I think, yeah, where she's looking is the only pot she's got, and even that's this is going to be high tariff. Oh, what an attempt!
Great attempt, and it's absolutely perfect. Played it at a really, really nice pace. Always going to give it every chance. What an opportunity to get back level in this quarter-final.
This could be a massive game changer, because that's only going to give Becky so much more confidence of just cueing the ball. She's going for the middle yellow. She's going to play a soft cannon, so this could go wrong.
8 ball Alex, thanks for joining. I cannot answer that question, and you know well why. He asked who's going to win. Who do you think wins the next big game, Rob Warne or Scott Pope? Not a chance. We're answering that one. Plenty of support for Becky. I think somebody a little bit earlier, was it Ryan, asked any good players from your area, any young players from your area coming through?
I do think there is some good young players. You know, not anyone less like no one like Jaden Bellingham at that age. But there is definitely, like, I don't, put down anyone who's young who hasn't got any ability. Like, anyone can get as good as they want to be. But there is plenty of talent where I am. Good shot there from Becky, but I think she's just snookered herself.
She threaded the needle on the previous shot. It was very good. I was busy asking you questions. Just unfortunately has lost the cue ball at the crucial moment there.
Yeah, no, she's been a bit unlucky. Didn't take advantage of her nudges, but Emma will definitely be happy to see this. So Becky has not fouled, which is definitely a bonus because you don't. But then she has left Emma on her awkward ball straight away. Nice. Again, she just cues are beautiful.
Yeah, it's just been impressive every time we've watched her. I mean, only the once for me, unfortunately, but the cue action is very, 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 very good. If you're learning the game, copying Emma Parker will do you no harm, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the women's game really, because the standard is just getting better, and it's actually good to actually watch it now. Whereas I think a few years ago when it was World Wars, oh, don't worry, we are still here. But I do think because of the rule set, you're starting to actually see the women's talent and ability actually starting to flourish. Like, you know, there is actually really good women players out there that can actually definitely compete with the men, because their potting ability is just getting better and better. And as I'm saying this, Emma is just taking these out. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and it's a tough pot across the top cushion this, but she can play in or over. Only going to leave Becky an attempt at the skill shot at best here, but you wouldn't back against this being dropped in. However, it wasn't clean. You just saw it graze the top cushion on the way through, and it is going to bring Miss Watkins back to the table for a chance at that said skill shot, and it's probably the biggest shot of the match so far.
This is a massive, massive frame. Oh,
Excellent. That is how you play the skilly. Absolutely brilliant.
I would have played it a bit different, but it still worked.
Well, you'd have played it a little bit softer, wouldn't you?
I would have just played it with screw. I feel like when you play with screw, it tops the object ball forward even more, but she still played it. She's timed it perfect.
Well, we'll continue that conversation in about 10 seconds. I'll just let Emma wrap these up. What a finish to that game. 4 frames each. It's a best of 5 for a place in the semis. So here we go then, business end of the match incoming, best of 5, and it looks like it is going to be a little bit scrappy. Plenty of work to do here, Scott.
Yeah, funny enough, the balls have actually all gone similar to the last frame. They've actually gone over to the right side, but the difference is that the black is not in a very good place for either player. Kind of gives a bit of a headache really, because you're going to have to mind your work. I think Becky's optioning to play a containing safety. Oh, she's gone game. That's a hell of a cut.
Well, we've got a little bit of a, one of the more scrappy frames certainly. You have had a lot of questions. Try and get to the chat. We do like to involve you as much as we can. One name keeps getting mentioned, and we'd like your opinion on him. I presume it's a him. George Sanders from Devon. Do you know the name, and what are your thoughts upon him?
I do actually know that name, and I don't actually know him as a person. I definitely know the name, and I know it's in the southwest, but I don't know him personally. So I know he's a pool player from Devon. I just don't know him. You know, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but again, I don't know him personally, so can't really say anything.
Well, for someone that was mentioned so much, that was a lacklustre answer. Unfortunately, doesn't know too much about him. Also, another question while we see Becky clatter into these balls. Got to be careful here. Well, didn't play it.
That's
Played
a
the
great
more
shot.
precise shot, and that is excellent. Giving her a chance here to take the lead. Would have preferred to be on the other side of this red, I'm sure. May even see a run through. Has to be very precise with the cue ball.
That's
Decided to hold with the stun shot and take the slightly more difficult pot into the top left. But you just fancy her here for this, Scott, don't you?
But this is what I'm saying, that she's had a bit of a, a bit of a stomping session, and she's looking so much more confident. And she's just missed the main ball.
Yeah, the pressure ball brought in. Don't want to call it a twitch because I don't think it was. Just a misjudgment.
Yeah, the thing is, she knows that she's played such a lovely cannon to be on a basically awkward ball, and then she's ended up having a bit of a stinky one where it's basically a blind pot because you can't really see it in your line. So it was never easy. It's 4-4. It would have been the first time that Becky would have got in front. There was probably a little bit of pressure on there. She's going to be definitely gutted, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world for Becky, because I do feel like she's definitely going to get back to the table. And
Well, coming back she is. Coming back, she didn't expect at a clear sight of this red. I think this goes.
I think this is I think this is actually a chance for Becky.
I think that's a big mistake. Emma wanted to contact the outside of them yellers. Are we seeing a chink in the armour from the current Ultimate Pool champion?
There it
she's
is.
behind the yellow.
No way.
There were some very choice words came out of her mouth then, I suspect.
That is quite unfortunate. She's got a chance.
About to win or lose this frame.
Oh!
Edged towards the safety side of the black. Didn't fully commit there, did she?
Emma is definitely going to be relieved that somehow she's actually got a chance still to win this frame.
Is she going to put her back in that sort of hole again, though? No, we're going for the breakout.
Ooh, I'm surprised she's actually done this, because I thought she might play that top yellow to play off the black to open all of them up, and then she's in a better position.
Just too dangerous. Gotta go game, I
Well,
feel.
yeah.
If this yellow passes, she's got to play it, but I don't think it does. It only goes towards the bottom
wouldn't-
right-hand pocket.
I wouldn't be going game. I would be holding back, because the black's messed up now. So if she just holds back, Becky has no choice to have to hit it.
Yeah, and more importantly, just move it out of the way. I think you're right, Scott, but I'm just seeing from Emma sort of an attitude change where she wants to attack. What a finish to take on at this stage of the match.
This would be some clearance, and it's not that it's not possible. It's definitely on, but she's going to have to play a good positional shot on that last yellow.
Bravery of the highest order in frame number 9. An unexpected chance, maybe. It's not quite the right side of this yellow. Going to have to screw off the side cushion. Imperative that she gets straight on this last yellow down the rail. And isn't. Needed to be another few inches there across the table.
Now she's going to have to play this yellow just off straight, deliberately getting the wide ball towards the side cushion, bring that wide ball up to where her hand is, and she's got half a chance of possibly winning the frame. And she's gone for the soft shot, and she hasn't potted. For me, she's probably got carried away there in that chance. She should have held back, waited for Becky to try and hit the black out, knowing full well there's no way she's potting that black. Then she goes game.
Definitely the most exciting frame of the match so far.
Yeah, that had a bit of everything.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Proper entertainment in the ladies' quarter final. Still can't call a winner, and could be, what's it? 4 more frames to play. Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is the first time Becky's been in front now, so she's definitely going to be feeling good that Emma's just gone for that, knowing, I think Becky would have probably, even if the colours were the opposite, whereas Becky's on yellows, I actually think Becky would have held back. Because I feel like, again, she does play the percentage well. But interesting. Like, if Emma had taken them out, then we would be applauding her, but that wasn't the best of percentage play there.
Well, Becky is now in command of this match after being 4-1 down. 5-4 with a break.
That's a crunching break.
And it's not a bad layout at all.
Yeah, there's only one awkward red, and that's by the yellow closest.
And one awkward yellow. That's it.
Yeah, she just got to back herself with the cue ball control.
And in fact, the yellow that I mentioned is, so he's 3 in a triangle while she's going red, so we'll cancel the plans on that. Stick with the pro when you're choosing the colour sets. Underdone that slightly, Scott.
Yeah, she definitely didn't fully commit. And just a quick little mention, my partner Courtney Brexton's just won her plate match against Melissa Walton full free.
Congratulations, Mrs. Pope. Is it Mrs. Pope?
No,
Not
no,
quite
no,
yet.
No. But Becky is definitely in a very good position to make a 2-frame clear, which will make Emma definitely be thinking this is actually turned around, because Emma was looking a lot more comfortable at 3-0, and now she's looking like she's been put on the back foot.
I mean, kudos to Becky Watkins here. What a turnaround in this match. I have been informed as well. It's bad news for the viewers. We are on a manual match clock, and I can see exactly what you can see. So, unfortunately, a deer with no eyes to how much time is left in this match. We could really do with it being on the screen.
Yeah, it would definitely make it much more interesting with, you know, the possibilities. That's a great positional shot.
It needs to pull up. It needs to pull up.
She's on it. She is 100% on that. She's played that. I'd be shocked if she's not on that. I think she's just composing herself. But she's definitely on that dead straight.
Well, we had Pinpoint Parker a few frames ago. We've now got Pinpoint Watkins. That was excellent. What a shot from Becky. She's going to go up on the hill 6 frames to 4, and shortly I will be able to tell you how much time is left on the match. What a conclusion, Scott, and what a match we've had.
Yeah, that was like probably the clearance of the actual whole match. That was... Oh, what's going on?
Was that a handshake? That was a handshake. The match clock must have run out. Unfortunately, it's the price we pay. Anticlimactic for us, but what a game. 4-1 down to 6-4. Next game will be at 1:45, and it's a men's quarter final. It is a cracker. Do join us. attention, our attention is turning back to the men's.
Yes, and what a game we have here. Now, I can confirm that Ian Alley has just beaten Jaden Billingham 7-4. And I was actually on the top balcony watching it from a view, which was very pretty. And Ian Alley's gone to the toilet at 4-4, and he then reeled off the next 3 in a row. Actually, no, sorry, I tell a lie. I think it was 2 in a row, and then when Ian Alley did break, he's gone dry, and he's left it kissing another red, and left Jaden nothing to go for. And then, as we know, Ian Alley just mops him up and takes out the current champion. And it looks like Ian Alley is not going to get out of the first frame being an easy clearance, but this is still definitely makeable. Just play with a little touch of screw, time it, wide ball will die, and then you should be on that yellow. He's been okay.
Yeah, I think he's escaped, landed himself in the jaws. What a matchup this is, by the way.
Yeah, I was really feeling it for Dylan Leary last night. I was rooting for Dylan, not because I got anything against Jaden, but I just feel like Dylan Leary, he's been consistently there. Like, his ability... Ian Alley has just played a perfect weight shot there. Played it really well. But back on to Dylan Leary, I feel like Dylan Leary, he's been knocking on the door. He's been consistently just playing very well. You know, it was a bit of a shame to not see him in the final, but he's still in this event. He is up against it. Ian Alley, he's just relentless. Ian Alley, just absolutely fearless. And you know, one minute you feel like, you know, you're putting him under pressure, but that just only makes him better because he loves it.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about Q actions in the previous game with the 2 lady players, and Dylan with a massive pedigree in that department, ex-professional snooker player, opting for the cut break as he always does, and you can't hit him much better than that. He's going to have to stay close to Ian Alley. He was my tip for this weekend to take down one of them. I know my co-commentator was keen to watch a bit of him as well, so must be a, I wouldn't say fan because you're a rival, but you must admire his game.
Yeah, no, it's I just love watching 2 aggressive players that just play the game, you know, in an enjoyable fashion. And you know, when you got Dylan Leary running deep, and then you've got Ian Alley, who's just relentless, and again he's always knocking on the door. Obviously just came runners up in the last man standing, bit of a lottery format, but again, some of the 2 matches I watched of his when he didn't really get called out until the end, some of the clearance he was taking out, and he hasn't played at all at the weekend. Just absolutely amazing to watch. His creativity around the table is just so good, and I just feel like, to be honest, this is actually a match that is actually going to be very high standard because both of them are actually playing so well.
Yeah, mustard and more mustard. Very, very good. I mean, Scott, I've got a little bit of a question for you. You mentioned and touched upon before that Ian Alley could be accused of underachieving on the competition scene for his ability. What do you think the deciding factor is in that? Because you've had success on both sides, tournament and cash. I always thought that maybe pool players were put into a bracket. Either you're a comp player, a cash player, or few of them could do both. Do you think that's the case with Ian?
I think Ian Alley does definitely get more G'd up for a money game because you've got the atmosphere that goes along with it, whereas with tournaments, don't get me wrong, there's thousands of people here, which does make it really good vibe, but it's not the same as a money game. Oh, what a shot from Dylan Leary.
How well do you want to cue on?
and he's actually gone into the cushion first to get that wide wood to come away, which is even more what a great shot that is. But I think Ian Ali is a tournament player, but I just think that the standard is honestly just so high. Like, and Dylan Leary has just played possibly the worst shot he's played this weekend. That was not very good.
He's going to give himself a mountain to climb unless he can find something fantastic out of this snooker. It's one cushion and then a chance of a double. Checked up, is he going to make contact? He isn't, so we're going to see a very quick counter clearance from Ian Ali, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel like that Ian Ali, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ian Ali in the final, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up winning it this weekend, because I just feel like, again, he's another player who's actually in form. He is actually playing really, really well. And I think more and more players are fearing him, which also plays a part. So I do think that Ian Ali is a tournament player, but I'm like, maybe he does struggle with the buzz because it's not the same as a money game. But he definitely does possibly. Well, I think it's a fact that he definitely does play consistently, possibly better when it comes to money games, just because of the atmosphere, the electric that it brings. It's just he obviously relishes that feeling that keeps him keeping his foot down, basically. But I do also think every player has a good season, and I think that Tom has done that for a couple seasons. He hasn't had the best of weekends this weekend, but I think Ian Ali is just more than capable of probably doing what Tom's doing. He's just not having that better ball run. Because if we talk about Tom Cousins, he is actually consistently a really good money game player. I think he's only ever lost maybe 2, from what I know. And he's actually played basically all the best players for money, and he's beat them. Whereas Ian Ali hasn't played Tom. Not too sure why. But I think Tom, he's the type of player who can do both. If there's money to win, he'll turn up and just get the job done. Whereas maybe Ian Ali just struggles with, when it comes to tournaments, how long the days are. But again, like I said, I think the level is so high. He's either going to get that bit of ball rub or he's not.
A match we'd all love to see, I'm sure. Maybe, just maybe, one day. Big Red and 1D, thanks for joining. It's really interesting. I like the way you analysed it. I think, maybe the length. It takes, 2 days to win one of these competitions, and you're in and out of concentration, which isn't for everybody. Whereas a money match, you're sort of 3 hours, a break, and then another 3 hours, and it's all done and dusted in a day. Horses for courses, quite possibly. But a question mark over quality, definitely not. Dylan Leary needed this opportunity at 2-0 down, and he is going to get it, and a good one it is as well, Scott.
Yeah, Dylan Leary will be very relieved to be at the table with how Ian Ali has started, and with the mistake that Dylan Leary had made in the previous frame. Am I mistaken? But should it be 2-0? Because I can't even remember the second frame that Ian Ali won.
Yeah, Dylan screwed back and made that big error.
And then, and Ian Ali broke dish the first frame, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
he screwed back and made that big error.
Yeah.
And then.
But yeah, so interesting how this match has actually started, because Ian Ali has thrown in a mistake himself. Yeah, like you said, with money games though, you're only having maybe a 15-minute break, whereas with tournaments, you're probably having at least 3 to 4 hour wait until you go into the deeper end and you play a lot more consistently, which plays a factor.
It was a big shot to take on from Dylan, and he left the natural, a little bit aside to get Ian's only problem ball on the table, and Dylan will be fearing the worst. This match can get away from him very, very quickly indeed. He does not want to be giving opportunities to Ian Alley, who looks, like you've said just before, bang on it. Disposed of, was it Jaden Billingham? In, was it 8 frames to 3, I think, or 4? I might be doing him an injustice.
Yeah, no, I was actually wrong with my stats, actually. He was 4-4. Ian Alley did actually reel off 3 frames, and then he won the last frame to get over the line with a dry break, but left Jaden with nothing. So Jaden actually sat in his chair for 3 frames to only then be left with nothing when he actually got his first chance after Ian Alley's reeled off 3.
And it's looking like a similar story in the next round for Ian. He's got off to the perfect start. 3-0 against Dylan, everything to do.
Yeah, see, with nice. Yeah, so this is like when people are watching this, this will be how good the standard is going to be. So Dylan has actually messed up twice, and for me, from my experience now, if you make maybe 2 or 3 mistakes in a match, you're basically going to be really up against it to ever win this, because what happens is that Ian is now in a flow. So unless something really bad happens in Ian Alley's break, I can't see much of a momentum shift unless Dylan Leary's breaks help him.
Well, 8 ball down, but a couple of reds also. So I just feel that it's imperative that... It's a bit strange that... Oh, is that customary? Your opponent should spot it, yeah?
Yeah.
I just saw Ian jump out of his chair. I was thinking, what is going on here? Yeah, just spotting the 8 ball for his partner. Very nice of him indeed. Yeah, I just feel it's imperative that Dylan takes out these. I know they're not easy, but I just feel like they have to go.
Yeah, they're good development there from Dylan, attacking his bad ball early. I'm pretty sure you can see enough of that yellow by the closest to the red. I think that can just go easily, I think. But he's got multiple options if he has to just nudge it to make it be in a better place. But this is definitely a must-win frame for Dylan.
Yeah, not only a must-win frame, I think the manner in which you do it is important. You've got to set the tone out. And we, like you said before, Dylan is in good form at the moment. A 3-0 head start against a man like Ian Alley, and the calibre that he brings to the table is far from ideal. So I had to spin the cue ball, and I think he's absolutely perfect there, Scott. Great shot.
Absolutely beautiful. Nice control. Dylan Leary's definitely, just backing his cueing. And again, snooker background. Played the perfect little nudge, and should be home and dry. 3-1 with Dylan Leary's break. So, again, got to make sure if he gets a chance in his break, he has to take it. Yeah, if Dylan Leary gets a ball off the break and breaks dishes next, I think that would then make Ian Alley realise that he has got a game.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes have resulted in this 3-1 scoreline. Needs to put them to the back of his mind. Dylan Leary is in fine fettle. Do not forget he had a great run yesterday. He's chasing the fav though, and it's the fav to break next in frame number 5.
Yeah, I got that completely wrong. I thought it was Dylan Leary to break, but again, hopefully for Dylan's sake, Ian Alley goes dry or in off or doesn't get the best of splits.
It was Ian jumping out the chair, just confused us all, didn't it? Just didn't expect it. Way over to the side, and I did presume he was going to cut break, but he opted for the front ball break, and my days did he hit them with some power. plenty of force, and actually was a little bit fortunate. As you saw, he raised his hand to Dylan. We've had enough of that conversation for today, but he did raise his hand as that cue ball was definitely tracking up into the top right hand corner. Flicked this one into the corner, and it was a key shot. Has he found the gap? Surely not.
Ooh, I think he's just a slight swerve. I think he can just bend that wide ball just to get the correct potting line, and should be good.
Well, he's certainly wearing out the carpet a little bit to have a look. I mean, it's effectively frame ball, isn't it? And he's made it. He was always sort of guaranteed position. So, unfortunately for Dylan, not only was there a massive break and very nearly an in-off, followed by an apology, but that apology is going to be swiftly followed by a clearance. Just not nice when you sat in your seat at already 3-1 down, is it?
No, Dylan Louis. To be fair, Dylan had this in the semi-finals last night, where, you know, breaks were not being kind to him at the wrong times. Obviously, the opponent would have a bit of slice of luck with their break, and that's obviously, he knows. Like, you could tell Dylan was just keeping himself as composed as possible, waiting for his next opportunity. So I don't think Dylan will let this affect him mentally. I think he's just way too experienced to let something quite little that's basically out of his control.
Well, we're not one to comment on age, but what I will say is Dylan will not mind me saying, I'm sure, he has bags of experience.
Yeah, but again, we're in the comms, and he's out there, and despite his age difference, he's still at the top of the game, I think.
Absolutely. But he's given himself, well, he's not really given himself, because he's done nothing wrong in that frame, but the two mistakes at the start of this match have contributed largely to the 4-1 scoreline that he now faces. Race to 8 for a place in the semis. And again, I said to you, Scott, just a few moments ago, that I thought he had to win that frame and win in one visit, and he's still going to be in the same position here. Ian's level will not drop. We know that.
No, to be quite honest, I don't ever see Ian Ali drop in level. I have played Ian Ali twice in other competitions. Actually, one of them was an Ultimate Pool, and I did actually play very solid. And but then Ian Ali started off slow, and I've just punished him. But again, because I got off to a strong start, it didn't allow Ian Ali to actually find his feet. And you know, I feel like Ian Ali's one of those players that if you just give him one too many chances, he then not only goes up a couple gears, but he'll stay in that gear. You never ever see him really. I don't think I can even remember him dropping in level. He's a very unique player when it comes to shifting gears, and I don't think I've ever seen him drop in level.
I can definitely relate to that. A couple of mistakes is nothing better to boost your confidence. You watch your opponent make, not even mistakes sometimes, just get a little bit of bad fortune, and it just G's you up a little bit. And I think you're absolutely right with your analysis. He does get G'd up, and then when he does get there, he can stay there for a long period of time, and that is touching upon when we were talking about cash games and tournaments, maybe one of the reasons that he does prefer the cash games.
Yeah, because with cash games, you know, we can always make a mistake, but we've always got that bit of leeway to have, you know, time to actually get into the game. So when he does go up that one gear after making a couple of mistakes, he'll stay there, and he won't allow those silly mistakes to affect him. And then as soon as he runs off with 2, 3, maybe 4 frames in a row, all of a sudden he just looks like a complete different player. And then, like I said, with money game atmospheres, Ooh, that's a good percentage shot. With the atmospheres that money matches bring, he's got a very good crowd, granted, which definitely helps. But he definitely buzzes off that, and this is why I just don't think he possibly doesn't perform as consistent as he should in tournaments, is because he doesn't have that type of support behind him. So when we come to tournaments, it's just you and the table, and that's it. You may have some people that support you, but it's not the same as a money game. So it is all self-motivation. For Ian, he's the one that. Oh, what a flick!
I think he played that, Scott.
You reckon?
I honestly do, yeah. I think he played it. I saw him come round and have a look, and there wasn't. I didn't see a hand of apology come up there.
If there was, it was very quick. But I just don't really understand what he would have gained with the wide ball control. Obviously, very creative, kept him in the potting position of the frame, but he is now going to have to. Play a good shot.
Find another one.
Yeah.
Find another one straight out of the top drawer, because there's nothing obvious for Dylan to go at. I'm not sure why he's disappeared off screen. Oh, he's grabbing the best piece of apparatus, the one that everybody hates.
Yeah, well, for Dylan's sake, he loves it.
Well, he hasn't. Surely not with a
That is
spider.
insane.
That's a great effort.
It's a great effort. But unless he couldn't see that red by the black thin enough, then that's fair enough.
Yeah, definitely not. But you don't often see a full-length double attempted with a spider.
No. And to be quite honest, it probably is actually, like, he was intentionally playing for that anyway. Maybe he couldn't see that red near the black, but obviously that gives him a bit of cover with Ian Ali's yellow connected to the red. So it's actually not bad, but I think Ian Ali is going to play as a safety. Lovely little shot there. Probably would have wanted a bit being glued on that yellow.
A collector's item, an Ian Ali safety shot.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Ian Ali, was last man standing last week.
Yep.
Yeah, and again...
Didn't get called out, did he, till the
No,
end?
and again, though, with that... on the topic, when Ian Ali actually did end up playing Paul, his percentage play was so good. He showed that he wasn't just a creative attacking player. He actually shows why he's at the top of the game, because his percentage play was so good last weekend. As he's coming through between the two reds.
Well, make no mistake there, Scott, that was an attempt to break out his problem yellow, but he'd given himself an awful lot to do, and the slidey cushion did not help him. Side just didn't take, did it?
No, he's got the pace and the timing all wrong. I say that though now, but he's got a nice angle to come off one cushion and hopefully gets a nice 90% thickness on that red, develops it, the white ball just comes away, and he's missed it altogether.
Yeah, he's missed it altogether, but only by a whisker.
Yeah.
I mean, a great effort, but Dylan will be breathing a sigh of relief, I'm sure.
Yeah, Dylan will definitely be very happy. But we say this, but he's got a double, big bag, screw it back. He's not got it, so yes, Dylan would definitely be very happy with this.
And that double with the spider was the key shot, because what it did was it landed just over the corner pocket, which blocked the pocket for Ian's problem yellow. It was the obvious pocket to try and play onto it for. Created a problem for Ian, and he wasn't able to dislodge that yellow and red together. And Dylan is now in prime position to land on that ball and get his second frame on the board with this counter clearance. Excellent. As we expected, no mistakes. And a nice medium length 8 ball up into the corner. Should be back within 2. Only around 50. Oh my, what have I just witnessed? That is insane. What a miss from Dylan Leary.
What's happened there?
I mean, that's 2 this weekend that I've seen missed, and that's just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Oh!
Well,
What is going on?
They say lightning doesn't strike twice. What has happened? Yeah.
Oh, Dylan's doing the tactical toilet break.
Yeah, just making him sit in his seat thinking about it for a little bit longer. Would have Ian done the same? I doubt it. He just doesn't seem to be that kind of person. But what an ending to that frame. 2 fantastic misses.
That is. It just shows that everyone's human. It's that is going to be. Oh, Ian Ali's been rewarded for the frame. I don't understand why. So I'm sure that's just a referee mistake. There we go. They're just doing the changes. But Ian Ali, I know he won't probably. Again, he won't let that affect him mentally. I don't think. But Ian Ali would definitely be disappointed because that is a huge frame. 5-1 or 4-2. I know which position I would rather be in.
Yeah, Dylan won't be able to believe his luck. We'll let him take a short break, and we'll be back when they are. Well, I presume Dylan's back in the room, and Ian is breaking off, and he's been kicked straight away. So was it tactical, a toilet break, or was it not? We'll leave YouTube to decide. I'm not too sure. Dylan is one of the nicest professional players on the tour.
Yeah, I put Dylan up there with definitely top 5. I think you got like Phil Harrison, Dylan Leary, Eddie Barker, Buzzer. They're all such lovely guys.
Yeah, Buzzer's someone I miss. He's the only man that has been sat next to me and made me cry with laughter. And I couldn't commentate. He just had me in tears. That's it. Yeah, very, very funny man. Miss you, Brian Halcrow, if you are listening. So, Reds and an opportunity. There wasn't much to decide between colour sets. I think Reds were slight favourites, Scott.
Yeah, no, Dylan would definitely. I think that tactical little toilet break was a tactical thing to do, especially with Ian Ali, thinking of what's just happened in that frame. I don't think it's a myth. I think it works. Sometimes, obviously, it won't, but I think majority of the time it works, and this is what can happen. But this is where now Dylan has to take advantage of Ian Ali's not so good break. So I think reds are definitely were the colour set, because there's not really too much to manoeuvre that problem yellow. Whereas with red, you just got to flick this red out. Ooh, he's going to play the plan. I'm surprised he's playing the plan. I thought he might have just flicked it half ball and just bring it away just slightly. I think he was always going to be guaranteed to be on that bottom red. But again, it may be looking a bit different actually at the table, but I still fancy Dylan for this. Very good shot.
Is going to sneak in. Is he going to have the joy? Well, he's well practiced at plants. He's got another one coming up.
Yeah, not ideal to keep playing plants. You want the game to be as easy as possible. But this, I would say this is probably easier than that one he's just played. So we will see if he continues. Played it with pure confidence. And to be honest, I'm actually very surprised he's actually played it that hard. I did think he had just played more controlled, make sure of the pot, the red ball he hits originally doesn't run away too much, and now he's actually got a mission.
Yeah, very difficult to see a way out for him. Very precise cue ball, and that's the problem. He needed to be tight on that side cushion, didn't he? And there was very, very little margin for error. So I think he's going to have to play sort of screwing off the yellow. Is that what he's looking at?
No, so he's using the yellow ball he's just pointed at as a replacement to where the white ball should land, and he's knowing that if he's got that, that'd be the bare minimum he can have, so he can have a shot.
Just playing a cannon then?
Yeah, so if he gets a full contact, which he hasn't, has he got second prize? I think he has.
I think he's got an edge.
He's actually got an edge.
But is it that thin he's not going to cannon into the 8, which means that cue ball's going to be travelling? He's going to need a little bit of luck here, you feel?
No, so he's going to drag this with loads of bottom left, and he'll play it into that yellow. Again, this is all timing. Not easy, but he can definitely control this. He's actually hit it quite hard, which I was very surprised about. But again, he's got lucky. He's got a chance, and I think, what would you play? Would you play the triple or would you play the double?
The double.
I'd actually go for the triple, you know.
I knew you were going to say that. Absolutely knew you would. No, the back double I'm playing.
Back double?
Yeah.
I'll go for the middle.
Oh, it's just not often. It's just not often that happens. But when it does, you have to bask in the glory.
What a beauty. What do I know? God.
Well, you can probably cue straight. So that already makes you better than me.
No, I think that's still debatable. I think that was a hell of a shot from Dylan Leary. I think percentage, yeah, if he covers the bag in or over again, that gives Ian Ali a bit of a headache like he had on the previous frame, which then again Dylan Leary actually won the frame. So again, if I was at the table, I probably would have played the back double. A lot easier said than done. Maybe if I'm like 6-0 up, maybe I would go for the triple just because I'm feeling good. But we have got a game on our hands.
Yeah, plenty of mileage left in this match as we watch Dylan break up. The balls are run through the other quarterfinals. They're all underway. They all went out at the same time. Stream table number 4. Ben Doyle continues his fantastic run. He's 7-3 up against Connor Jones. Adam Davis, I think it's 2012 or 2012 world champ, 2014 maybe, somewhere around there. World champ against Tom Jones. He's 2-0 up, and Josh Kane is 3 behind to the whacker, who was impressive in the Battle of the Robs earlier today. 6-3 the score in that one.
Another great opportunity for Dylan Leary to basically forget about the random missed black, despite that he ended up still somehow winning that frame. But this is really going to probably put Dylan Leary in another gear, from being 3-0 down to having a really good chance to be 4-4 against Ian Ali. I do think. Do you think that Dylan Leary possibly goes favourite from being 3-0 down?
I mean, momentum, but you're up against one of the most experienced players in the world, so coin flips. I'm going to sit on the fence, I'm sorry. Yeah, just sit on the fence. Shouldn't be sitting on fences, really, for obvious reasons, but yeah, you just can't call it. These matches really do flick, especially in the latter rounds. They can change very, very quickly. One mistake can quite often cost you 3 frames. You see it an awful lot.
Yeah, Ian Ali's just going to be absolutely chilled as a cucumber, and he's just going to be waiting and make it look like he hasn't even left the table. But again, this isn't over yet. Dylan Leary still has to make a couple good shots positionally, and that isn't exactly one of them. He's underhit that.
No, he can play a nice line though here and try and land on both of these balls, can't he, Scott? Just sort of track the breaking line, land in the middle, ideally land on the red to the bottom right. Oh, Summit's distracted him.
I think he's asked for extra time, and the referee has only just added it, so now he can recompose.
Please no squealing the words extension. Well, he's played the breakout. That's unlike Dylan, you know. He usually tries to be a little bit more precise. I thought he could land on that red down to the bottom right.
Yeah.
Did you think the same?
Yeah, to be quite honest, I thought he may have just played position rather than, you know, playing a cannon. Because like you said, he's usually a bit just, he loves to back himself really with the white ball. The black went. I thought he might have just played that top right red and just played a stun shot, played the bottom corner on the last red to bring the white ball back out to the middle of the table, which he's now playing for now. He's overhit that, but has he got away with it? I think he has.
I think he just might have done.
I would be settling for this because you've actually got 2 options. You've either got the nice half a pocket in the middle, which again is a bit fortunate, or you can play off the black, which is always going to send the black anyway down to the bottom left corner. And he's played it, and he's played it plumb.
Well, you predicted that if it went 4-all, then Dylan may go favourite. You've got the first half of that prediction correct.
I just squeezed it in before he played the shot because I'm thinking that's actually another option. And it was a very good execution. That was beautifully struck.
Momentum shifted into Dylan's path. Ian Ali's turn. But it's disaster in break number 9 for him. Not only has he split them beautifully, he's parked the cue ball in the centre of the table. That's where you want it to be. Keep your options open, but just look at this split.
This is every player's dream.
5-4 incoming. However, we've said that a couple of times. Dylan has already missed a black. That, I've got to be honest, it was 1,000 to 1 for a man of his standard, and he's done well. He's shown some mental strength. A lesser player would have let that affect them, and we've mentioned his experience, but it's held him in good stead. He's now at 4-all, and I think at 4-1. Some of you lot who are watching on YouTube, I'm sure, would have been fearing the worst for Dylan Leary. But he's just so good. And like Scott alluded to, he's in form. No problem here, can play this up the rail. Might use the side cushion and just kiss it in off the yellow. Make the finish a little bit more easier, if it isn't easy enough already.
Yeah, again, has to just mind his work. He's in a very good position. Just has to play a nice, soft control shot here. Absolutely perfect.
He's not, has he? Oh, I don't think he's on the jaw. I just saw it move away from the top cushion. I think he's okay. He's just a couple of rash shots. There was one in the previous frame where he decided to play a breakout and he could have played to land on. There's no doubt about that. And then that one again. Was there any need to play it that hard, do you think, Scott?
I to be honest, I think there's still adrenaline in this game. It's been a bit of everything. It's been some high tariff clearances, high tariff counter clearances, massive momentum swings. So there is a lot of adrenaline going through, and it's a big moment in the event, especially for Dylan, because he's made a semi-finals, he's in a quarter-finals. You know, for him, he knows he's having a very, very good, consistent weekend, and you know he's going to want to try and make a statement and get to a final because he's showing he is obviously playing very well.
It was a touchy one, that previous one. He was never going to be perfect on his last red. So make your decision and stick to it. Check side and twice across, more than possible. Decided upon the cannon and it has worked out. Dylan is going to go 5-4 up in this race to 8. However, as I previously said, we are on a match clock and I have the same information as you. I will try and find out how long is left.
To be quite honest, I think the standard has actually been that high. I still think there's about 20 odd minutes left because it has not been very much tippy-tappy shots. It's been pretty much a counter clearance fest or a dish fest. So I think from 3-0 down for Dylan to be 5-4 up.
Yeah, 3-0 and 4-1. What a turnaround.
It's a very, very good comeback from Dylan. Dylan will want to break in dish again in this moment because this is massive.
Our first semi-finalist has been confirmed. Ben Doyle has dispatched Connor Bones Jones 8 frames to 4.
Yeah, Ben Doyle, he seems to be flying. He beat Tom Cousins yesterday, didn't he? At ease, 8-2.
Yeah, he did, and he will play the winner of the match. That's over on table number 1. If you'd like to go over there, Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd, available on the app, $6.99 a month. Adam Davis rolling back the years. He is 4-0 up against Tommy Gunn. The only other semi-final I didn't mention was Rob Warren and Josh Kane. Rob is 2 ahead, 6 frames to 4. But you're going to stay with us because there is nothing more entertaining than this at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is just as good as any other match that is going on, and it's been absolutely beautiful to watch, really. It's only been a couple of mistakes, if that, from both players, and otherwise everyone is just potting off lampshades. This would be the first chance that Ian Ali has had in the last 3 frames, I believe.
Yeah, 4, I think. I mean, there was the half chance where he had the breakout after Dylan played the long double with the spider. Ian had a chance and didn't manage to break them out, and although he did get another opportunity, he didn't take it, and it was a bit of a turning point, a bit of a pivot in the match for me, that frame. And you are absolutely correct. Since then, he's been kept a little bit cold, but he's not wasting any time with these.
And this edition, and we go back to the beginning of this match with Gears. Ian Ali, he knows he's not actually done anything wrong. Yes, okay, he didn't get that development the last couple of frames ago, but he's literally just set off as if like he has just been on the table, and he's showing no signs of coldness. He is just getting down, slapping the balls in, and he's trying to play exhibition shots now. Comes off 2 cushions and, you know, just makes it like he's at home. Absolutely beautiful. And then all of a sudden, Dylan Leary's done, you know, such a great comeback. Got himself finally in front, just for him to, you know, go back to being level again.
He wasted no time, and we are back at 5 apiece. level. You know, it's these kind of occasions where I am just going to come out and say it. I wouldn't want a match clock. I mean, maybe if I could see it, it'd be great, but I just wouldn't want one. I want to see the conclusion.
Yeah, that's the only disappointing part of being on a stream table, is that when the standard is this good, you just want to see it get played out. Like, it's just phenomenal to watch. You know, and to be quite honest, you could neither player deserves to lose now in this, and you know, if the player ends up winning based because on the shot clock, is, you know, they probably did deserve to win, but the standard's been so good, you know, you want to see them. If it goes to a decider, then happy days, but if it's 7-6 and Dylan Leary or Ian Alley have got a chance to make it to a decider, but then the shot clock runs out, it's a bit of an anti-climax through the whole game, and I still believe this will definitely go to a decider. I still think there's plenty of time on the shot, on that clock, to make it to a decider.
Well, at the end of this frame, I believe you have just offered to run all the way across and then run back, haven't you? So you can go and find out. I think you'd be faster at the 100 metres than me.
No
because I run you a bath. Carry on laughing. Just carry on. Anyway, let's get back to this.
After this frame, I will have a quick jog down past the tables, and I will find out how much time.
Just anything to get rid of you giggling at me, honestly. Send him away.
This is another chance, though.
It's awkward, though, isn't it? It really is.
It's just a big shot. You need to make this double, play this with bottom left, come round 2 cushions, and if he gets this double, it's 6-5. And he's played it perfect. Absolutely beautifully controlled.
Ah, Maggie. Couldn't come at any better time, that. You have got a bit of a look-alike, actually, haven't you? Since we're laughing at me. Just been sent a picture from the voice that you're all used to on Ultimate Pool, especially on the YouTube channel. Mr. Nick Finn, he's very poorly at the minute. Needs a plaster on that poorly knee. He's sat at home with an ice cream listening to us. And he seems to think that my co-commentator looks a little bit like Jim Carrey, but he didn't seem too bothered about it. I don't think you do, actually. A very young Jim Carrey, I'll tell you that. Anyway, back to the pool. He has taken these out very well indeed. I thought they were far more trickier than this, but you hit the nail on the head. It was just the big shot, and it has been nailed.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Dylan Leary's definitely gone up a gear, and he's definitely showing more confidence. He's again just stomping around the table, starting to look a lot more confident, and he has now got a very good chance to go 6-5 up and making me sprint to the table just to double check on how much time there is on this game.
Yeah, you heard it here first. It's a gauntlet through there. It really is.
Lovely position.
Yeah, excellent. Scott's going to go for a quick run and try and update us. As we watch Dylan pocket to go back in front by 1 in this race to 8. How are we all anyway? I hope you're all enjoying the stream. It's been a great weekend so far. Mad to think there's been over 1,000 pool players at this venue. And 102 tables. I never thought I would see the day. About 1,000 of you watching at the moment. And it's great to have you along with me. If you could just like and share the stream, it would help us out massively. Pool has grown so much, and all of you lot have been a part of that. So 6-5 up, and has the break. has been extremely consistent with it throughout this whole weekend. The mistakes worthy to come, they've been in open play from Dylan. This red's tracking, it needs a second nudge. Just had to drop in. Was the last ball moving though? And I think yellows might be his target. Doesn't seem to have an easy opener. Maybe this yellow is closest to down into the bottom left. Bottom right, sorry. That looks like it passes. Scott is now back. How long is left, Scott?
Unfortunately, because this game is in the corner, I couldn't see.
Oh my.
But I believe, I could be wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I think either the timer might not even be working, but it might be.
I mean, we've had problems yesterday, a couple of hours of the last going. Yesterday we weren't doing a match clock. Today there was clearly a match clock on the last game, so I'm presuming there is one on this.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see from the distance. Obviously, I'm not going to walk on the main arena where the chairs are, because obviously there's a main game going on. But I think, because on how casual both players are playing around the table, I think there's plenty of time on that clock. So I don't think either player is bothered, because like I said, this standard has been so high.
It's a gremlin that definitely needs sorting out. Let's hope we just see a nice conclusion. If there is a match clock in play, Dylan will be looking to stay at the table as long as possible, especially if it's running down towards the 5 minutes. Haven't picked up on the players playing any quicker,
No.
which is worth noting if we are trying to guess. Excellent shot from Dylan, and now every yellow does have a home. This is a big, big frame. What a turnaround and what a performance from Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan is definitely getting them more opportunities after that strange frame where he misses the black and still somehow wins.
I think he's still okay. However, this next shot is key. I'm not sure if you can play this one in the middle and use the side cushion. He has to take this one, which is towards the bottom left. But this isn't natural position either, is it? Oh, okay.
That's beautiful.
Nice touch.
And this will be 7-5 to Dylan Leary from 4-1 down, and Ian Ali is going to be fearing the worst.
Yeah, I think from 4-1 down, Ian Ali has only had 2 chances, and one was the breakout that he didn't get, and the other one was a break and dish, which he did in about 45 seconds. Just not done anything wrong.
No, and this is the problem with how good the standard is. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And again, Ian Ali comes to the table.
Lynchy 247, can't be a match clock, it's gone over 50 minutes. Has it really? Well, when you sit here all day, you never bother looking at the clock or how long each match is. Maybe I should do that. Would you like me to do that? Set a timer going. There's 1,000 of you watching. Do any of you want a job this afternoon? Yeah, we will do that. I think that's exactly what I will do. I'll set a timer going.
Yep.
These bright ideas come to me when we're already, 2.5 days through a 3-day weekend.
But to be honest, I think we've just seen the referee come to the table. Obviously, I don't know what was mentioned, but I don't think this match time has worked. It may have had a slight glitch, so we could be seeing this match come to an end.
Well, Ian will be certainly hoping so.
Yes.
As we watch a couple of reds drop in.
That is unfortunate for Ian Ali.
He has got a red though. He has got sight of a red.
But again, I don't think that wide ball will swing out enough to break out his awkward red. I think yellows is better.
These professionals know how to pick a colour set. Wow, like a bullet.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's okay. He can just nudge up into the red, can't he?
He can push that red over to the side cushion. There we go. And then now it's actually nothing is a problem really, but even though he's being very fast about this, I think the reason being is he's actually going to use that yellow in the middle of the table off the other red. I was thinking he might not be able to see enough to be able to pot it and play off the red, so He's obviously confident. He's got enough visibility. He's hit that slightly on the wider side, but it still manages.
Yeah, you might see him just drop this.
And he's played that beautiful.
Things you love to see. Things you love to see.
And again, he's still in that gear of going 4-1 up. He hasn't dropped, even though he's hardly had much of a sniff. He is just playing as if he's just carrying on.
Yeah, he hasn't let it affect his focus. Write him off at your own peril. This is going to be 7-6, and if there is no match clock, it is very, very difficult to call a winner at this stage. 7-6 it is. We're going to go flying into frame number 14 in just a few seconds. We've been treated to a couple of glorious matches here, Scott. It's been great to have you in.
Yeah, no, and this is exactly why I wanted to do comms, because I knew this game was going to be very high level. And of course, I wanted to do some comms with you, the man himself. Obviously, there's no better person to share the comms box with.
God, blushing. I wasn't pointing profusely at my chest or anything like that.
I want my 10, alright?
Only 10, what a bargain. Right, back in. There's two ways of looking at it. I said it a few times this weekend. Could be his last shot and a win, and it could be his last shot and a loss. Massive break.
Massive break.
8 balls in, but plenty of others have followed.
Oh.
And Ian, once again, is going to get the 8 out for him.
That's really nice of him.
He's the only player that I've seen do this. Your opponent's sort of 7-6. Maybe it's customary, I don't know. Maybe he's just the way it is from where he's from, but it's unusual, isn't it?
It's
You
very
don't see-
unusual. I would be thinking logically about this for you, and I'll be thinking, no, let Dylan Leary bend over. He might do his back in.
It's the only way he's not winning the match.
Yeah, like, you got to think of this, So if you get bends over, he could put his back in, and then all of a sudden, he's on the back foot.
I mean, even at this stage of the match as well. I mean, look at these. I'm not saying the gimmies. Nothing's a gimme when you're on the hill, but to get out your seat and just go, don't worry, Dylan, I've got you. What a gentleman. Long may it continue in this sport that we love so much.
Well, I think Dylan, I think he's playing a bit quicker than normal.
Well, he's not the one that needs to. Oh, is he okay? That's a touch. If that red passes to top left, meaning he doesn't have to play bridging over,
Again, when you play this well, though, you do need that bit of rub, and he has definitely got it. He's not even bridging. Beautiful. And you got to feel for Ian Ali. He's honestly, he's not even done anything wrong. Maybe if he had taken that chance when Dylan's for some reason missed that black, this could be a different story. But Dylan, since then, has played absolutely flawless.
Yeah, only the 2 chances that I can think of for Ian Ali, as we mentioned before, and one of them was only definitely a half chance. But I think it is going to be Dylan Leary that is going to find himself in yet another semi-final. What a performance from the former snooker player. He is certainly coming into his pool form of life. Fantastic. What a match. Thank you very much, Scott Pope.
No,
Little
thank you.
bit of a break now. I think we're going till 5 p.m. We'll see you then.
and then we would swim.
Right,
And
show,
then
show me this app, thanks. I've not done this app for years. What's
Well, I was
different
gonna
to all
question,
that?
well,
Yeah.
you select
Start match ball.
that. So my question is, what's the official thing when you
Yeah, is it rapid?
As soon as the black
So it's in,
So it is for rapid.
so it is for rapid.
until no.
I thought it was the other way round.
Yes, it doesn't stop until
See, I thought that, but when I was timing earlier, before Stevie did turn a bit complicated, the match here went on not less than 5 minutes after mine. Because I was waiting for them to get down to the 15-second shot clock to be like, the match that side started first, but finished. They won in and one outright, didn't get to the 15 seconds. And this one, it was within 10 plus minutes after mine went down. So I'm like, how have they still got so long there? And I had 2 toilet breaks. So I still couldn't get my head around how mine had gone so much quicker
So
than theirs.
I'll look at the tablets, make sure the tablet's charging. So who's going where?
Well, I was going to go in the middle, but we ain't doing anything, so it doesn't matter.
I was doing 73.
But yeah, because I was like, maybe we should have been doing a break. I'm sure, like, because it's something like that. It might be better to have to test it. So that's what I thought. And obviously, the only one that anyone actually said to me was, pause it for a time out. That was the only one someone actually said to me when I questioned it. So I just assumed it was. I just couldn't get my head around the match on here and it started literally minutes after. Actually, it might have been before. Still had 17 minutes left when mine had.
How do I reset the match ball? Do you have to go back up to the block?
And then just reset.
I'll reset it.
Why not? I did earlier, but it's when I on and it was there.
Just reset all the block. Will we get an extension?
They still get the extensions. It's just why not reset all of them?
I assume that reset.
It didn't on me earlier. It says everything back from up to the start, and it's still not there. It just doesn't match what
The reset all, yeah?
Where are that now?
after we came
After
over
we've been told to
here,
come over here.
We were told to relieve the stream.
so we've come
I
over.
relieved myself. I
Yes.
went over to the top table. I was like, is there any
Very much,
more
very much aware. We got there.
We're just taking a little bit of an advantage of it.
Still where you see everyone else. What's going on?
I know it didn't. It helped with the announcement.
Just have a
We got
bit of
there
an extra
saying,
break.
we're now having a break from the stream and we'll be back.
Oh, I missed that.
That helped.
I probably did there. And yeah, got to last night.
What?
Oh yeah, Scott was sat there earlier, weren't he? And he broke the tablet. I mean, he's the first to help himself.
I will set. Got them in.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, that was good. Yeah, well, go. You put the names in? Who have I got them? I'm going to start to do it check. Who's doing it check?
Staying here. It's now.
Still
That's
5
what we
o'clock.
just said to you, no?
Till about 4:30.
schedule. How do I start and stop?
Right, so we'll just say it's going to be. I was going to do one night. Champs and Bex. I'm calling the final out now. And then.
So when you start, automatically you started there, and then it's chance on the table.
Just
Next that.
Oh,
So-
so
Start. Bex uses their extension down the bar.
Then they do the split. That's brilliant.
Right.
Right then.
Reset
If
extensions.
you use the extension, make sure after every frame you click reset extensions because they disappear and come off. Okay.
And obviously match block, obviously the second the first player strikes the white,
Yeah.
the match block, and then you pause it, resume it. So if there's a timeout,
So have a reset. That's all. Reset all. When? That's it. That's the
and back to full screen.
do what? We may as well turn them off for now, won't we? Well, he's going to die. Well, they'll put themselves to sleep, won't they, anyway?
I've checked the charge.
Their son's alright. 8 o'clock.
25.
Is that what we do?
Three in some house. Are you alright?
Oh, I've got 59 and 25.
So I leave it because that will last.
Well,
So
for
2
now,
hours.
I'm going to lock the screen.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
No, not change it. Just get a port charger. That's okay.
So I'll just got that for now.
That's okay. Will it come back on a bit?
I think the blue one is at the side. Yeah.
That one, yeah. That one. Can we do that on the new one?
What's the charge on this? I thought for some of them it's so tight. It goes, or no batteries and that's how. Was that
Where's the play? Probably for your old shit.
I was going to say.
What shit? Why is it looking so loud?
you're saying you're a big fan of it.
action continuing here then at the Ultimate Pool Series. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty. Most of our competitions now heading towards the last 16 quarter-final stages. If you're still in and batting, keep going. We've got plenty on offer trophy-wise for you this evening. We've come this far. Best of luck for the rest of the evening. On the main table, we're going to focus our attention to the Women's Pro and the Men's Pro Series. We've got semi-finals coming up, followed by the finals. We'll also see the next gen gold final later on this evening on the main table too. So get yourselves comfortable. Great matches coming your way here at the Ultimate Pool Series.
Good afternoon, welcome back out into the arena as we get underway with the semi-finals of Pro Series 4. Becky Watkins takes on Barbara Taylor. Enjoy this one in the company of Danielle Randall and shortly Dave Hine.
Good evening everyone and welcome to our first semi-final of this evening in the ladies series. We've got Becky Watkins against Barbara Taylor. Great lineup today. Becky's beat the newest pro champion Emma Parker in the semi-finals 6-4. We've seen Barbara Taylor on the main table against Casey Ramford Norrie. getting over the line 5-3 in that one. Off to a bit of a scrappy start in this frame. A couple of balls tied up in the middle of the table. Babs has opted for yellows. A couple of tricky ones here. Probably wanting to take a step back. And she does that exactly. Not an easy opener for Becky here. Yeah, both of these players having quite a bit of experience in these frames, knowing when to pull back and when to play aggressively. And it's Babs that takes the first shot at the bullet. Becky's in with the balls in the open. Bit of a tricky section on the left hand side of the table. We've got the 3 balls tied up. Great atmosphere down here in Bolton at Bolton Stadium. If you are in the area, please get yourself down. Plenty of live matches around for everyone to see. We've got over 100 tables. Plenty of pool to enjoy. Getting into the business end of event 4 in both the ladies and the men's matches. Be interesting to see here what Becky's doing, whether she's going to tie up or go aggressive. She's a nice angle with this red to pot it. She could just snooker either, but good options. She does take the aggressive option. Oh, it's a great effort there from Becky. Baxter. If you haven't already, guys, go check out her socials. TikTok, Baxter. She's always playing on there, got some good videos. We have David back in the commentary box. He's finally arrived.
Didn't even have a chance to sit down. What have I missed?
So the first frame on the board, it was quite tied up. Each player has played defensively and now the balls are in the open. So it's Babs at the table having the first bite of the cherry.
And how has your weekend been, Danielle? It's been a while since I saw you, or have seen you, sorry. Life's changed quite a lot for you, I should imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, pool ain't my priority anymore.
No, they will do that to you. Mine
of
is
course.
currently stood behind you. That's what they grow into. 5'8" monstrosity of a man at 14 years of age.
Taller than me.
Yeah.
But yeah, enjoying life.
Good to see you back playing. Aspirations to get back to the very top, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just got to find the time to put the practice in, which is not easy
That's it, exactly.
when you become a mum. First time I've seen Barbara this weekend, apart from dropping some cakes into the office, because she's brilliant like that. She
Oh,
does
lovely
look after us.
lady.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. They've nearly all gone as well. We saved the last one for you, Danielle, I think.
Oh, charmers.
Let's get the stream up and running. This is a semi-final, is it, I believe?
It is.
How are you lot doing? It's warm out there in the arena. These guys, just for perspective for those at home, there are 4 tables next to the arena that are streamed. This is the one furthest away near the wall, and will be equally as warm because some of the lights that go on in the arena, the warmth coming off of them do deflect over this way, so probably the hottest tables in the whole venue. It's impressive though, isn't it? I presume you've been here before. This is my first time.
Yeah, I was here last year, but it's just like the difference in the crowd and everything is just amazing. It's amazing to see how much Ultimate has grown, even over the last year. It's brilliant to see.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I think yesterday there will have been around 1,200 people here.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible. There's more most Saturdays though, I should add. Yeah, Bolton Wanderers Football Club with a big mezzanine all the way around the outside. Plenty of pools still to go, as Stephen Jameson did just say a few moments ago. Really looking forward to seeing the final of the gold of the next gen. I think that's brilliant to watch when you see, usually between 12 and 14 sometimes you get a kid that just comes through and is fantastic, and we're waiting for that next one to come. A few names have been mentioned. Have they been mentioned to you as well?
I'm not sure, I don't think so.
I can't name drop them again, it'll pile the pressure on them. And then obviously the Women's Professional Series, the Challenger Series and the Disability Series all come to a conclusion in a late night tonight, hopefully before 1 o'clock.
With a bit of luck.
Why are you split? Second team England.
Oh, what?
Or first team?
Oh, for football?
Yeah, for
oh,
the football.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Not even second team.
Don't curse at me.
Well, that's why I said, is it your second team?
No, to be fair, do you know what? Like, as much as
Be careful now.
Yeah, I need to be careful.
You
but,
do.
You know, at the end of the day, I live in England, and if Ireland aren't in it, then I suppose I wouldn't mind seeing England doing well.
Hold on a minute.
Yes, my little Baba.
Yeah.
Yes. He hasn't got an England kit yet, though. I made sure he had an Irish kit before an English one.
Did you really?
I did.
Was there a fight?
People weren't impressed.
For those that don't know, Danielle's other half is professional pool player,
Yes.
John McAllister, who we did see quite a lot of at Ultimate Pool. He's gone back over to the IPA, has he?
Yes.
Doing the Blackpool. Have we seen the last of him? Ooh. Ooh.
No comment.
No.
Do you know what? It's really tough. Like, the main thing with me and John at the minute is childcare. Both of our families live so far away, so when it does come to these tournaments, it's easier if one of us is playing one tour, one of us is at home minding Theo. So it's just the way it is at the moment.
And how old is the little one? I think
19 months.
and his or her name?
Theo.
Theo.
His name, yeah.
His
Theo.
name is Theo. So, managed to do Becky's last game, and she was very, very good indeed. It was a little bit anticlimactic for us because there was a match clock, and as you can see, Danielle, the match clock doesn't move in here, and it's been like that all weekend. The last game that we had on, Ian, Ali and Dylan, didn't have a match clock. Answers on a postcard to whether this one has or hasn't. either way, we are playing a race to 7. Only increases in the final for a race to 8.
Learn something new every day. I thought it was 7 in the final.
It was 8. It was 8 last night.
Was it?
So I did the ladies' final.
Okay.
Yeah. Could have been really
Suppose I
cheeky
wouldn't
there.
know. I wasn't in the
Oh
final, so I
yeah, you
wouldn't
know. Took the words there.
Yeah. I know,
Did-
it was amazing to see Emma take down that title. Now she played absolutely superbly all day.
Did you watch it live?
Yeah, I was playing at the time, and I was like peeking my head over and trying to watch it up on the big screen that we have in the arena. And yeah, I had every faith she was going to take down the title. She was brilliant.
Very impressive. How her age got mentioned? Is she early 20s, mid 20s?
I'm not too sure.
No
to be
idea.
honest.
Scott Pope, who I sat with before, said she was around 24. Somebody in the comments will probably tell me. Just fantastic. Really, really steady. Like cue action wise, nothing major to go wrong. Looked a lot more confident from the off today compared to the final last night, where I think the first frame really did settle her. She got a couple of chances that she didn't expect, and that frame went away, and then from then on things just started to snowball a little bit for Amy Beecham. Wasn't at her best and didn't have any run either. It's not a good combination when you're out in the arena.
No, absolutely not.
Speaking of Amy, she is in action over on the main table. If you do want to watch that, it's ultimatepool.com. For only a small fee per month, you can get as much pool as you would like.
That's a great pot there from Babs to do top table. Just a little stun over to the left side, black in the right centre, and we're off to a 2-0 lead.
It just shows you, though, how hard it is to win one of these events, let alone two. Becky obviously coming through against Emma today. Emma's such a strong start in the last round, but Becky just went up a gear and then just stayed there. She's seeded number 1. I presume that means she's world number 1.
I'd like to think so. I think so.
You're as knowledgeable as I am, Danielle. Very good.
I'd assume so. I'd assume so. But yeah, it's well deserved. Becky, she's had a fantastic year this year, taking down multiple titles.
I think if you follow her on socials, you know she's dedicating more and more time to the game, and we've seen that throughout the men's and the women's game. The more time you do put in, the level of consistency comes up, and that's the only thing that separates the elite from even the professionals. And if you're coming down the tiers, just consistency. Most players are capable, but it's just bringing it time and time again.
Yeah, I think what's helping Becky a lot as well, we're kind of living in the same area, and I know she's playing a lot of money matches, whereas a lot of the women probably wouldn't feel comfortable putting themselves out in that position. And the more kind of pressure match practice that you're getting, obviously the easier it'll be when it comes to tournaments. So I think that's where she's made the step up this year, and it's obviously paying off for her well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Pressure's pressure. It doesn't matter if you're playing the opening frame in your local pub league, or you're playing in a £10,000 money match, or you're out in the arena. If you're feeling that way, then you need to put yourself in that position more and more, just to get your body used to it. We saw that with you. I think I've had a little bit of a gap from commentary. I know you've had a little bit of a gap. 2 different reasons, I may add. You were pregnant. I just still look it. But you, at the time, before baby, were putting an awful lot of time in, and you were getting a success as well.
Yeah, I was, before Theo came, I was playing 5-6 days a week. And now I'm working part-time as well as mine and Theo, and tournaments on a weekend. So I'm kind of lucky if I get 1 or 2 sessions in a week now. So well, it is what it is. That's what we do, and I have my little man.
Well, they are little bundles of happiness.
Sure.
Enjoy every moment.
I will.
They will soon be teenagers. Right, we better get into this game, you know. We've hardly spoken about it, have we?
Yeah.
He's like, no, do your job. It's a bit more relaxed over here. Last time we did it was all on the stream, wasn't it? But it's good over here. We can talk to you lot at home. Plenty of you watching, which is good for a ladies semi-final. Who do you think is going to win the 2 semis then? Is this one, Becky Watkins and Barbara Taylor? And the other ones on the main, it's Colette Henriksen and Amy Beecham. Colette has taken the opening one. When I was out in the arena I presume you weren't listening because you were doing this, covering me. Colette and Amy, I think me and J-Mo were out there for, I don't know, 7-8 minutes, chatting away. Them two just never stopped talking. Just sat there, absolutely gasping. They clearly know each other very, very well. A lot of history. Should make for a nice, relaxed, comfortable game, like you were saying. Less nerves, usually produces higher quality standard of pool.
Absolutely. Just a bit of a awkward frame, this one, for Becky. She's got the 2 reds in the middle, one on the rail. She might tuck up in behind this yellow here, and she does.
Yeah, a couple of you already have just asked about Barbara's footwear. Well, I do believe there is an injury, so an exemption has been made.
Yep, 4 stitches, I believe.
Is she taking this on? Well, it was definitely an attempt at taking it on.
Oh, she got a little lucky.
You can actually see her struggling a little bit.
It all depends if this red passes past the yellow down to the right corner.
Very canny player, Barbara. Multiple world champion. Not a player you'd like to draw at any point in a competition. I got the feeling from speaking to a lot of the lady professional players a few years back. You do want to avoid playing her because you're going to be involved in a battle. And at the moment, Becky Watkins is losing that battle. I think Barbara's the kind of player that, if she played that, it was an excellent loss of turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her battling qualities and experience can get you out of your rhythm, I should imagine.
Yeah, it's always these tactical ones, isn't it? But I think both of these players have enough experience to know when to pull back in these frames. She just has that awkward yellow at the top of the table. Can't imagine her wanting to be too aggressive. She'd like to be pulling back here. Probably flick off the yellow at the top one of the 2 and get up the table. Leave Becky some distance. She does.
Always looking to stay in control, though, is Babs. Becky will be looking for a loss of turn, I'm sure.
With that yellow up the top of the table.
Yeah, that's okay. Is she going to play one straight back, do you think, Danielle?
I'd be tempted to clip off the left hand side of the top yellow and put her in behind the black. However, these tables are absolutely rapid. And she's opting for a different shot.
Caution to the wind. Oh, that could have nearly ended up very nicely, couldn't it?
Yes. The only thing is, with the aggressiveness, she has opened up the frame for Becky. Just a little bit of work to do. 2 reds in the middle, but should be okay.
Always very, very positive, I find Becky is. Trusting the table there.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's come up well. Well, I mean, a cue went up straight away, didn't it, in the air? I think she knew she'd missed it. And a little bit of scoreboard pressure possibly creeping in. However, she was Like I said, she was behind in a previous game by quite a bit, and then managed to turn the key and up the gears, and then she just stayed there. There's only one winner. Big shot from Barbara though, needed. And it's not there. It's no second prize either. So Becky is going to get, I think it could even be the third chance in this frame to have a go at attacking these reds. Only one big shot to play, which is the opening one. And as long as she leaves the red over the middle till her last ball, it should be quite a simple transition up for the 8.
She looks like she's struggling a little bit.
I think it's just rhythm, like we mentioned
Yeah,
before. You know,
absolutely.
Does Barbara get you out of your rhythm? I think
Yeah.
she does. I think
Yeah,
she
I
really
think so.
does, and she's probably aware of that. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there absolutely isn't. You need to know the game.
She's not out there taking 3 minutes a shot.
No.
She just does what she does,
Yeah.
and it works.
Playing the right shots.
You got to deal with it. Middle or bottom, then, Danielle?
I'd probably go bottom, only because if you're playing it to the middle, you might want to stun back a bit, but I think she's playing it middle and going down. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Middle played for and got, and the lead is about to be extended once again. Becky did make it difficult for herself in the previous round against Emma Parker. I believe she may have even, was it 4-1 down? And she's facing a similar deficit here. 3-0 to Babs. Well, Becky, we discussed the match clock a little bit earlier. Becky will be praying there isn't a match clock, I would have thought.
Yeah, well, you'd like to know, I think, wouldn't you?
We definitely would.
Yeah.
Going to send a Randall in to sort them out.
Oh.
A Randall in to sort them out.
Is this like some joke that I'm not getting?
No, you're a Randall. We'll just send one of you in.
Oh.
You will sort it out.
Oh, okay.
Don't get a match
Sorry,
clock,
it's a blood
that's all.
moment there. it's been a very long weekend.
It's baby brain incoming.
That's the one. The 19-month-old baby brain.
Ah, cute. The best age. Right, tables opened up nicely for Becky. And I don't feel she shouldn't feel that she has to take these out, but her natural game is attacking.
Yeah.
And so I think she needs to get back into that rhythm. Easier said than done given the score line, obviously.
Yeah, she just has one tricky red, the one on the right hand side of the table. If she can find a way of getting that out, it'd be good, but tricky.
Becky getting some support on the chat. Her brother, I presume, is in. Luke Watkins, thanks for joining. Barry CUH, thanks for joining. If you are in the chat, and there is a lot of you there at the moment, just give it a like and a share, that's all I ask for. Helps grow pool so we can continue to put 100 tables in football stadiums and bring you this stream.
Share the love, guys.
Absolutely. It doesn't cost a penny. And just in that one shot there,
Oh, it's beautiful.
yeah, just that one shot, you could see a little bit more determination in her, and that's what she needs to be like. She changed in the last match against Emma when she was down. that focus returned.
She's probably a little bit more straighter than she would have liked here, but not a problem.
Used all the pocket. I mean, Becky's another player. She's done so well. I remember. Do you remember when you used to play the mini series at Daventry?
Yeah.
It was one of the best events. That one.
Yeah.
It was just mega. Everyone's got the best memories of that place for different
Different
reasons.
reasons.
Yeah. But Becky was nowhere near the standard she was now. I wouldn't say nowhere near, actually. The talent was there, but the dedication wasn't. And it's no surprise to see her seeded number 1 for competitions, and it's quite nice to see because she's worked hard. She didn't just come in and be as good as she was. She's worked for this.
Yeah.
A lot of time for someone that dedicates towards their game.
Well, you get in what you get out what you put in, as they say, isn't it?
Absolutely. Did you get to number 1 or number? You got how close?
So
You were close, weren't you? I'm sure.
when I won the women's series back in 2023,
You just reminded
I
me.
think.
Just reminded me of that. I'm sorry. That was one of the most emotional moments,
Oh.
I think, at LMP. Honestly, it's 3 years ago that.
Yeah.
But
3 years
yeah,
ago.
we need to find the clips of that. I'm going to have a word. But that was incredibly emotional.
Yeah, it was something special.
Yeah, so go on. You were going to say, oh, he's just not quite got on this 8.
Do you know what? She might have a double to the middle if she fancies it, but that's super aggressive. But yeah, so that event was the first tour of the season. So briefly for that tour, I was number 1. I've finished number 2 briefly, I think. I don't really remember.
You know what? If you were number
Just
1
go for
just
it.
for 2 minutes, you are still in a very small club.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Absolutely. So ended up being lost a turn, losing position on the 8 and leaving the counter clearance. Becky Watkins, if she's going to win one of these tour events, is definitely going to have to do it the hard way. Barbara Taylor, heavy favourite here to make this 4-0.
Yeah, the ball there. It's just about picking your pattern. But Barbara's been having some really good results lately, and yeah, it's great to see her in the deep end of these tournaments.
The wily Barbara Taylor.
Yes. England captain for many years.
Just steady. You were talking just a short time ago about being consistent. There is nobody more consistent, you could argue, than Barbara. Always there or thereabouts. Has been for a very long time. Wouldn't mind a little nudge. That's, well, it's a little bit awkward. Feel now she's going to have to play the thin cut and the cannon, and it's not guaranteed she's going to land on an easy shot. May opt for the safety. The safety is reasonably easy here, Danielle, yes?
Yeah, I think if I was in her shoes, I'd clip off the one in the rail and leave her snookered in line with the one in the middle. It looks like she's looking at that option.
You can hear the beeps coming down, but I think that's from the main arena, where Amy Beecham has turned it round. I think she was 1-0 down. She's now 3-1 up. So Amy gone up the gears as we see. Barbara will be very, very disappointed. I'm not sure if this cuts in. Definitely goes up to the top left. Is a queuing shot, but as we've seen, Becky Watkins more than capable of sending this into the pocket for her first frame. Playing it with topspin, so I presume this is for the cut. Oh, excellent.
Lovely.
Is the cue ball going to stay up? It is.
Great shot.
If ever there was a shot deserved of getting your first frame on the board, that was it.
Might settle her now a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. cut played. Okay.
And unfortunately, it's gone dry for Becky. These reds are all out in the open for Barbara to take.
Has opted for the reds.
Yeah, I think it was always the colour set. 3 or 4 safe yellows. Just spent mine your work for the 3 at the corner.
Yeah, no real issues incoming here. It's bad news for Becky. I'm sure she'd be hoping for the first chance after getting the first one on the board. But it all seems to be going in the Taylor direction at the minute. Like you said, just got to mind her work as she travels up. You feel that she's probably going to play the one nearest the pocket.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to play the plant. I think if you played the plant, you'd be knocking the one on the left of the 2 safe, which is what you don't want to do. Whereas a lot of players would probably go for that option.
Yeah, only thing that could go wrong here is if she doesn't judge getting round the back of this red correctly. But a simple shot for a seasoned professional, you feel.
Yeah, they should be gone.
However, the curse, it never changes, does it?
Commentators curse.
Yeah, it's just always there, isn't it? And she'll be coming in and having a word, and I do feel guilty after the cake delivery. However, the scoreline does soften the blow.
I think if she can gently screw this in, she might be able to come across and
Half
play
a
it.
pocket off the yellow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even see that.
Wow.
Didn't even see it. Top shot.
Beautiful.
Lovely recovery from Hollywood.
Yeah, 4-1 incoming. Excellent stuff. Quick fire in that frame.
Beautiful.
Do you know where her nickname comes from? I'm just interested.
No, I actually don't.
Oh, it's an interesting name though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's a showbiz shirt. I kind of like it. It's one of the best. Who do you reckon out of the female professionals, whose name do you like the most? Nickname, obviously.
Oh, let me think.
I mean, we all know that Vicky Lomax is the biggest character.
Yeah.
Without
Fair.
doubt.
Yeah, has to be. I like him. There's a few nice ones, isn't there?
Come on.
Do I really have to pick one?
Yeah, you do. Well, pick a couple.
Oh God, I don't even. Do you know what? I don't even know. I like Babs because it's different. You don't see many Hollywoods about. Like I have Rocket, but obviously there's a few of them, so it's not
there is,
different. Baxter's kind of taken on her own kind of personality or hers.
Little bit like Magician.
Yeah, yeah. You get that kind of feel, don't you?
Well,
who's your favourite?
Out of the ladies, I'm not so sure. I've only done like 4 games this weekend. I've been out for 18 months.
I'm trying to think. I actually don't know many of them.
I don't know. Trying to think what I've seen. I spent most of my weekend in this room. I think obviously the men they come to. I've done far more work with the professional men. I have always liked Pac-Man for Greg Batten. I think that's excellent. And
Batman.
Yeah,
Pac-Man,
you've got Pac-Man, Batman, and Danger Mouse is quite good as well. Yeah, I mean they're brilliant. He's also got one of the best shirts. Cookie Monster. That was one a while ago. It's not bad. Don't take it too seriously. I think it's it was one of the first decisions that Ultimate Pool made was to give freedom to the players on what they wear.
Definitely. Do you know, I think if I was in this frame with Becky, I'd be tempted to play the left of the 2 off the yellow and free up the yellow at the top left of the table.
Well, it's only taken 25 minutes, but my co-commentator has put her brain in gear. It's good to see.
Becky didn't see that shot though. It's just, see, this is it. She needs to try and find a way to get this red out as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's the difference you find. I mean, Becky is one of the world's best, and at the moment is classed as the world's best. But what we do find is that the very best do go into their problems early. Was that an attempt at going into the problem, do you think? Either way, she's been a little bit fortunate. She's got another go, and would be very unfortunate to not land on a red. Wants to go 2 cushions ideally here, hit the gap and kick at it from behind.
Yeah, it's tricky with the yellow.
Yeah, and not much room, so may just sort of sacrifice that and play with more power in order to move the red down the table.
Just bash into it. See your luck. Yeah, she has gone for the 1 and it's not really paid off.
Just bash into it. Just bash into it.
Bash into it.
It'll be fine. Fine. Give it a good bash.
Yeah. I think with the 2 down the bottom of the table, you had a pretty good chance of leaving yourself on something.
Well, something she has got. Is it a double? Is it a treble?
Quadruple.
It's a treble and it's close.
Oh, lovely.
Wow.
Beautiful.
If ever there was a shot to earn a frame, that was it. The easier of the 2 pots is the one on the left. However, I don't think the red passes to the right centre as me and Danielle continue to tilt our heads at a flat screen. And getting over here, can she avoid the 8 off the 1 cushion? Bit of left-hand side may be needed. That's what she played. The black's in though. Oh my, it's an absolute travesty. The screen, I mean, you could see both players were just perfectly still there. It looked like it froze, it didn't. They were just both in a bit of shock. Yeah. Game well and truly getting away from Baxter at the minute. Things are going to have to change, and they're going to have to change in the next frame. She is 5-1 down.
Do you know what? It's so hard to get your mentality back when something like that happens as well.
Yeah, very difficult. Very, very difficult indeed to see a way back. Has she played at her absolute best? Certainly not. I mean, we were lucky on YouTube to see her in the last round against Emma, and she was better. But has she had any run? Absolutely not.
No.
And Babs
That's just pool.
It is, and Babs has just done what she needs to do, and that's what Babs will continue doing. You know what you're going to get. Becky Watkins then in frame number 7.
Try again.
It's always the way, isn't it, Danielle?
Yeah.
I mean, you've played a lot of pool, I presume, that when you see 2 balls go towards pockets, usually separate ones, they go very close, but don't drop in.
Kind of annoying.
From that moment on, you may as well turn around and put your cue down.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
Absolutely. Another one I find is that when you break and pot the black, usually say if you're playing a different rules set. I probably should have thought of that before.
You all right?
That, you know.
You are, no, you're all right.
I probably should have thought about it.
Has it been a while since you've been on? I'll tell you something in a minute. I had a word with Mr. Quirk this morning.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, you carry on your story.
Okay.
Carry on.
So if you're playing any other set that the black goes down and it gets respotted, and then the next one you hit a belter of a break and the white usually goes in or it goes dry.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's weird how these patterns do tend to reappear the more thousands of pool games you play. Yeah, you have no worries. I've been commentating a long time. Actually, it's 10 years this month. Yeah, wow. 10 years. I've been talking. Amazing. But we've always been under some regulations. Now, if you do go over there, have to be a bit more professional. Like I had to go in the arena before you know. You've got to say the right things. But on here, you can say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. Pretty much within reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's alright. We love a laugh and a good time.
Like when we were talking about John, obviously, over at the IPA.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see him back at Ultimate Pool.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to see him back. I'd love to see him in both. In an ideal world.
I mean, you're either using it as a weekend away from him, or you're using it as a weekend to miss it.
Yeah.
Someone's got to look after the baby.
Someone's
though.
got to look after the baby. To be fair, it's usually my mum giving credit to her. If we're stuck at a tournament and stuff, she'll come and she'll babysit and it's all good. But like I said before, we haven't got much family around. She travels from Ireland to look after Theo. So it's a big commitment.
I bet she'd come every week if she could.
Oh, she could. Well, don't say that because she's moving to Preston soon, so I might have to pull her up on it.
Where are you? I thought you were North East.
I am North East.
You are North East,
yeah.
so she's going Northwest.
She's moving with Richard Mohan, yes. So she's still 2.5 hours away from us, but still closer than Ireland.
It is. No sea in the way.
No.
Becky did an outstanding part to start that finish. She'll be once again be disappointed to be giving up the table to Babs. That was a bit of queuing from Mrs. Taylor though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Does this pass? I wasn't too sure on that one.
She'll be in no rush whatsoever, Barbara
Nope.
Taylor here. She's dictating this match and it's going exactly as planned. Thank you very much, Chris Burke. Good to know that you're not sick of me after 3 days. And Danielle's always good. She's always good.
Happy to help.
It's going to be there.
Wow.
However,
Can she clip the top of the two reds together into the middle?
ooh, that is a very tight line. I'm not sure she can see enough of it.
Oh, a little bit left hand side.
Oh,
She opts for the
She's
the
5-1 down.
safer option, yeah.
5-1 down in the semi-final.
Oh, I think she might have left that yellow.
Yeah, she definitely has. And even worse than that, if this is thick enough, she'll be able to screw and play the next yellow into the same pocket. Unsure on the latter
Yeah,
part
I think
of the
she
shot.
Can get it. I think she can get it.
Oh, she's playing a stun. Don't think she's playing the screw. Oh, she played a stun into it. And that is okay. Only the 8 to deal with. Does the yellow go in off the red near the 8 ball?
I think
I'll clear
so.
the pocket, won't it?
Yeah. I think, yeah. She's trying to play it with a tiny bit of pace, though, I think. To get the black away.
Yeah, and that comes with its own danger, doesn't it?
Yeah, I
'Cause
think I'd rather be doing it sooner than later.
Well, if she does have to play this hard, and I don't think she does, but if she does play it hard, this 8 will be going over towards the corner, so wants to move it over that way, but doesn't want to be flirting with that bottom right-hand pocket. I agree, though, it has to go now, not last.
Yeah. You always want to get your tricky balls out of the way ASAP. And she's got that yellow over the top corner as her insurance. Yeah,
Perfectly executed.
lovely. All about pace on this one.
Well, the first shot that started this visit, it was very similar to what she needs to do here. Excellent.
It's perfect.
The line was perfect. That's how you know you've hit a ball well with screw back.
Yeah.
It's not the amount of spin, it's the direction.
Super
And
finish.
steadily in 6-1, and we're getting towards miracles needed, I'm afraid.
It's possible.
Oh, it's definitely possible. It's extremely unlikely. Who wins the men's event? Rob Warren, Dylan Leary, Ben Doyle,
Ben
or
Doyle, Ben Doyle.
Adam Davis? You're asking an Irish lady here.
Yes, I've
Yeah.
known Ben from a very young age, so I would love nothing more than to see him win a title.
Absolutely, you were cheering on Stevie then last
Yeah,
night, I
of course,
presume.
Of course.
Well, since Danielle's answered, I don't know if you want my opinion or not, but you're going to get it. So, whatever. Let me have a look. Both on at 5:15 this afternoon. Maybe one will be on here and one will be on there. I'm sure that's the case. Ben Doyle up against Adam Davis. Rob Warren against Dylan Leary. Okay, well,
Have we got a new men's pro winner with these four? Have any of these lifted a men's pro title yet?
Wacker's been very, very close. Not sure if he's won a tour event. He's been in a few finals.
I'm sure Dylan's won.
I've just been told off somebody that knows a bit better than me that we are going to have a new champion, yes.
Oh.
None of these four.
Exciting.
Oh, you got Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, and 2 Englishmen. The experiences with Rob Warren and Adam Davis, well, and then Dylan Lear is the oldest player. Pick a winner. I mean, I don't know. I played a lot against Adam and know his quality. Ben Doyle has had some fantastic, real good results. Dylan Leary was 4-1 down against Ian Alley and played flawless. Like, Ian took, I think, 2 chances, and they were both breaking dishes to go to 6, and Dylan just absolutely wiped the floor with him. An amazing performance against someone of Ian Alley's standard. You can make an argument for them all. You really can. I'd be happy. I'd be happy for Rob because he's come so close a few times. I don't know Ben. He's in his newish pro, I presume.
He's just been on the Irish circuit for years, playing for the Irish juniors, under 23s, always worked his way up. He's always done well in the IPA, Irish Pool Association events, always getting to the latter stages in the men's events, so it's not a surprise.
Adam Davis is pretty local to me, Stoke, and former world champion. Great to see him here. And I think out of the 4, the person I know the best is probably Dylan. I'd be over the moon to see him win that. That's just a personal thing. He's a fantastic man. Great cue action as well.
Absolutely.
I think what I will say is, if we went back to this morning and looked at the draw at 9 o'clock, I don't think anybody would have picked them 4 for the semi-finals. And that's what makes Ultimate Pool so fantastic to watch. People always have very strong opinions on who's better than who, but in a race to 8 at this level, it means very little.
Yep.
As we watch once again Barbara Taylor take control, as she has done throughout this match.
One big shot from Becky here. She's just look and see if she can clip the one down the rail. She's got down on it quickly. And she goes for the shot. Unfortunately, it's landed back quite safe, and we get Barbara another chance at taking the match. She's hoping for the safety.
I can tell you that Ben Doyle and Adam Davis are going to be on this one. Ooh, next. I don't know if I'm keeping hold of Danielle or not. Probably not. By the sounds of it, she wants to be in the arena.
I'm not too sure.
It's not my pick. Looking a little bit desolate out there is Becky Watkins, and I do not blame her. It's been a miserable match for her after what's been quite a successful campaign up until this point. But once you become a winner, going out in even the latter stages feels like a big loss.
She still has her work cut out for her here, Bab. She's got a couple on the rail, one close to the black, only passes into the right corner pocket, and she does a great shot there to get her bad ball off the rail. Lovely, just wants to mind it. She's got a little bit of angle. She might go into the yellow and the black here. She's tried it, but it's okay. The yellow passes into the right corner. One good shot here. Screw into the red beside it, and the match is there.
Very, very good indeed. What a strong finish by Babs to this match.
Lovely.
It's been good. I mean, like we said, she's super consistent.
Yep.
And beware of the injured racehorse. Always seem to perform, don't they? And that's
Yeah.
Barbara Taylor. She is in the final. Who will she face? Well, it's looking strongly like it's going to be Amy Beecham once again. It's currently 6-2 up over on the main. Men's semi-final coming up shortly. Do stay with us.
again, mate.
You looked trying last time, just.
Weren't they? This is the main street there, those positions. Oh, I don't know why. I thought it'd be an arena one this one as well.
I thought they were going to schedule them both, aren't they?
Yeah, I did. That's what it is. I mean, I'm not against that. I've got to get all the way out. That's what.
Yeah, I thought they were maybe going to
Driving. Yeah, mate. 5 hour drive after this, so I want you all to do it as early as possible. Where can you live? Oh, no, I'm now part of headquarters. We do critical business, so I have land day. I might be trying to go out on Monday night, but I don't know. I'll be back by Wednesday if I am. I'm only going to rest. Oh, will be, yeah. No, it's pretty decent. I'm in a good condition. Yeah, we've got to live the bottle of water, get whatever you want. Get take 2 if you want. Now, sell a cage, as soon as we get here we can get going.
Just to know that the Ultimate Pool shop will be closing very, very shortly, folks. If you were planning to make a purchase before you leave, head there pronto, for the shop will be closing imminently. Line for the entrance. Thank you.
We wait and then we'll get it.
Go for it.
Hello, Grandad. You going?
Alright, have you seen it? Huh?
Yeah, no, it's not.
You off me, mate?
Grandad, I got plenty of experience.
Have a good one, mate.
glass, won't you, G?
Here he is. Yeah. Doing good?
Alrighty then. Men's semi-final time. Both of these will be kicking off at exactly the same time. You'll never guess who has stayed with me to watch Ben Doyle.
Surprise!
Surprise. This is Adam Davis. Thank you for the kind comments, everybody. I think you quite liked Danielle. She was just telling me she's been on the mainstream a couple of times this weekend already, so I'm sure you're familiar with her and her pool, and now probably with her baby as well. That's all we've been talking about.
Yes, little Baba Theo.
So the bear, and she's promised to stay neutral, everybody. But the bear is got to face a trap, and that trap is Adam Davis. And Adam Davis is undoubtedly one of the world's best players.
Yep, should be definitely a good game. Both players in fantastic form.
So whereabouts in Ireland is Ben Doyle from?
He's down in County Wexford, down on the southeast coast. Got a really nice pool community down in Wexford. Got a lot of the Irish, well, they were the juniors when I was playing over there. As you can see, they're all grown up now. Yeah, got like Sandra Bryan and just a lot of strong players. They've got a very good county team and just one big family.
Always been a stronghold, Ireland, for pool. Plenty of good players. I'm not familiar with Ben Doyle. This will be the first time I've commentated on him. But I'm going to give him a fair shout and hopefully even things up as I'm sat next to.
I promise not to be biased much.
Absolutely. Well, it's Ben with the first opportunity, and there'll be no surprise that he is taking yellows. The problem here is, and it's not really a problem if this white ball stays up, is that he's now removed his only bit of insurance for his opponent. So has to get these at this visit, you do feel.
Just one bad ball. Just the yellow up by the red in the bottom right hand corner of the table.
Yeah, just that one to deal with. You'd expect him to get these. Like I say, I've not seen much of him this weekend, but I have been aware of his results, which have been nothing short of phenomenal.
For me, I think Ben is one of the biggest breaks in the game. And that's not even me being biased. Like I've put it on Ultimate Pool Post previously. Even John's given me a bit of a dig, but I'll be honest. Yeah, you'll see when he breaks. It's just massive.
Massive. I mean, when people talk about big breaks, they always mention the same players, don't they?
Yep.
And it's nice when new names get mentioned, especially if they are consistent with it.
Does this yellow go to the top left corner? Guessing it does.
Yeah, and it's a good job it does as well. Oh. So the bear makes his first mistake, and we're going to take our first look at Adam Davis. Adam is very, very machine-like, robotic, and obviously has won just about everything in the game. Hasn't got a decent nickname, and does need one. We were discussing them before.
He hasn't got one yet.
Well, it just says Davis on the back of his shirt. Which is shocking.
Why not? Keep it simple.
I'll tell you what we should do. We should get him one. How many people are watching? Around 500. We need to like and share this. It's a men's semi-final. It's a big match. It should be very, very high quality. If you can do that, we would very much appreciate it. Can we think of a decent nickname for Adam Davies? Has he already got one that I do not know about? I've played him a few times. An immense talent and a very tough cookie to crack. As you can see, well,
Oh, that's a toughie snooker.
it is. Or has he left sight of this yellow?
I'm not too sure.
Difficult
Might just
to
be
tell.
off the side rail.
Yeah, it might just be. I mean, he's more than command. I can only imagine he's played that instead of taking them out because the 8 maybe doesn't pass to the right centre. So he just wants ball in hand maybe to try and break up that 8.
Oh, that's a nice hit.
But he's not going to get ball in hand.
Do you take on the plant or do you screw into the roots? He's going for the plant.
I think he's playing the safety, yeah.
Safety. Never mind. This is why I am out here not playing.
Yeah, but you were just trying to guess what shot he was
Yeah,
going
I
to play.
was. I just tried
The
too hard.
key is there, Danielle, just to watch the cue.
Yeah.
The cue will tell you what shot he's going to play. He's just sort of fed us up. And it's a good one this time. But big target, even if he's got to play round off a couple of cushions. Looking like he can get to these yellows off 1. Has to make contact and then hit a cushion, remember. And has done. Now, if the 8 goes, he's going to go game. Will he feel the need to go game either way? I think he will here. I think we're going to see him try and take these out. Option to screw back into the 2 yellows and black, but it is fraught with a little bit of danger.
Could also use the one on the top rail to come down and into them. I think he's tried it there. He hasn't quite succeeded.
Do keep these nicknames coming in. I will read a few out in a short time. I don't think that 8 goes. I think just his mannerisms around the table are telling me he's still got something to think about with this finish.
I think the one on the top rail is in a perfect position. If he gets a good angle, can naturally come down into the block. You've got the one up to the top corner. He's left a good angle there. He might be going into the yellow on the right.
Yeah, is an option for him, certainly. I like this, though. I really do like this. It's a natural towards the 8. Doesn't want to move it too much. Ah.
Lovely.
Now then.
Just a little screw back here. Take it to the bottom right corner.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Doesn't have to do anything fancy here. Can take it, like you said, just to the bottom right. Watch this arm. How straight it passes through. Not a lot to go wrong there. Well, it was a long time away from the game, Adam Davies, but we're only in Pro Series weekend 3 and 4. It's not taken him long to find his feet, has it?
No. Absolutely dominating results in the quarterfinals as well.
Yeah, very much so. And I think Ben broke the first one. He was speaking about his break before. We're going to take a look at it, but I think he broke the first one, did he? Were you paying attention?
Do you know, everything just went quite quick.
Stick with us, we're professionals. Sometimes, just sometimes. A few nicknames that have come in. The Dominator.
It looks
and
like
the
he's already
Nuisance.
got one. The
Has
nuisance.
it? Yeah. So he said he has a nick saying the Nuisance.
I wonder where he got that from. I'm intrigued to know that story now. Why is Adam such a nuisance?
Sounds like something his mother might call him. To me. Could
Yeah.
have been.
Yeah, you can relate.
Yeah, definitely.
What's your predictions for this match?
Yeah, I mean that
Yeah.
came from Adrienne. Hello, Adrienne. Not seen you this weekend, so she definitely will have known. What is my predictions for this match?
Yes.
Oh, no idea.
Go on,
Absolutely.
throw
I
something
mean,
out there.
it's really difficult because, like I said, I've not seen a lot of Ben
Mhm.
at all. I mean, I've heard his name, I've watched results, and I do watch some pool, but as most of my knowledge comes from commentary because you get to see everything close
Yeah.
up. And unfortunately, it's very one-sided. What I will say is, I think even if Adam gets to 85% of what he used to be, it will still cement him in the top 10
That's fair enough.
in the world. I think that's how good he is.
Yeah. New
Um,
back on the scene.
There's always local bias, you see, that's the problem.
course.
Whereas, because I have seen him in person, but also I have seen virtually everybody at Ultimate Pool
Mhm.
play an awful lot. So yeah, I think he will be making strides in them rankings very soon. What I will say is that Ben Doyle's run of, obviously, in this competition, Gareth Mann in 8-4, and then some guy called Tom Cousins
Don't know who that is.
didn't put up a fight at all. That
No.
was 8-2. And if that wasn't enough, he got rid of Kyle Cope 8-1 and then Shane Thompson 8-5. Now,
Wow.
that match against Kyle Cope 8-1, I mean, it doesn't always mean that Ben absolutely demolished him, but Kyle doesn't usually miss a lot. He's an extremely talented player. It's a very unusual result, that 8-1, before going on to beat Shane Thompson 8-5 and Connor Jones 8-4. It's just
Brilliant
fantastic
results.
results. Frames for and frames against there. If anybody's very quick, they can put them on. I mean, I will have them up. That's a very, very high percentage. It's an incredible run of results. So, based upon that solely, the kid can clearly play.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I remember from when Ben was playing on the Irish juniors and the under-23 teams, like in the World Rules, they were winning a lot of international titles. And even on the England team back then, you're looking at the likes of Callum Singleton, Josh Kane, and the team of Irish players were quite strong, like Cormac Kerr, Ben Doyle, Jordan Sinnott. So for me, it's not surprising to see Ben doing this well. I'm sure we'll see more of his results in good time, but again, trying not to be biased.
I mean, a Pro Series event number 4 has just been an absolute whirlwind for him. To put them, put them wins on your CV is something else.
Yeah.
That's
He's a
incredible.
very dedicated player, Ben. He
Puts a lot
practices
of
a lot
time.
and puts a lot of time in.
One thing I have noticed straight away, Danielle, is head movement with Ben Doyle. There is nothing.
None. Yeah.
He is very, very still. There you go. Although there was a very slight movement in now. That's
just
always
the
the way.
commentator's
It's
curse.
always the way. The one before was very clean, very nicely struck. There you go. Back to normal again.
Lovely.
It's very deliberate. I like it. I like it a lot.
It's a tight little finish from Ben here.
And I like this sort of point and aim. After doing quite a lot with a lot of youngsters and stuff, you tell them that feather in doesn't really matter. It's just coming down from being vertical to horizontal, and he lines up, no feathering, pulls back, pauses, hits. Simple. Nothing to go wrong. Brilliant. There's a lot of players like that. Sean Chipperfield comes to mind straight away.
Yeah. Well, he's just rapid, isn't he? There's no time for him to feather the cue.
He's
Just
quick.
bang,
He's
bang,
quick in
bang.
between shots, and then he doesn't feather a lot either. So the bear levels things up against the nuisance, which apparently comes from when World Rules were the rule set that we all played. Do you remember them days?
Yeah, oh my
Oh
God.
my.
2 shots, Gary.
Yes, put them. I'm glad they are where they belong.
Yes. In the bin.
I mean, at one point, and I'm well aware I'm older than you, Danielle, but at one point I think I was playing 3 rule sets. World Rules, Black
old
Ball, old
DPA.
DPA, yeah, just,
Yeah.
I mean, ridiculous.
And now we've got the best set.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 2, obviously. I quite like them both.
Yeah.
I can see advantages to both rule sets. What I will say is that International makes the better TV, because anything that goes sort of tight, a little bit tactical, it is
Yeah.
resolved very, very quickly.
Yes.
And for TV games, And for Danielle's entertainment, that really does matter. Get it over and done with quickly.
Yeah, definitely. No covering pockets and being around for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there is tactics to the game, of course there is, but the fact the game is sped up, and that's how the game should be played, in my opinion, attacking.
I do enjoy a good tactical battle, but at the same time, I like to play as many frames as I can, I suppose.
I am figuring out very quickly that Ben Doyle does not miss a lot when his hands on or off the table. He's very, very clean with this potting. He's a danger. Can tell he puts the time in, and he's extremely reliable. I like him a lot. The Dennis Taylor glasses. That was high tariff, not much margin at all if he was playing the loss of turn or trying to squeeze it in behind.
Yellow's still tricky. Got the one top left. Of course, got the one over the right hand pocket. Could easily screw into them and break them up, but the ones on the bottom of the table aren't easy. Still a lot of work left to be done in this frame.
Yeah, and just as we were talking about the tactics of the game, this is about as messy a table as you can get. Be interesting to see how long this frame lasts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not too long, I don't think.
And there's no match clock.
There's no match clock on our screens. Don't start that again. Find us a match clock. Hopefully something that we can bring in. I mean, we definitely want it. We want to see it. I actually prefer for the tour events that it's just a straight race.
Yeah.
I think everything within Ultimate Pool has a time and a place. I'm glad to see we don't do the 6 reds at the tour event. I do think it has a place in, say, the last man standing or the Monday nights.
Yeah.
But it's proper pool.
I'll be
Serious
honest here, like, just from my point of view, like, I suffer a little bit with anxiety and stuff, so for some people that are kind of like that, it's nice kind of to know what you're playing to, because sometimes, like, especially in the women's game, you don't know if you're going to be playing maybe a race to 6, 7, or it could be a race to 2 in 40 minutes. So, no disrespect to anyone, by the way, but I'm sure the women would agree. So it's tough. So I think without the match clock, sometimes it's just nice.
I don't know, I think many players can relate playing 40-minute matches, race to 2. We've all had to play them, especially at different rule sets. Thank goodness we're not going to get that here. Things seem to have been resolved quite quickly. Just the problem for both players at the top of the table. Just that yellow and red up at the top. I think we may see an attack incoming though.
Yeah.
Because he can clear this pocket. Wants to hit the jaw first and off the red. Excellent. Where's this red going to go? Oh. Well, obviously it's very bad news, but he was going to have to break them out. It's now just a little bit harder. And unfortunately for Adam, he's very straight here. Wants to get this cue ball up the middle of the table, and it is imperative that he leaves an angle to get across to break into them 2 reds and the yellow.
It's got a slight angle. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, didn't have a lot.
But he's very straight on the one in the corner.
Yeah, but I think that ball's just close enough to pinch the pocket here. Play it into the right hand jaw and screw across.
Big shot.
I think he'll get into the yellow. Will it pop out though?
It's got 2 reds there, so it's tough. Yeah,
Not
that
quite.
was the problem.
Now what do you do now?
See, this is it with these rules. If you could find a way of even playing a loss of turn on that yellow down the bottom of the table, like, it's just one of them.
I don't think there's... I mean, there is a containing shot. He can just come off the yellow and plant in between the reds, but it's not going to do him any good long term. However, wow, what is he attempting here? All eyes on the cue ball. Wow, what a shot by Adam Davis. That is outrageous. Very, very unlucky indeed. The accuracy of the man, that is incredible. To get that line on the cue ball, very, very difficult. Going to have to throw his cue at this one a little bit, Danielle.
Yeah, hit and hope,
I mean,
afraid.
it does go to the bottom right, but good luck. Yeah, very, very unlucky. But Ben Doyle won't mind. And it was good to see the attacking talent of Adam Davis in that little visit there. Really did show us what he's capable of. And the pressure sort of turns a little bit to Ben here. Got to cut his first ball in and cannon into the one on the left-hand side. It wouldn't be the order he'd choose with ball in hand, that's for sure. But a man of his quality should be getting these, and he will have to get these against Adam throughout this match if he is to progress into the final.
It's a perfect angle to come up the table to take the two at the top. He's just pointing the cue of his line where he wants to be for the one on the top rail next, I'd assume. That's nice.
Yeah, just the easy work to do for the Bear to regain his lead. Nice close cue ball control. Could have played that a lot wider and chose not to because he's so confident with his cue ball. Both players looking good nick here, Danielle. I think we're going to be in for a very high quality semi-final, as you'd expect at this stage.
Yeah, of course.
For whoever was here.
Anyone who gets to these ends of these tournaments definitely are flukes. Perfect. Looks like the Bear is taking a 2-1 lead, and he does. Now, Ben, let's see this big break. Is it going to be commentator's cars? Is it gone back to Adam? Third frame?
Yeah, that's 2-1, isn't it?
Oh, never
Yeah.
mind. I'm still blaming the mum brain.
Baby brain.
Baby brain.
Baby brain.
Still at 9-1.
Best excuse in the world.
So we'll have to
Baby
wait
brain.
for the next one. I think we get too lost in the chats, don't we, Dave?
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's what 2 years without each other on commentary does to you, I
Yeah.
suppose, just catching up. Adam Davis then, 2-1 down. It was a fantastic effort. I think if you ever needed someone to teach you cue ball control, that
Yep.
was an excellent example.
I'll be
Very
going another
difficult
one.
shot. The line was very, very difficult indeed. So Adam Davis is chasing the Bear early doors in this semi-final.
I've got a question for you, actually.
Just hold on.
What is your preferred break?
Me,
Cup
as
break
a
or from ball
player,
break?
as
Yes,
a player,
as a
I mean,
player.
I don't play a lot anymore at all. I am a cut breaker, yeah.
Your cup breaker.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it brief. I don't push the cue through straight. So the front ball is difficult because I don't contact consistently enough.
I'm quite the same. Quite the same.
Same
But
problem.
I'll break from like a couple of inches from the side. So like there's barely any room for the cue for the power, but somehow I get it okay. I don't know how.
Whatever works for you.
Whatever works. Whatever works.
I think it's
But I
okay.
think Callum Singleton uses the exact same break. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
No,
but
you're
yeah.
all right. You just carry on. Just a side dish.
Take over. Taking control.
Yeah, absolutely. It's taken a while to get you started up, but now you just can't stop you talking.
I think that sugar from a Mars bar that's just kicked in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the further out you move the cue ball, the harder it is. When you go back to the early 2000s, when when Adam was playing, and when we first came across him, he and most of the other players, you remember when they used to play on the old 8-foot table?
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sky Sports and all
Yeah,
that, with
yes.
Tony Holgate who sat behind us doing
Mike
the
Shepherd in
commentary.
the comms, yes.
Yeah, them two
Yeah.
behind us on the comms. They've not moved since. It's changed hotel. All the players tended to break from right over one side and
Yeah.
front ball,
That-
and that was
from
just
front
the way to do
ball
it.
from the
Yeah,
side?
front ball right over
Wow.
the side. We saw Declan Brennan do it, I think, about 18 months ago. He went through a stage where he was doing the same break. You have to be more accurate the more wider you attack the pat from. Certainly.
Where is this yellow going? The top yellow. Does it go in the middle? Does it go in the corner?
I think it just
I think
drops
it
in the
goes
middle,
in the
yeah.
middle. It must do, the way he's just got down on it there.
So stun up, bit of right hand side. Oh no, he can just drop it in, that's even better.
Cameras are deceiving, guys.
They are. Thought he had a little bit more angle and was going to have to travel up and down. He's got to watch that front bridge hand there.
close to the red.
Oh, it's excellent. It really is. These two are very, very clean potters, the pair of them. I think we're in for a tight match. Adam Davis's run, well, he's had a couple of big results himself as we watch him level things up. Went all the way to a decider against the man from Plymouth, Jez Graham. 8-7, it's not through. And then Dom Cooney, 8-6. And then he beat Justin Astley, 8-5. Phil Parkin, 8-4. And then, as most of you may have seen, if you're on the Ultimate Pool app, the one in the arena last was against Tommy Jones, and that was 8-2. So not quite as emphatic as Ben Doyle, you'd have to say. But it is difficult to beat Ben's record in this competition. The names he's taken out and the scoreline in which he's done it is seriously impressive. But they still both reached the same point, and that is the semi-final of Pro Series number 4.
There we go. Ben's third break. Oh, look at that. Oh, he's got so unlucky to going off there, but do you know what, right? He hasn't feathered them either. He's literally just hit them clean and taken a bit of power off, hit them clean, and the split's lovely. But fortunately, cue ball gone down.
Yeah, a little bit of bad luck, but you've got to capitalise on what you're given.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure he will. In the chat, I had Phil, VK5V1. Is this the Phil that I know of? Can you comment again? Is it the Phil at the venue? You know what I mean. Class Adam was better back in the day. Still dangerous, but a level above this lad. Well, our co-commentator will disagree.
No, disagree.
Of course. I mean, it is difficult to agree or disagree because how old is Ben?
Oh, he's not much younger than me. He was in the under 20, so he's probably around my sister's age. He's probably about 3 or 4 years younger than me. So 17? Oh, no, I'm joking. No, he's probably around 26.
If
maybe,
he's 4 years
27.
younger than you, he's still pretty young. Yeah,
he's probably about 27.
There's nearly a generation between these two then.
Yeah.
Nearly. And I never like comparing players from different generations because one of these players has a bigger pedigree simply because they've been playing longer. So not always a fair argument. Time will tell though, even if whichever player you do prefer or think is going to win, from what we've seen in the opening 4, there's not much to separate them. I think it could go very, very close.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be many balls missed.
I think what, just to go back to that comment that Phil made, and it is the Phil that I know I respect his opinion a lot. He knows an awful lot about this game. Is that you can favour the guy that's older because he's been there and done it and has earned that pedigree, and Ben Doyle's yet to do that. So I suppose he's earned being favourite. Interestingly, someone did come up to me and told me that in his last game he was not favourite against Tom Jones in some bookmakers' eyes. And that would have been very interesting to know just beforehand.
Yes.
Needless to say, Adam Davis is continuing the form. And although he's not perfect on this yellow, as long as he avoids the red, comes back round a couple of cushions.
Oh, he's just got a little kiss, but he's alright.
Yeah, it's a little bit thin. And he's just going to come round and have a look to see if he's going to cannon the red. He'd love it if he was, because if he's just missing, he's going to bring the centre pocket into play. He will know better than us, and he was down pretty quickly, and that tells you why. He was confident, no way near the middle.
Lovely. Tidy little finish from the Nuisance.
Dog Gone Lazy. Thanks for
Just
joining.
reading that.
Were you just reading that?
Yeah,
were you?
sorry.
Read your mind, yeah. Dog Gone Lazy. Remember, Adam was 6-1 up against MH. Who's MH? Of course it's Mickey.
It must be Michael.
Had some comeback and won 8-6. I mean, yeah, he's absolute quality. He was in that era of players as well when you're looking at Mark Salby was playing back then, Darren Appleton was playing back then,
Yeah.
Mick Hill. I mean, all these absolute useless pool players.
Never heard of them. in
They're
my life.
never heard of,
No.
yeah. And many more to boot, you know. I think Mick calls it the golden era of pool. You can see why. The standard was outrageous. And Adam was in the mix then. He was a young man at that time. Sort of Potts, around the same time as Potts, yeah. Wow. Wow. I mean, the power through the pack and the direction of the cue ball. Will count himself a little bit unlucky to come back to this layout when you've hit him that well. Sometimes when you get so much power through the pack, what happens is they all disperse and they look like they're all going to be open, and then they've moved that much, they'll come back together again. And that's exactly what happened there. Not too bad of a layout. I think he will still attack these balls on the reds, but work to be done, Danielle, especially at the top of the table.
Yeah, of course. You have the two tied up with the yellows in the pack there. Not easy. Not sure if the one on the right of the tricky one's passed into the top left. I don't think it does, but if it definitely does, he's got some work to do.
I think the problem with this finish, and the reason you see him deliberating a little bit, is all the best players want to go into the problems early. Now he can play two cushions here and go close to the top right and try and attack them. In fact, that's maybe what he's going to do. Or he could arc round the yellows. No, he's not. And this is what he's thinking about, because the later you leave it,
The harder it gets.
the harder it gets. Exactly that, Danielle. And he's not good on... Well, he's certainly not good on the one up into the top left.
He's going to have to find some way to pull back, I feel. Then again, these players can pull out brilliant finishes. So.
Well, we've already seen that Adam Davis's cue ball knowledge is second to none.
That's a result.
What a shot that
Wow.
was. Forced an angle out of nowhere. He really is showing his quality. The two shots that I've seen so far, where he screwed back up the length of the table off the side cushion, and that one, are, you know, shots I've just not seen this weekend so
Wowzers.
far. That's seriously serious knowledge, that is. Deep in concentration mode, as you can see. I'm not sure about the nuisance. I don't think it suits him. He's so, like, you know, poker faced, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, stern.
I don't feel like he'd be a bit of a like nuisance person.
No,
I don't know him
well, he's not.
personally,
He's
but
definitely not.
okay.
He runs a club down in Stoke. I've been down a few times. Yeah, he's not. He's, you know, placid. If anything.
Interesting.
I mean, Howie's with that one shot just opened the table up. However, it needs a little bit of luck, and I think he's going to get it.
got it.
Is he? I think he's on this red just about.
Yep.
As he nervously walks round.
No problem. Even a little bit of swerve if he's not, it shouldn't be a problem.
No, I think he's on it
Seems
clean
fine,
and
yeah.
won't be doing too much with this cue ball. There we go. Just plays clean lines. Doesn't mind distance. I can... Obviously, he was playing before I was commentating. He was playing when I was playing. And everybody knew of him. And it's really, really good to see an example of his talent, and especially his cue ball knowledge at the moment. Deserved of his lead, you have to say, Danielle.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal finish.
Really, really good. The other semi-final, Rob Warne, the whacker, up against the very much in form Dylan Leary. The whacker just got the slight edge, 4 frames to 3. That's over on the main. If you do want to watch it.
Steve Guard, nice little nickname coming up there for Adam. The Dr. Davis, because he's so clinical. Very clever.
Got time for that.
Yeah.
Surgeon,
Respect that.
doctor. Yeah, very good. Craig Day. Now there is a name.
Ah,
There is a name.
hello, Craig.
Absolutely right. That's what we were
Yeah.
just talking about.
100%.
Yeah, in an era, the golden era of pool, some will argue. I urge anybody to look back through old EPA rankings at around anything from sort of like 99 to around 2010, anywhere around there, them sort of 10 years. I mean, and before as well, but just that era of pool players is, yeah, it's scary. I mean, just to win a tour event, the name that always comes to mind, I'm a little bit biased because I absolutely love the bloke his day, is Darren Appleton. He didn't win the Worlds, but believe me, he was, yeah, absolute world class. As good as Mick. Mick got all the trophies and the world titles, and deserves to have the title as possibly the GOAT, although I don't particularly like that acronym at all. Darren Appleton, phenomenal player. Yeah. And Adam Davies was competing in the latter part of that decade, and I think the early part as well, actually. Anyway, we're in 2026, and the only thing on his mind at the moment is getting his hands on an Ultimate Pool title for the first time. And he's halfway there in this match at the moment. That one has gone slightly awry, unless the one under the 8 does go to the left centre, Danielle.
I think it passes. Problem is, where is he going after it?
Well, he slammed that chalk down. That's as much as you're going to get out of him. It definitely does not go.
Tells us as much as we need to know. Double. Screw back into the yellow. Clip off it. Might be on the 2. Is that too adventurous? He's played it. He's got it. There you go. Why am I sitting out here?
Just doesn't does it for
Joking, guys, I'm
the
joking.
well, I was going to say for the same reason I am, but that's not true either.
Everyone's running in their chair, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean it's a lot easier watching. Craig, I completely agree with you there. Yeah, Will does race to 7 be like a race to 13, just a completely different game. And I think what you saw with players like Adam and Darren, who were previously mentioned, they were so good at changing gears. What you had to be good at was be able to play a lot of... Oh, wow. You just didn't see that coming, did you? That's the first mistake of the match from Mr. Davis. You had to be so good at changing gears, so playing sort of up to 10, 15 minutes of safety and then being required to clear up. Similar to the old EPA rules in that fact. Yeah, it was a different skill. So, you do feel that Ben Doyle, as sharp as he looks, does need to take this frame. 3 behind. And whose break is it, Danielle? Next? People used to do this to me when I started.
Adams, I think.
I have no idea. Don't
It
ask
is?
me.
Well,
No
the
idea.
cue ball is on Ben.
Yeah,
So,
no, you spotted it. You
yeah,
spotted
yeah.
it. Very good. Very good. Very good. She's on the ball,
We
ladies
got
and
there,
gents.
guys. I'm
You've got
awake. We're awake
You've
today.
got
The coffee's kicking in.
Very good.
Oh my god, there's my sister in the comments saying talk properly because I've got a bit of an English twang, although I'm living over here 10 years. But hello, Carrie.
And Mr. Carl O'Donoghue as well.
Carlos, another phenomenal pool player.
Shambles of a man.
You're a lot lighter than I am, Dave.
I mean, I'll never forget a Sunday night with that man. And then he was playing on the Monday, and I couldn't believe it. And him and I think it was Stevie. Yeah, they did the business even on the Monday night. Hello, Carl. Nice to have you there.
Are we going to see you on the scene, Carl?
Yeah, good question.
Let's get
K.O.D.
yourself back over.
I think he was looking like trying to avoid the playing a plant. Certainly doesn't want to play one.
No, I wonder if he's straight enough here. He can play the one in the centre
Yeah,
of the
that's
top rail
nice.
next. Oh, he's alright. So he'd just gone too far, but he's fine.
He's actually perfect.
Yeah.
He's just worried here. He wants to leave a nice natural angle and doesn't want to be bridging over the yellow either. So maybe just give it a little nudge. Yeah, just like that. Now he can punch out and get his cue in nice without any hindrance. Just taking a little bit more time with this finish, maybe realising the importance of it.
Of course.
It's only frame number 7, but in the context of the match when you're 2 behind, you don't want to give Adam a 3-frame lead at any point.
That's perfect.
Yeah, should be no issues here for the bear. It's a pretty cool name, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the bear, and then obviously Liam White. He's Teddy Bear. Yeah.
Oh,
Teddy Bear, yeah.
Teddy's son,
Yeah, Liam's
Cute.
little lad.
yeah. Lovely. Confident pot Ben.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked confident throughout, hasn't he? And
Yep.
I mean, the only real mistake in play, missing a ball, has been from Adam up to now.
Top standard.
And
Oh.
it did cost him the frame, as it should.
Race 2-7. A lot of pool left to go.
Yeah, race to 7. We've played 7 frames. Over on the other table, they've whizzed through 9. Can you believe it? 5-4 to the whacker. Self-racking, and they look very tight. I'm sure he took his time with these.
Back on the other semi-final, let's see, Wacker's gone 5-4 up on Dinleary. Go on the Ultimate Pool app to tune in to the mainstream table.
He's an handful, that whacker.
He's got some break and all. I think everyone's breaks are big, but he's got a big one.
It's all technique though, Danny, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look at that.
Thank you very much, Phil. See you soon. Okay then. Ben Doyle looking to get level. Just the one problem to solve. Well, two with the 8 ball. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, Danielle.
Well, I would have said 3, but it's probably me.
Well, which other one? The one with the red at the top or the one on the left?
No, the one with the red on the top, probably, but that's just me.
Never would have put you down as an anxious person, Danielle, like you said
Really?
before. No, not at all. Not at all.
I
You
don't
learn
know.
though. Excellent from Doyle. We've talked a lot about Adam Davis's cue ball control. That was perfect. So one problem solved. The issue he's got here is he doesn't really want to take this one. That's nearest the 8, because at worst he would guarantee himself a shot on the 8 ball as a double if he left it. If he gets rid of it, getting the 8 ball moving is going to be quite tough.
Great
and that's
shot.
why he's played it off the red. I was trying to set you up there, Danielle.
What beauty. I was just looking to see
Trying to
where he
set
was
you up.
aiming the cue. What a shot from the bear.
High quality stuff in this semi-final. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. I've seen some sort of the standard of shot that I've not seen in previous rounds. It's been great to see. Imagination on these two players is really, really impressive.
It's the difference. It's like watching Chris Mullen.
say that. It's been nice to have a weekend without him. No, of course it isn't. There's always something missing when the magician's not in town.
He must be able to play this one to the top left. Maybe the cameras are just deceiving me here.
Yeah, it does look tight. If he's on it, he'll also have the angle to bump the other yellow near the middle. So, yeah. And he doesn't want to move it too much, though. Just over the middle would be nice. Oh, an
I didn't
anxious
want that
look.
either.
It's gone wrong. It's not the end quite yet, but there's a lot of distance between this plant. The two balls in this plant, I should say. It's been a long 3 days. Okay.
Lovely.
Excellent.
Oh,
And
beauty.
Well,
I think he's alright. Play the one in the middle.
he's got to thread the needle a little bit
Yeah.
here. It looks quite thin. I think he can miss the 3 reds that are in sort of a bow near the 8 ball. I think he can miss the bottom one on the right hand
right,
side as we
yeah.
look, and then a touch aside just to bring it over behind the black. But yeah, it's a tight line needed. There we go. Not enough side. Wow.
Oh, he's got lucky.
I
but
said
he'll
not enough
take
sa-
it.
Yeah, I mean if he's played that, Danielle, then
Genius.
yeah, genius. I'm going to say didn't quite have enough right hand side. It makes no difference though. Parity after 8. Beautiful. It's set up perfectly, this semi-final now.
We're all level 4 each. Back to Ben's break.
Yeah, it's just what we want to see.
I need my popcorn for this match. I'm quite enjoying it.
Sit back and relax. You mentioned Mr. Mellon a minute ago. If you ever do have the pleasure to sit next to him, you can just dream away, because he just talks and talks and talks. He's very good at it. Very good at playing, very good at talking.
Every commentator's dream, Paul, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just don't give me a comfy chair because I forget where I am and then forget I'm supposed to be talking, I suppose. Yeah, it's been a shame him not being here. I think the viewers at home will agree. You all look forward to seeing Chris Mellon. There's always something special happens when he's on the table. Back to it then, and following the 2-frame deficit, he's now back level and breaking. This big break, well, it is big. There's loads of power through the pack, but it has to be said, Danielle, he was tracking up towards the top right with the cue ball there.
I feel like I've just done commentators curse here saying he's the best break in the game, and they've either been dry or he's gone in off.
It's not bad. I like the technique. There's so much follow through. He actually didn't hit him that hard,
Yeah, he doesn't. hit
but
them
still got so much power through the pack, and that's caused by how much follow through he puts on the break. His cue tip nearly got to what would be the blue spot there,
well. Yeah.
and that's what creates the power. Pretty sure that will not be making him feel any better as he sits down and watches Adam clear these reds up though.
Reds are quite open.
No real issues here at all. Does have to pick his order for the 3 on the right hand side. Won't want to be moving anything, I don't think. Just coming round now, considering a plant at some point. Pretty unmissable, you would feel, if that is his chosen route. Or route for the Americans that are probably tuning in. That is the worst one. That one. Chose a cannon. Yeah, the Americanisms for pool. It's an interesting one, that, isn't it? I don't mind rail. Don't mind rail.
There's one thing they do that drives me absolutely crazy.
I'm sure you're about to tell us. Go on.
Yeah. So when someone wins a good frame in American pool, they click their fingers.
Well, you know that is an
Drives
American thing, but do you know the first time I came across that, it wasn't the Americans.
Really?
No. And you
Okay.
should know this because you're an international pool player.
Oh, here we go.
It's
You make me look bad
It's
now.
the French. The
Wow.
French do it. And they've
Really?
done it for a long time, yeah.
Well, you learn something new every
It was
day.
Christoph that told me that. I think where the terminology is concerned, I don't mind rail, but I don't think I'll ever use bank.
No,
Nope.
no, not bank. No,
Yeah.
not a carom.
A carom, I don't think that's an American word. I think that might be French as well.
Okay.
A carom, yeah.
I think I'm just going to retire
the-
at this point.
No, I wasn't trying to show you up at
No, I
all.
know,
But
I know, I'm
the
joking.
clicking of the fingers, I'm pretty sure that's a European thing. Somebody in the comments will know. There's got to be somebody older than me listening that has greater knowledge. But yeah, Christophe Lambert was the one that told me that.
There we go. You learn something new every day. Thank
Oh.
you for the compliment, John. I appreciate that in the chat. Ben Doyle is the best break in the game. Well, I'm glad someone else agrees. Fortunately, it's not going very well from this match, but it's still level.
Yeah, it's just a case. I mean, it clearly has been consistent for him throughout this tournament. We ran through his results just in Pro Series number 4, and they're nothing short of astounding. However, it did let him down in frame number 9, and Adam will already have his sights on a break and finish in the next, I'm sure, to regain that 2-frame lead. For the moment, though, it's 5-4.
This camera in our back room. Yeah, that's probably why. Give her away. Yeah. Come on. Well, what I say, when the game finishes, she'll still be there. So just pull it off. I wasn't alive then. do remember back then. It's fine, you would have pressed earlier now, I'll let it go. Okay, 10:25 on the match clock, 10 minutes when we start.
Okay, let's go. Comfort break for both players. 5-4 up to Adam Davis. Race to 8. Still can't pick a winner. Adam's got to be favourite, simply because of that slender lead, and he's breaking off in frame number 10. And yet again, it has to be said, the control on the cue ball was perfect.
Yeah, I think these. What would you go? Yellows?
Oh,
I think.
absolutely.
Yeah.
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 I can't believe you asked me.
No, I'm still blaming the baby brain. It still doesn't function.
Wickham at 540. Welcome to Ultimate Pool Live. Can we just ask you for the last time? This will be the last time we ask, because this is the biggest game we've had on YouTube, and you are getting it for free, but a little like and a little share on socials would do us the world of good.
Yeah, spread the love, guys. Spread the love.
Thank you very much. You can tell who is making millions off TikTok at the moment, can't you? Just been telling me off mic that she's a TikTok star. She said, "Oh God, how many have you got?"
150.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she wasn't too impressed when I showed her my mate who had 400.
No. Just some guys like watching female pool players, no matter the standard. I may add in, by the way.
I have no idea why.
No.
I didn't even know you were on TikTok. That's
It's fine.
horrendous.
I don't really broadcast it that much, to be honest.
I can't believe. I'm too old for TikTok. Come on. Anyway, let's get back to the pool. Yellow down the rail. Last thing that can go wrong. It's not a big pocket, this, believe it or not. It's too far away, that red is. Do not expect him to miss this, though. Wants to bring the cue ball back a couple of inches. Can go a little bit further if he wants. Doesn't want to be tight on that side cushion, though. So I think that's what decided his shot choice on that one. Perfect on this bottom yellow, though. And looks extremely focused, as he has done from the off. And seems to be happy with his angle on the last yellow.
Yep.
A quick fire frame was just what Ben Doyle did not want. Unfortunately, it is what he has got. 6-4 in well under a minute there, Danielle.
Yeah. And there's no match clock, so it's good to see him firing around. How clinical he's been in this match is brilliant to see.
Apparently, Adam had an unofficial nickname, according to Craig Day, and it was Rattus, because he had a mullet. That's exceptional.
Am I missing a trick here? Is this someone who has a mullet?
Yeah.
Am I too young?
No. Well, I don't know. You'll find out in the comments, I'm sure. Yeah, fantastic that. I mean, bring back the mullet. Imagine Adam Davis with a mullet. I mean,
I can't.
Send me a picture, please, Craig. Brilliant. Right, Ben Doyle's bigged up big break needs to come to fruition.
I feel like I'm just cursing it all the time.
Perfect. And he's got one. Surely. That red can't stay there spinning.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at it teasing you. That's horrendous. Oh my.
That would just send me into overdrive. I think I'd just whack at him at my cue at that point.
He did visibly show a little bit of frustration there, and I don't blame him. I think the fact it was spinning was the only thing that did keep it out. Oh, that's horrendous. I don't think Adam can get through to a 3-ball plant, which is something he may have considered. These are a little bit tricky. A little bit more thought needed. I think you can guarantee, though, that he is going to attack. And he did.
Not many misses in this match.
There hasn't been, and the big ones have been from Adam.
Yeah.
They really have. Which hasn't been reflected in the scoreline.
No.
If you are going to miss, though, miss the first one. I'll leave your opponent with the problems. Things just not going his way. Does that pass? You can see him running round.
Not too convinced.
We were told, Danielle said a couple of times we're not on a match clock. The way Ben's moving around this table, I'm starting to think we are. You can hear the beeps coming in, and that is for this table, so there must be a match clock in play. But we're going to get no help, I'm afraid. You're going to be as wise as I am. They are playing under that 15 seconds, though,
Yeah.
at the moment. You
So
can
we're in the last 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15. I want to say. I think it's
10.
15.
You know what?
It's different. The
Forget
men's
it.
is a different.
We're in the
format,
15
so
second
sorry,
shot,
guys.
15 seconds per shot segment of the match. And Ben is definitely in a rush.
Timothy, we're sure it's 6-4. I'm sure the score is correct.
Yeah, Cole, spot on. It is 6-4. This is difficult here. It needs a little bit of angle. May have to
got it.
punch this into the near jaw and just force the cue ball across.
Just come over by the right pocket. Centre
Excellent.
Pocket. Yeah.
Excellent, that was. Real high quality. I think he's just checking the match clock there, how long he's got left. I'm going to guess it's under sort of 5 minutes.
Lovely bit of cueing.
Now just make sure that head stays still, Mr. Doyle, as it has done throughout Pro Series Tour number 4, and you will be within 1. And he is, exactly that. Is Adam Davis going to hold on, or is Ben Doyle going to force us to 6-all and quite possibly what could be a decider?
Dun, dun, dun. No 6 reds in play.
No, I mean we've been through that, haven't we?
Yeah. I can't imagine him with a mullet. I'm just looking at it here and I'm thinking he had a mullet at the back of his
I'll
head.
have that picture at some point. I'll send it you. It won't be on TikTok.
I look forward to seeing that. Got some Caesar fans in the comments. Always a popular player.
That's always the way, yeah. We have seen the last of Caesar. Looking forward to seeing him again, though. Still plenty of potential. Wasn't perfectly up the centre, and that says a lot that we're actually mentioning that on commentary, because thus far in the previous 5 breaks, he has been laser line up the middle of the table off the break. That's slightly off to one side, but that is certainly in no way a criticism. And will you take a look at these?
Reds are dollies.
Oh my. Depending on the match clock, I think this could be it. I'm obviously trying to gauge what's going on out there, and I can only see what you guys can see, guys and girls out there. And he does seem to be taking his time on each shot, which tells me he's running the clock down, possibly.
I think the beeps could be from the main arena. Is there any matches?
No, because Rob Wackerwarn has completed victory in the other semi-final against Dylan Leary. He's currently being interviewed out there. Another final. Is it his time? One thing's for sure, he's going to be up against a quality opponent. It's looking likely it's going to be Adam Davis. I wonder how many finals he's been in. I remember, obviously I've been away a little bit, but I'd hazard a guess that he's been in possibly 4, maybe more.
Not too sure.
Yeah, he's been in a few. Tour events, I mean. Hello to you, Nathan, all the way from Australia, 7-5. So no handshakes coming in. So
Guess we're playing at 8.
we can definitely hear beeps, though. I don't know if you guys can hear them at home, which would indicate a shot clock being in play. And I'm sure you can hear Stephen Jameson in the main arena echoing through, as I can. It is very different, though, isn't it? I mean, you've been out there twice. Just them extra lights and, you know, the apparatus around the outside. I mean, I'm only stood out there just talking. obviously. But you can feel the heat
Yeah.
off them. So playing out
Yeah.
there, you can understand why a lot of the players do tell you, slides even more and it's even
Yeah.
faster. This table has been rapid all weekend
Yeah.
and has caught a lot of players out with the slidey cushions. So 2 behind. Your guess is as good as mine. How many minutes are left on the clock?
Come on, Ben. Good break. Oh, look at that. Oh, Black's
he's
gone
okay.
down.
Wow.
Black will get respotted. And it will be Ben's shot again as he has put some colours with the black for those who are new to the rules. This will be going in line with the black spot under the yellow, as close to the yellow as possible.
Yeah, and what we saw, for those of you that have been with me most of the weekend, when Ian Alley played Dylan Leary did it a couple of times. He potted the black off the break, and Ian Alley jumped out of his seat, went and got the black for him, put it on the table, which I thought was very, very nice of him to do.
Okay.
No gamesmanship, I don't think,
No.
no. He was just maybe thought that was his job. Yeah, he just got up and did it for him.
I'm not sure if this black goes.
Yeah, we've got a referee out to do it because there's
Yeah,
ball's
it's
very
fiddly.
close to it, and if a player is to move that yellow, it would be a foul. So, yeah, just get the
Sean
ref.
Fallon as our referee. Another TikTok player. Plays in the British Armed Forces.
Yeah, he's been out talking with us quite a lot. He's something to do with cues as well. He was telling us about.
That's
And he's being checked by Ben Doyle. The IRO, by the way, faultless this weekend once again.
As
I've not
always.
mentioned him too much, and that's the highest compliment you can pay to a referee. But 102 tables, 20 referees, they've had a fair job on their shoulders.
Absolutely.
Not one I would want to do. So Ben Doyle with these reds, and I believe if he gets the cue ball where it is now, he'll be fine for the 8 ball. But he's got 4 more to pot until then. Before
Let's
then.
get this plant as full. Perfect.
Gary M6771. Isn't the carpet filthy? Yes, it is, and so is the pool.
Hilarious. As you can tell, we just love a good laugh, guys. It's all a jest and banter in the comms.
You're a long time gone. Here for a giggle. Has he got far enough across here? I don't think so.
I'm surprised at that shot.
I think this has
must
gone
have
wrong.
got- Top off the side cushion, come back across.
Can
Not
he squeeze it
sure.
off the yellow into the right centre? I don't know. This looks really, really awkward to me. Yeah, so much so he's had to force it over. He's done well there, Danielle.
It's a lovely shot.
Done really, really well. Excellent. 7-6. I wish somebody would tell us. I really do. Have you got anybody out there watching? My son's gone home, so I can't ask him how long he's left. Well, we're racking up, so there must be enough time for Ben Doyle to try and force a decider. I do know, like you said, there's no 6 red in play, so if we do get to 7-all, and Ben Doyle will certainly be hoping in that, and the clock starts, we will just finish the match. A fairer conclusion, I think you may all agree. What do you lot think, actually? Over 1,000 of you back in. The second highest of the weekend, this is.
1.1 thousand.
Yeah, 1.1. I mean,
Flying.
yeah, I mean, would you... I'd like to see a full conclusion, I think, in a pro series. I don't think there's much need. The shot clock I can understand. Absolutely, the gamesmanship, it eliminates that element from any player choosing to do it. But the match clock, you very rarely need it with this rule set. Anyway, Adam Davis, can he keep this perfect breaking form up? Of course he can.
Oh,
However,
now then.
How cruel pool can be.
Now then.
And will you look at these reds, Danielle?
Dollies. Don't want to curse them. But come on, Ben.
I think it's...
Bring us to a decider.
I just think it's nailed on here, isn't it? Surely. The only difficult red on the table's a plant. Adam Davis could have just played his last shot in this semi-final. Crazy to think.
Can he hold his nerve, get to his first ultimate final? Get this next one. Oh. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate the comment, mate. I hope you're well.
Absolutely no work here at all for Ben Doyle.
Lovely.
It's just such a cruel game. It really is.
Andy, if it ties, it's played as normal format. The frame gets played out into the conclusion.
Yeah, as long as he leaves 1 second on the clock when he pots the 8, we will see
Make
a
sure
decider.
you come out.
And I can guarantee he will be leaving 1 second on the clock. If we are on a clock. Yeah, you're right. I could time it. I could. But a lot of the time.
Not within my pay grade.
Well, the thing is, if I did do it, but I was miles off because I don't know exactly when it starts. Obviously, and if you're a few seconds off, that will really matter. And it'll kind of ruin it for you guys as well. So we'll just keep you as confused as I am. Ben Doyle looking down the barrel for 7-all.
Come on, Benjamin. You can hear the Irish in the background.
You can
cheering
always
Ben
hear
on.
the Irish in the background. Let's go. All the way. 7-all, you've been treated. You lot
Much deserves.
in for a decider. One last ask for a like and share. Come on, everyone loves a decider.
Come on, guys. Let's go. We want to see 1.2 thousand likes there. Put your predictions in the comments, guys.
Ooh, a breaking dish by Doyle. You have given his break, the big one, all match. It has been good.
I don't want to say it again.
And so as Adams, though, he was very unlucky. Has to be said for him to lose this match. If he does lose this match, he's been very unfortunate. On the other flip side of that is he's made the bigger of the mistakes. Perfect.
Has he got a ball?
Hunting for a ball.
Oh,
This yellow, this yellow.
Oh, just
By
wipes
Dave.
his feet by the pocket.
Quite often people say last ball rolling. That was definitely last ball rolling. Yellows will be his choice. No need to rush now. We're just going to play out to a conclusion. And yeah, I'm sure Ben Doyle will be over the moon. We were always going to see a newly crowned Ultimate Pool Series champion. It was just a matter of deciding who it would be. The Bear is in pole position to book his place against the Whacker.
I've got goosebumps, Dave. Got goosebumps. I can't handle this. You get more nervous watching than you do playing. I can definitely guarantee it.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
This is the one.
Perfect angle.
I mean, it surely can't go wrong, can it?
No.
Just screw, hold off the red.
Into the reds.
Is playing, does look a little bit panicked. We are playing under 15 seconds a shot though, so has got an extension, and I'm not sure if he's realised that. He's played it perfectly though. This is the last ball that could be missed, but let's be honest, it's very, very unlikely. So steady yourself for one last time, Ben Doyle. This is the ball to put you in the final.
Oh, come on.
Perfectly
Bear.
done.
Come on, Ben.
It's a very, very cruel game at times. A couple of mistakes early doors from Adam Davis, but it was a incredibly
Brilliant.
impressive
Go
performance.
on, the Bear.
He went in off in the previous one, and that was a kick, and didn't see the table again. Ben Doyle is your second finalist.
Fantastic.
He will get underway in a race to 8 for a Pro Series number 4 title later this evening. A new winner. Will it be the Bear or will it be the Whacker? Thanks for joining us, everyone. Really, really enjoyed it. A little bit more pool to come on this channel, I'm sure. We will see you then. Nice scenes at the end there, Danny. I'll just
I think
see
that's...
you.
Is that my mum? Oh, my mum's in the building. I didn't even know.
She's in the arena. Yeah. Thank you, Danielle, as well, for joining me.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Dave. Thanks all for watching, guys, and enjoy the final.
Bye-bye.
I know you wouldn't pay attention to what let whoever won now. Ah, good then. Good luck. What's the game that was? Literally, it was 2-0 and the other guy was 2-0, then 4-2, 6-4. It just kept changing. Ben came from 7-5 down with 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Crazy. I don't know why, I was only out for one game. I did one game. What are you I don't know when I want those coming up. Right, I got my heart racing, that was fun. The new names, yeah. Enjoy, bro. Thank you.
A whole chunk of time being used up on this opening frame.
Yeah, it's ended up being a very scrappy position, this. The balls were congested at the beginning, which looked like it might end up in a safety battle. Then once they split up, you thought the frame was going to be over much quicker than it has been. So one of the players got a completely clear sight. The congestion in the bottom right just keeps causing them both problems. It's not the best nudge on the black either. She was level with the red. She wants to play red off red to open this pocket up, but if she does it from here, she's going to lose the white. Plus, it's a difficult shot to judge anyway. Wow, that's not as intended at all. I think Babs is going to want to move the yellow at this end of the table, so let's take the long one down the right rail. It's actually very much like you were saying earlier, Tony. It seems like those kind of shots like that are really difficult, she smashes in, and then the more straightforward ones are the ones that causes trouble.
Every time. Every time. I mean, there is an angle here. You could belt this into that top rack or a cue ball. Side rail, other side rail, bottom rail, and flick the yellow out. Obviously, we're talking right at the highest tariff possible. She's trying to go in narrow. I don't think that was ever there. Cue ball going dangerously close to the middle. Not gone in.
The problem now is that in hitting this yellow, any contact is going to spring the red out, so she's got to play something that's going to give her a safe-ish white, which isn't easy to guarantee from here. Can't blame her for going for that last shot, but it was very much all her eggs in one basket. If this stays on the table, that could have been okay, but it hasn't. So, ball in hand for Amy Beecham. The black partially covered, does still pot at least a one top pocket. Frustration for Babs as she looks on. So she's going to pot the ball top left, just bring the white down to give an angle she can drop in behind the black for choice of the top pockets. May also pot to the right centre. She's just coming around to see how covered it is.
I think she just drops us in and plays along black. So it's pretty straight. Black ball into the top left hand corner, and this has really been an extremely long frame ball. 12.5 minutes thus far.
Yeah, the aim is to play a potential 15 frames in the 50-minute allocation. That's not going to be happening if we're playing frames of this length.
Black is in for Amy Beecham. So she does lead 1-0 after a fair old battle in that opening frame.
Yeah, there were some good moments, but there were some difficult moments in that frame. The balls just didn't seem to cooperate for either player. Good black in the end from Amy. It's important to get that. The last thing you want to do is get given a chance like that and then throw it away again. The usual story. You don't mind those kind of long frames so much if you're the one that wins it. If it goes to all-out attack, you're going to favour Amy, so I suppose from Barbara's point of view, she doesn't mind a slightly more tactical game. Not that she's not a good attacking player herself, she is, but Amy's probably got a little bit more firepower. She'd like a quicker frame, obviously, after the last one. She'd like to get her first frame on the board. The yellow next to the black looks pretty tight. She smashes in another long one. I think she should just play the whole game at distance. Every time she's had a long pot, she's looked great on it. It's been the stuff closer in that's caused trouble. Does she need to cannon the red and the black? Yes, she does. Skims past the edge of it. And now, no attacking options. She's just going to have to play a safety. That's a foul. That was black first.
Yep, ball in hand for Amy.
Should speed the frame up. Ball in hand. It's not a bad chance. It's just the fact there's balls on both of the side cushions, plus these ones at the top of the table. She takes this one to the middle, she can then take top left, top right. That will sort those ones out. It's just a case of then of how she links things up. There is just about a pattern to linking things up at the bottom. It's just awkward when you've got things on opposing side cushions. You've got to travel a long way with the white. Chance for redemption for Amy. She lost in last night's final to Emma Parker. Didn't play her best, but came up against an opponent who'd had a really good tournament. One of those situations, just don't think anybody in the venue could have begrudged Emma Parker the win, particularly looking at the combined body of work between semi-final and final. Amy's won so much though in the history of Ultimate Pool and the Ultimate Pool Women's Series. She's going to want to get back in the winner's enclosure. In an ideal world, she'd have played this to the top right, but just had the wrong angle, so had to drop behind it for the centre. No mistake there. She can take this ball down the left rail. This actually makes the pattern a lot easier to sequence together, because now she can go left rail, then transition over to the right-hand side. Obviously helped a lot starting this clearance with ball in hand, because that was the way she unlocked the balls at the top of the table. Could go middle first, but going down the table doesn't have to do much with the white. The white's naturally going to come on and off the bottom cushion. She's going to have the ball in the middle next.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Just drop this in the middle. Red ball down into the bottom right. Cannot fail to get on the black. To the left-hand centre.
It's been good from Amy. It's been a quicker frame. I think from Amy's point of view, she'd like it to be a slightly quicker match, because the danger of using up too much of the clock early on is that it becomes a short race, as we see her miss the black by
that's a bad miss by Amy.
a mile. Look at what she's left as well. I was about to say it's going to leave a shorter race, and she is the favourite for this, and when you are the favourite, you kind of want the race to be longer, just so that one or two frames don't have a disproportionate impact. Now she's missed that black though. Barbara Taylor, great chance to get her first frame. It's got enough position. She's got some angle to work with here. Can work off one or two cushions to come down towards the middle of the table. nicely done, just this almost straight yellow. Black there waiting. She'll be relieved, having watched Amy go through the early part of that clearance. She could easily have been 2-0 down. 19 minutes of play, 2 frames in the books, 1 apiece. Not the lightning start that we might have expected, but a compelling match nonetheless. Not very likely now to go the distance. Playing the longer race for this final than we have been playing through the earlier round, so this is a race to 8. The rest of the women's competition has been a race to 7. 50 minutes match clock. This wasn't necessarily the weekend Barbara would probably have expected herself to get to the final, given she's carrying that injury, but she's played well throughout the day, and this is the moment she's been waiting for. Started out as a race to 8, it's been shortened by 1 frame as they've each won 1. 20 minutes used up, so a half an hour race to 7 effectively. Balls are both colour potted. The ball above the black goes to the right centre. The ball below the black, there's room to get through to the right corner, not from where she is, but she came back for it. The only ball that doesn't have a natural pocket is the one on the right hand rail below the middle pocket. Goes for the pot and misses. It's probably not a terrible spot at which to miss, if you go and miss at all. Wasn't a guaranteed clearance with that ball on the right hand cushion. A chance for the counter attack though, because that top right pocket definitely isn't blocked. The yellow flies past the red, so if Amy can find an opener, you know she will. Now what she landed on, can she see to the right of the black? I don't think she can see enough to pot it. Ball to the left of the black. Doesn't look like it goes to its natural pockets.
There's your call.
So, looks like the double it is. Finds the double, so she can carry on. Again, they're not really in prime position. You just tell good players when they're in their flow, they just feels very effortless around the table. Right now it's just feeling a little bit laboured from both players. Going for the long yellow to the top right. Big pocket off the red.
Yeah, that's much better. Play the yellow that's just to the right of that red ball now. Try and just dig it a little bit. I mean, you could drop it in gently. I think I prefer just to dig this a little bit. Gone for the gentle approach and it's not come out nice. So when you dig and you go in, you will spread the balls apart and you wouldn't be landing there. Looking at a double, has a big bag.
Well, none of the good things happened. Could have potted the yellow, didn't. Could have potted the red, didn't. So, chance for the counter-attack from Barbara Taylor.
Well, she has an angle. She could pot this here and try and get on the one that's over the middle. She could get onto that, then she could find an avenue to go down to finish this frame off. Cue ball's in a dangerous position there. Could be okay if she can just roll into the one that's over the bag, drop it in, then take the red up into the top right, come down into the bottom right. Well, obviously couldn't see enough of it.
Yeah, I thought that's what she'd do. If the double goes in, obviously she's perfect, but it was more missable.
Yep, well, only one option here for Amy. Long yellow into the bottom right-hand corner, stop the cue ball dead. Well, seemed to move a little bit off that one.
Be easier if she could start with the ball over the left pocket, because the one over the right links better with the one down the rail. But maybe too thin for that. If she can control this, just play around a couple of cushions. Yeah, she can, so that's perfect. Just play this very slow. Red to the centre, leave the cue ball near where the red is.
Final from start to finish. Well, those, should I say, so far. Certainly not finished. Over 20 minutes left. Barbara Taylor won't mind that. She's now 2-1 in front.
Yeah, you never mind it if you're the one that's ahead. This was a match where Barbara Taylor could and probably should have been 2-0 down. Amy had the chance to win the second frame. Barbara's going to be the happier of the two players. Once it's not been vintage on her side either. She's got a narrow lead, and she's also suppressed an opponent that's quite capable of being very active and reeling off the frames. Is not able to do that right now. Just approaching the halfway of the points of the match time-wise. Nowhere near the halfway point of the match frame-wise. So it's a best of 15, but only 3 of those 15 frames played so far. Surely that's not coming up dry, is it? Well, that's amazing. Lots of balls through. Back-to-back days like that where it just doesn't quite happen in a final. She's going to want to try and make something happen. She can play the red to the left-hand side of the cue ball as a plant, potentially. The question is whether she can dig in deeply enough. She's got to do something with the red that's below the cue ball. Well, this is the plant and doesn't get or doesn't try to get the cannon. May just have been playing that as a containing shot. The yellow's not really great here. while she's got this advantage, she needs to either go for the clearance or at least develop the red that's on the right hand side. Well, she has done that of a fashion. Yellow's not great, but now better. Now that red's been moved. The only yellow that's going to be really hard to get to is the top one of the three on the left hand side. The other ones, you could see a route to them. So that's the one she goes after first, the top one. Doesn't quite get it out though, and in fact gets it in a worse place than it was. Well, it's an adventurous shot. That's not worked bad, but she has still got the same problem, yellow. Barbara looks like she's looking up at the sky, but there's actually a big screen above the camera at this end of the table. We'll be looking up at that. Now, does this yellow go to the left centre? Well, she's had a sporting go at these balls. It's still not getting any easier. It's going to be all about the shot after this, assuming that one drops. So, yet again, shots for the counter-attack. She's got the ball to the right centre. The ball at the bottom of the table is obviously fine. The two nearest the pocket are fine. So there's only really one difficult ball on the table, the one under the ultimate of ultimate pool on the baulk cushion. Don't think it goes past the yellow directly. Maybe it does. If she could play behind the yellow, this will be perfect. Well, good news, bad news. I think Barbara's largely focusing on the bad news, it's fair to say. Ideally, you'd cut the ball down the left rail, but it's just such an unappealing shot to have to take on. If you take the one on the right first, though, do you get into a better position? The only shot you're going to really guarantee is a double. If you try and get good position, it could go wrong. So decides on the double. Feels this is higher percentage than cutting the ball down the rail, which was the other shot that she could have played. And she was right, as long as the white stays on the table. Well, a frame that took a long time to unlock, and it looked like Amy Beecham was the more likely to unlock it. Looks destined to go the way of the England captain. And it does. This has been an attritional match, but Barbara Taylor won't mind that. She's 3-1 up. She eases herself into a chair, still carrying the foot injury that we mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, it's been a bizarre final, really. 3-1 Barbara Taylor. And it's sort of stunted Amy Beecham not being able to express herself naturally out there. Because it's been fairly scrappy.
Yeah, this is about the most muted performance I can remember seeing from Amy. This isn't how Amy wants to lose. If she does lose and she goes out in a blaze of glory, that's one thing, but she's going to feel like she just hasn't really played much in this match so far. Better break in terms of the balls being spread around. She has made a ball. Red down. Wow, I did not see her missing that one. So back to the table, but not a great situation for Amy. And this has been the tale of the match, hasn't it? Every time you think she's going to be in for some kind of chance, it's been a really difficult chance. She hasn't really had sight at a clear run of balls for ages. The way Amy's got to think about this is she's going to find some way of getting this frame secured, then it will be her break next. Just trying to get things a bit more open. I mean, it's not like anybody's been deliberately playing like this. Barbara's got a big break. She's been trying to split them up herself. It's just balls have conspired to make this a very tight game so far. Not quite see enough of that ball to the middle. She could see to cut it to the top right corner, but then the white would be running somewhat loose.
Great pot into the corner.
Yeah, in fact, it's great all round, really. Everything now open. The ball that isn't really open is the one bottom right, but I think it will pot if you could just get the cue ball sort of along the line where the black is. Looks like you'd just about be able to see enough of it. Not sure it's in a spot where you really want to have to play a cannon. There isn't a logical path into it. Looks like it may be the line. She's not on the ball to the left, so well, that's very tight, isn't it? I'm not sure if she can see enough to put the one down the rail from where she is. Maybe she's a bit high. If she can't see the potting angle, she's going to have to just run gently into it, promote the ball over the pocket and try and leave the white tight-ish in behind that yellow. She could pot it. So it's going to have to be the double.
Yeah, double back into the corner. She may be able to get the cue ball to bump into that yellow ball that's near the middle bag and hold on the black. We get a pot, yeah. That's not in it.
And worse than that, from her point of view, not only is it not in, but it's run really safe. Now Amy's got the luxury of time. She can just bump the yellow off the top cushion or play a safety on one of the balls on the right at some stage if she wants to. Or she may just go straight for the finish.
I think the yellow passes up into the top right.
This is what she wants, this kind of open chance. Been so many chances she's come to the table where there's been something but not really a complete clearance to go after. To her credit, she hasn't really shown any frustration. It's just, you just assume it must be a frustrating situation given the way the game is played out. Barbara able to see a bit of the red. Does she try and punt it the long double up the table or just try and play the developing shot? White, the angle maybe can just make the angle for the long double. Close to a double kiss. Yeah, she's gone for it. And she's got it.
It's in.
What an excellent shot that was.
I think the yellow might be in the way to double twice across. That might have to be.
Continuing the theme, she's pulling out the difficult ones and then getting stuck on the easier ones.
Twice across definitely goes. I think the yellow's in the way of the double. And to be fair, it's absolutely straight twice across.
So double treble to finish this match.
Get the cue up in here. You've got to stop the white dead. If she plays it if she plays top on it, the white could get in the way. It's dead straight. Seriously. Middle of the black ball. 2 cushions and back into the left-hand centre. She's gone for the cutback. Oh, she's only got it. Wow. What a shot from Barbara Taylor. And 4-1 she goes in front. With just 11 minutes and 3 seconds left on the clock. Smiles for Barbara. Would imagine disbelief at the moment for Amy.
Let's have another look at this table length double. That's worth another watch.
Cut back here with the black to wrap up the frame.
Both players stepping out of the arena for a comfort break. No surprise to see both keen to regroup at this point, given the way this match has gone. Though both players back in the arena. Play resumes 4-1 to Barbara Taylor. 10 minutes 45 on the match clock. Right now, this has just been such a difficult evening for Amy. She just hasn't got anything going. It's really been through poor play. It's just nothing has conspired, or nothing has cooperated. Everything has conspired against her to just make scrappy frames. You wouldn't say Barbara's undeserving of the 4-1 lead, but at the same time, it's a very harsh scoreline for Amy because she's been kind of chasing after the more difficult chances through most of this match. We're still at the stage where a comeback isn't out of the question as we hear the chime for the 10 minutes. But 5-1 would almost certainly close out the match.
Well, she come all the way down the table and a shake of the head. But at the moment, 4-1 up. You've got to be quite happy. She's going to play across now, play the red on the bottom rail. And pots the red on the bottom rail. Now she can't get to the red next to the black ball. And that's not bad. Steer the cue ball over to the left-hand side, pot the one in the middle. That red will go into the right-hand centre. Oh, she's bumped it. And bumped it again. And leaves a double into the corner. And is it going to be Barbara's day? If this red goes in, you think it will be.
It's effectively for the match, and it's in. Barbara Taylor, this black to lead 5-1 with only 8.5 minutes remaining.
In goes the black ball. Barbara Taylor now 5-1 up in cruise control. 8 minutes 30. And it's been a long drawn out affair, especially at the start of this match with some scrappy frames, but Barbara's been the one that's come out on top. And almost sort of just played a low block against Amy Beecham.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think much of it has been a deliberate game plan, but it has had the effect of keeping Amy very muted. I mean, we just know how much attacking quality she's got, and have we seen any of it tonight? We just haven't really had a chance to. She's going to feel deflated after this. She lost a match last night where Emma was playing well. I think that was probably an easier one to take. This one feels like the match was here for the taking, but Barbara has been there at the moments that have mattered. Looks like she's going to come up dry, so one final chance for Amy to make something happen quickly. She's got frames left, but time is running out.
Yeah, we're on 2 minutes of frame that Amy's got to get them under her belt.
I mean, this is kind of how the whole match has been. She comes to the table, she's really got to go for a clearance. There's kind of a clearance there, but it's not perfect. I think if she just gets one of these difficult clearances, that would really fire her up and get her going. But with the time running out, it's going to have to really be this one. There's not going to be too many more chances after this. Does this yellow that's the highest of the four go past the one over the corner? Or is she going to have to play the plant? Well, it didn't really quite look like it went, but she obviously thought she could sneak it past.
Not really left much, but it's not going to matter. Barbara now can squeeze some time off the clock here. And it really is pretty much all over. Barbara Taylor's going to land the title.
Oh, that's a better shot. If she finds this gap. Now, if that lower ball pots.
I don't think it does. I think she'll have to play the plant.
Plant itself's alright, but where's the yellow going? Oh, she's played that well. She's
Yeah,
played
that's a
that
very good
really
shot.
well.
Really good shot. She'll probably take these out now and probably ask yourself the question, where was this earlier?
I think that's just about okay. You can cut this ball into the top right.
The problem is getting behind that red on the right. In fairness, I think she's going to hit it with a bit more stick, and she has. And that's a very dejected Amy Beecham walking back to her chair. Barbara Taylor on the red down the rail. Calls the extension. Why not?
All of this is just so painful for Amy, isn't it? She just desperately wants a chance in this match, but it looks like she's running out of chances.
And then the miss, and also leaves the snooker for Amy.
Firm hit, but goes safe again. So now these balls are waiting for Barbara Taylor. She'd like to close it out in style here. This is still not the winning post, but she'd like to get the clearance. 6-1, there'd be no way back for sure. Amy was pretty sporting last night, even when Emma was well ahead. She let her carry on playing, enjoy her moment in the limelight. She didn't concede early. Obviously Amy won't concede during this frame. We'll see what happens if Barbara wins the frame. Don't think there's any realistic way back, so may offer a handshake at that point. Well, I think she's going to have to play the last shot at distance. She can roll this across the table. There's no way of getting close to the other ball. Her long game has probably been the best feature of her game tonight. Can she go long red followed by long black? No. So, difficult shot, but a shot, if she gets it, she should be on the black. Oh, how's that from Amy Beecham?
Wow.
Rifles the ball in. But as a result of hitting it at that pace, not perfectly on the black. Well,
Oh, would you know it? Cue ball goes in, ball in hand, Barbara Taylor. 2 tap-ins to go 6-1. Yep. About sums it up. And Amy will offer her hand.
the end of an attritional match, but the end of an attritional match that Barbara Taylor can rightly celebrate. She's won on the Women's Pro Series before. This is her first Women's Pro Series title, though, since we moved to this Pro format. It wasn't the easiest match on the eye at times. It was quite hard going from both players, but Barbara Taylor, she pulled out some good long shots and she pulled out some shots at the right moment. Ultimately, a comfortable winner, 6-1. Amy Beecham frozen out of that match. Wasn't necessarily a deliberate game plan, but Barbara was there at the moments that counted, and Amy just couldn't find her way into the game. She's contributed a lot to the game, Barbara Taylor. She's deserving of her moment in the limelight, and she smiles as she waits for the trophy presentation to begin. Barbara Taylor is your champion of Women's Pro Series 4.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Welcome back everybody into the arena for the presentations for the Women's Pro Series final. Fantastic weekend for Amy Beecham, 2 finals back to back. Let's hear it for Amy Beecham, your runner-up. Amy, well played on this weekend. I know not in the final, as you'll no doubt tell us. What are your thoughts at the end of that one?
I don't know. I felt like I had a different arm to the player in the semi, to be honest. The first frame got over the line and should have settled, and then the black I missed in the second was criminal, really. Just another moment of indecision of roll it in, screw it on and off the rail, and then I just got down at it. So I should know better, but we all do it.
Absolutely. It is objectively a good weekend. 2 runs to the finals in this field is something to be pleased about. Where do you feel your English game is at the moment from this summer? You obviously won the last tournament, 2 finals back to back. It's not, I know, where you exactly want it to be, but it's a sign of consistency.
Yeah, and I'll win them both in Loughborough and I'll feel better.
Best of luck, mate. Amy Beecham, everybody, the one and only. All right, let's give it up for your Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series champion. She is Hollywood, Barbara Taylor. Oh, you're fine wherever you want to be, Babs. Congratulations, first of all. That must feel really good.
Yeah, there's still life in the old dog, as I've just been told on a message, so yeah.
Name and shame them.
No,
Who would say that?
I can't do that. I can't do that. Just a ugly Scotsman, but anyway. Yeah, I think after a poor start, I think there was a lot of respect in the first frame, in the first couple of frames. And as Amy says, she's chalk and cheese to her semi-final. And it looked like it was going to be one of those finals where we were sort of cancelling one another out. And it was just one of those things for Amy, really. I had a couple of decent clearances, but it wasn't box office, was it?
It was Hollywood, though. It certainly was. I mean, a fantastic win for you. It's been a little while since we've seen you lift one of these trophies. I know the competitor that you are. You will have been itching to get yourself another one of these. How good does it feel to be getting another one?
It feels amazing, and to be honest with you, as you know, it's been a bit of a tough start to the year. You have a slightly different mindset that it's not quite as important, you know? Yeah.
I'd be really proud, mate.
Yeah.
The white shoes, they're going to have to stay, aren't they? They're the lucky shoes.
The lucky shoes, but I can't cut my foot each time. I think the only reason I did all right is because I was too busy thinking about my foot and not the table. So, yeah, maybe I need to go and fall through a step in a swimming pool more often. But, yeah, the trainers have got to stay, so I need to find an excuse each time and let Grauto sort it out.
Well, look, we're not going to keep you from this moment any longer, and I'm not here to make you cry either. Enjoy every second of the moment, Baz. We're going to get you a trophy. Bring in Tournament Director Andy Johnson to make the presentation. Your Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series champion is Barbara Taylor. Let's hear it one more time for Barbara Taylor, everybody.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Good evening, everybody. Our attention will turn to the Disability Series. A regular face, I'm led to believe, David Beaumont. The Battle of the Davids, and a David commentating on them as well. Race to 7 in the final. And I did catch the end of Mr. Beaumont's, and we will be calling them Beaumont and Bolton to make things easier for those that are tuning in. I caught the end of his semi. I think he was quite a way behind at one point. He was playing Charles Caladao. Apologies for the pronunciation. And winning 6-4, and it was thoroughly entertaining actually at the end. It'll be interesting to see how this final unfolds. Plenty of noise behind me, I'm afraid. It is Sunday evening. There's a lot of packing away to be done. I was hoping to have somebody alongside me from the Disability Series. If there's anybody tuned in and still watching, wants to come and join me, I don't see any reason why you couldn't. Would be better if you are on the Disability Series though, so you'd have a little bit more knowledge. These guys only tend to get the exposure in the latter stages of a competition, and Beaumont in a little bit of trouble in frame one. No attempt at the pot there, I am sure. Mr. Bolton was up against Darren Henshaw in the other semi-final, coming out a 6-2 winner. So on paper at least an easier semi-final. Zach Shepherd, who was that aimed at? I think I know what you mean. It's not very nice. We're going to see plenty of this back and forth go on in this final between the two Davids. Oh, very good. Thanks for enlightening me, Zach. Yeah, I have watched a little bit of David Bowman and Beaumont. I actually do coach a disabled player in a wheelchair. Hello Lee, if you are watching. And he's told me a lot about him. He's sort of like the bar, I think. Very well respected. Unfortunately, I've been away from the game, and the last time I commentated, we didn't have a disability series at Ultimate, so it's all a little bit new to me. Do bear with me, I will do my best. The quote, as Zach said, is in a little bit of mither here. Twice across. So he's going to get his reward is Mr. Bolton. Yeah, the most decorated. Have you got any stats on him, Zach? I'd be interested just to see how many trophies he has. I do remember him making an appearance at one of the previous events, but I think I only ever did one game, and he could have been in it. I was more on the main table back then, before I was sent and summoned over to YouTube for this weekend, which I thoroughly enjoyed, by the way. You lot have made it absolutely amazing. Even incredible to think we've still got well over 500 people just tuned in watching this. You guys obviously as addicted to watching pool as I am. And now these are open, he's not wasting too much time. However, you can see him shaking his head, and that's because he's the wrong side. Can he stun off the bottom red into the yellow, and not the red, off the 8 into the centre? No, is the answer. Just keeping it tight seems to be the plan of action. I'm starting to think, Zach Shepherd, that you should be in here with me. Your knowledge is incredible. Dave Bolton, apparently a century maker on the snooker table. Wow, that's there's not too many of them around. Incredible. Devon Lucas, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Yeah, good attempt. Played with a little bit of safety in mind. Not sure we'll be seeing a safety from Bolton here. No disrespect meant to these two players, by the way. It's only because you're both called David and so am I, so we're going to split things up. Beaumont and Bolton. You can at least put the initials on the trophy for now. Seems pretty happy with that, and that was a snooker-esque shot. Put him tight on the ball cushion. You do see a wild array of disabilities out in the arena, and obviously I mentioned before the guy with no arms, they sort of do take the limelight a bit because it's just simply incredible to watch them play. But anybody that sort of puts themselves out there with a big physical disability, you have to applaud them, because just the willingness to go out and compete, amazing, and the drive, the determination, and we are apparently witnessing the most successful player at it. If he's the most decorated player in that club down in Stoke, then well, that kind of says a lot, because there is lots of decorations down there. Good evening, Andy Neal. Good evening, Colin Taylor. Do not call me that again. Zach Shepard, I'm just going to outright ask you, as we watch Beaumont take the first one, I'm presuming then, from what you told me, that Beaumont, he's heavy favourite, is he, for this? Would you put him heavy favourite? Interesting to know. Welcome, Dean Barry 7285. Oh my. This chat is going to be dangerous, I can see that. Keeps me entertained though. Sure. I'm surprised that most of you aren't pre-drinking for the 1 AM kickoff. Andy Neal, I play one-handed. Well, I could probably give you a game at that. I'm about as bad one-handed as I am two. An even game according to BWPPA. That is one long abbreviation. Good, because that's what I want to see. I want to see a nice even match. Interestingly, I've just been outside testing one of the new cues that are coming on the market, and the referee said to me, he said, actually no, I've not racked up many frames this weekend, just simply because there's 100 tables and 20 refs. Then the only one that sort of gets a ref racking the balls is the arena table. He said, "Oh, I had to do it in one match, but the guy didn't have arms." I mean, and so you should. Let's get back to the comments. It's Tony Southern. Okay. Yes, I do know you, Tony. Your name has been mentioned to me also by Lee. Great to have you all in. If you want results for any match, please go to the live scoring. Everybody's, including Caesar Jandigas, are all on there. I am presuming you do have an internet connection if you are watching this stream. Wow, we did have an ex-professional off the IPA into the disability, but he's out early. Must show the strength in depth on the tour. Matthew Coates. Good, nice and even. We want to see a close, contested final. Yeah, nice one, Tony. I've done it's the home stretch for me, this. It's been a long old weekend, but thoroughly enjoyable. I'm sure all of you that are watching all have jobs and all have had to work for a living. Well, you should never call... What a shot, by the way, by Bolton. Very well judged, that. Get in the skilly. You can never call talking about pool a job, and I never will do. So it looks like we are still attacking. Would have preferred to have been top side of this red, I think. As a nudge needed to free. Oh, well, is he on the plant? I didn't spot that. Ah, nice. I think a little bit more power. Maybe open them up a little bit more. I'm not sure he's on this red that's nearest to us. If he is, he can swing it round. No guarantee the last red on the table does pass to the bottom left, though. So a little bit of work to be done. I think he is just on this, though. So may have the option of a double if it doesn't pass. Very difficult for me. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind there. A little bit ahead. I'm looking at the wrong screen. It's been a long old weekend. Please bear with me. I'll come back in a second. It's just been a technical issue with the delay. Okay, apologies for that. We're just rebooted. Only took a few seconds though. I think I might have just been a little bit out of sync. It wasn't my problem. It wasn't my fault, I assure you. Cue on the floor. Quickly picked up. Could do with a little bit more room behind him there. The barrier just getting in his way. Well, it stayed pretty straight all the way down. It was never in, I don't feel. So Bolton to the table after picking up his cue. And you feel he should definitely be getting these two. However, it is going to be a double for the 8 and a back double. Far from natural this. He's down quickly though, so seems happy. And that's why. Safely deposited. 1 apiece after 2. I mean, interesting. Again, talking about one-handed players. I mean, Zach will know the name I'm going to mention, I'm sure. The very best one-handed player you've ever seen is a Oli Bale. Ridiculous. If you type in on YouTube some of his finishes, they do come up, and yeah, amazing. I think all you guys that play in the disabled series are amazing. However, when you are either without one arm or without two, there is something very, very special about that. When I do a little bit of the coaching with the guy in the chair, I actually, took a chair at one point with me and just tried to give it a go, and yeah, it's incredible. It's so much more difficult. Good break off. Unusual to see every single ball apart from one on the left hand side. Not too bad of a layout though, unless he's jawed, which he quite possibly could be. Does want yellows, you would feel, attacking the one over the middle pocket. Doesn't really want to pop both of these balls, and has done. Yeah, sort of handed the advantage that his ball set offered over to the opponent now. Well, certainly evened it up. Oh, that was a miscue. I hope his tip's okay. Doesn't seem to be making too much of a fuss about it. Take it away and chalk it all the way around. That was a complete and utter miscue. He used to be amazing one-handed, beat Farron, and he used two. Did Carl Morris and McGuinness. Wow, you're showing your age there, Simon Malloy. Name dropping all over the show, and why not if you've got them names to mention. Welcome Jamie McPherson, thanks for joining us. Kieran, it's a race to 7. Sure, Andy Neal, I sure can. I mean, head over to the website, there's a lot of information on there. Entries usually go through a man named Lee Grant. Or if you are disabled, I'm sure you'll have friends that might play on here and they can maybe inbox you. I do not enter the competitions, mainly because I have zero chance in any of them, including the disability and the next gen. Did bring me lad up though this weekend, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself. I would encourage anybody just to come and watch. It's amazing to see how Ultimate Pool have evolved into what it is. I was speaking to the man responsible for all of it this morning for quite a while, Mr. Mark Quirk, and Pool was crying out for somebody that, well, firstly, let's be honest, could afford to invest into the sport and make it run commercially and make it into the entity it is, because he fluked it. Things you love to see. He looks very, very embarrassed by that, does Beaumont. Yeah, the whole game was crying out for it, and I've just been walking around as you usually do in the short breaks, and you have youngsters coming up to you and even being asked for pictures. Very, very surreal. It must be even more surreal for the players that have played long term, but that exposure really does matter. It helps grow all areas and all tours. Now, it should go in off the near jaw. Oh, it hasn't. Now, at the start of the weekend, they were dropping in. It should never drop in. I completely agree, if that's what you were going to comment. But I have seen them drop in. David Bolton's disability. I've absolutely no idea, and I'd never asked that question. How rude, you know. It's absolutely none of my business. We're here to talk about pool, the important stuff. Yeah, I mean, the next gen, we're due to see the final of the gold a little bit later on, but I think they're running behind due to the delays yesterday, so I'll have to see how it goes. The final of the main is currently going on the other table. We're going to see the trophy in new hands, a first time winner on the men's, and I know full well that Rob Wackerwarn will be desperate to get his hands on it, having been so close a few times already. I don't see too much value here in attacking. Yes, and Bowman feels the same. However, I think if he could have picked a place to put that red, that would have been one of the last picks. Thin off this yellow, maybe, down into the bottom left-hand corner. Yeah, I think he's covered the red near the yellow. May have left a slither of the one behind the 8. And that's the one he will want to play. But because he's playing it so thin, this cue ball's going to be flying around. He's not going to have too much idea where it's going to go. What he doesn't want to do is disturb the yellow and red, because he knows he's going to be opening up the 8 ball. If he opens up them two, the finish will be on. It is tracking round. Well, how dare I? It was just an improvement of the safety. Yeah, Rob has won an event, but he's not won a tour title. And don't be testing me which one, because all them notes of mine are well out of date. Right then, a chance for Beaumont. Anybody wants to watch the main event final between the men? Ben Doyle and Rob Wackerwarn. It's over on the subscription, I'm afraid. We've been plugging it all weekend. Plenty of pool and plenty of extra to watch on there. That's going to pull up in time. He's going to have a go at this red. Difficult to save him here. With the cushions being so slidey, you can play these hard with backspin and check them up, but I don't think this is on at all. I think the only sort of sensible pot, because the bottom right is also blocked, is to play a cut. And I don't think he has a choice. He has to play an attacking shot, because the only real safety is to try and get in behind the 8, and that's just as hard as cutting this down the rail. Cross treble, possibly. No, he is going to play a safety. That was high tariff to block both balls. Looks like he's done about as well as he could have done. Now, what has he left? Zach Shepherd, you're an encyclopedia, my friend. It's good to have you here. You're like me in 2024, before I had to get so much work done, nothing pool related. I think he would have expected to pot that. I mean, he's staying at the table just watching that cue ball go towards the 8, but it's not going to make it. So it's going to be Bolton with the decent opportunity to get the lead. But he has missed the yellow. Good news, bad news. Would love to attack this from the top of the table. Send it towards the bottom right. It's a big pocket, but I feel the black's in the way. Well, left-hand side incoming. Makes the shot a lot more difficult. Did make contact with the red. And what do you know? That's a little bit of a result, you'd have to say. Shame on thee. Yeah, maybe. But come on. We've done. If you've been with me most of this weekend, we have dissected Q actions time and time again, but not in the final of the Disabled series. Wow. You know what? It looks really bad, but actually, even these tables just to the side, because they are just to the side of the arena, they play even more slidey. They play slightly different even to the ones that they've been on. The Disability series seems to have mainly been just outside the room where I am. These tables are in a different place and they are warmer, which does make a slight difference. They're right next to the arena. For those of you with a keen ear that haven't put the mute button on, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, you can probably hear the beeps from the main table. So it looked like it was going Bolton's way, but if he can manage this thin cutback on the black, it will be Beaumont into a 2-1 lead. Just settling himself a little bit. I don't think there's an in-off coming into play here. Ah, excellent. Real good. Needed a few chances in that, and David Bolton was very disappointed. I think he did have what you'd have to say was a very good chance. I think the extra slide didn't help him, ending up in the middle pocket. So 2-1 in the final, race to 7. We're back, yeah, D15, that was Tony, wasn't it, I think? Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it. I've been told I can talk about whatever I want. I tend to stick to the technical aspects. I find it very rewarding. That's why I went into it in the first place. I have 2 other jobs, well, 3 other jobs if you include this one. And yeah, I absolutely love it. Love it. Give up playing, but love watching others improve. Can he double down? Excellent break. That was. Controlled the cue ball. Plenty of power through the pack. Deserves a ball and has got one. Yes, my Gallaghers. No referee setting the balls up in the final. There hasn't been a referee on this table all the way through. They do have a timer. However, I'm not sure if that comes into play in the Disability Series final. One Arm Vlogs 259. Who is this man and what is his world record? I am thoroughly invested in that comment. Daniel Blood, welcome to the stream. his attention will be on the one right in the triangle area. The ball he wants to use to attack that is the one over the right centre. And that could be ideal. Because what he does is, if he manages to pop this to the centre and cannon the yellow next to the red, just before the black, you can just see him having a look at the line he wants the cue ball. He's given himself 2 balls to land on. This is a very good chance for Beaumont. But it all depends on the outcome of this shot. If he gets the cannon, it's hard to see him not being on one of the 3 balls. Amazing to think there's 500 of you watching. I'd love to put up a poll and see who you think is going to win. I get the feeling from the comments that Beaumont will get most of the votes. So, did get the pot and did get a cannon, but just not the right one. Will he be staying attacking? I think so. There's no real advantage in this rule set to be covering pockets. The loss of turn fully utilised by everybody here this weekend. And obviously the option of a combination shot or skill shot, if that's what you prefer, a terminology to use. He is going to slow things up and just leave him on this bottom cushion, I think. Yeah, up behind the yellow. Excellent. Having not been too familiar with either of these players, I can see Beaumont's style being very effective. He does not take too many chances. Plays a conservative game. Did go after the attack, but once it's failed, he's quite happy to just sort of make the game a little bit tighter. I mean, he's in full control of frame number 4, and he wants to stay there. And what I've been told, extremely experienced, so knows how to dominate a final. Sort of a game within a game sometime. If you're the one in control, it's Bolton that's chasing in this frame, certainly. Matt Waterworth, welcome to the stream. A good advertisement for the disability series, so why don't you just give us a little like and a little share. Tony did coaching for 3 years for Cohen and found it very rewarding too. Wanted my players to win more than I did. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I don't play competitively at all, and I don't miss it either. I think watching others succeed's fantastic. I think in total 3 young players here today. One I've seen a professional, but I can't mention, and one decent amateur. One in the disabled, so quite a few, and hard to keep up with all the results because I'm spending about 10 hours a day in here. But yeah, I concur with your thoughts, Tony. Yeah, I urge anybody that thinks they can do it, they should give it a go. Oh wow! I mean he's okay, but to land there bridging over, not very nice. I think you just got to drop this in, accept distance, trust your queuing. From what I've seen, it's very steady. Between his legs there, I think he's got one of the extendable spiders, is it? Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Amazing how he just keeps it there all the time, though. Doesn't put it under the table. Good little tip there, for those that didn't catch it. When you are bridging over a ball, what he did there was he sort of kept his cue quite flat, got himself in line, and then raised the cue up. And it's a tip that Sean Murphy does, and that man does know a little bit about cueing. So a long 8 for a 2-frame gap. Ah, beautiful. Really, really good. So 3-1 up, and for those of you that suspected Beaumont might win, your prediction looks very well at this point. The Miracle Man. I would like to know more. Please do tell me if you know. He completed 400 century breaks on a pool table using one arm within 10 months. Oh my days. I'm presuming One Arm Vlogs that you have a vlog yourself, surely, with your name like that. Good split once again, matching his opponent's break in the last. FPL Pubcast. Well, apparently these two are well and truly up there. Oh, I'm sorry, D15HR. I thought it was Tony I was talking to. Mr. Dave Priest, my days, a blast from the past. Nice to be talking with you. I thought you'd be over watching the final. The men's final, I mean, of course. Yeah, apologies, it was I got mixed up. I think Tony Southern I thought I was talking to, but Dave Priest, wow. A blast from the past. Could hold a cue himself. Hasn't played for a while though, have you, Dave? I don't think. Better off in retirement. I certainly am. Who is the best disabled player in the world? Well, tell me. Tell me. I believe Tony's name has been mentioned to me before, and so has David Beaumont's. So there's another guy as well. He's not the best player in the world, but we were talking before about the guy that with no arms that uses his foot. He's been, you know, advertised. He's sort of poster boy for the Ultimate Pool, and so he should be as well. There was another guy. I am friends with him on Facebook who, again, has lost both arms and puts the cue in his mouth. There was a social media video a few years ago of him doing a finish. I think they don't think they were filming that table at the start. It was in the background and the camera sort of zooms over. Ooh, as we see Beaumont miss one he expected to get. It was brilliant. I think the world gets fascinated by seeing things like that, and so they should. Humans just doing incredible things. Yeah, it's a long time ago, COVID. Yeah. Glad we are rid of that. A long time not to play though. It was 2021. The year my youngest was born. Okay. So it needs to leave an angle here, and is going to leave an angle. Just dropping it in. Depends how brave you want to be here. Plenty of side if you want to get closer. Just a touch like that if you want to widen the angle. Same again, sort of here. Can power it in and get close, or trust yourself. Plenty of top spin round off too. That was confidently played. Obviously lots of room. But he is 3-1 down. He was 3-1 down. Yeah, interesting comment. I was going to leave it quiet till the break, but Mark Chapman has come on, and I asked who's the best disabled player. I think somebody else asked it as well. He's put Carl Morris. Now, I didn't want to get into this conversation because it opens an absolute can of worms. But as I do coach somebody on the disabled series, someone being deaf, obviously Phil Harrison as well is also deaf, where you draw the line on a disability. Now, I know that the lad I coach is in a wheelchair. Now, that is almost certainly a disability. But if you think about being deaf as a disability, and then think about being in a chair as a disability, and then thinking about having no arms, you are on 3 levels of disability. Now, when you run a pool competition, I'm not so sure where you can draw the line. Obviously, I do believe there are wheelchair tournaments. That's what I'm led to believe from one of the students I have. I presume that's you have to be in a wheelchair. But for something as big as Ultimate Pool, obviously they're looking for a lot of entries. I think as it grows, quite possibly there may be an argument to bring in a tiered system, but I do not want to start a massive debate. Please leave me alone. This is only my view. I don't think anybody can argue that comparing being deaf to being in a wheelchair to having no arms is the same. I know it is a contentious issue. I've been spoken to a few players this weekend, but very, very difficult for the organisers. Yeah, you put a stint in, Dave. You certainly did. I remember as a young man seeing one of your money matches. So we've got some players in the chat. International, obviously Zach Shepherd. He's not bad, is he? Anybody seen what he's been doing recently? Fascinating stuff. Doyle is still 3-1 up. He's about to go 4-1 up in the final of the men's. Adam was going to be my pick for the men's after the at the semi-final point. Oh, mistakes starting to creep in for Beaumont. We've seen a couple of, certainly a pot he'd expect to get, and that's a complete misjudgment to going off. Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of local bias, but he was incredibly unlucky. I'd said it a few times at the weekend that when you are 7-6 up and then you dry break, you sit down fearing the worst, and that's exactly what happened to Adam. Did show his quality in a few shots. Well, they both did, both excellent potters, but what I will say is Adam Davis showed some cue ball control that I hadn't seen really most of the weekends. Yeah, exceptional stuff. Brilliant player as well. I mean, who's your favourite professional player at the men's? Do you have one? Yeah, thank you, Mark. We've had some interesting debates. Someone commented about why do men seem to be better than women at one point. We had to deal with that as well. The explanation includes the cerebellum. I'll let you do your own research. Well, yet again, a ball miss that he expected to get. I can't see nerves coming into play if he is as decorated as I am led to believe. Maybe just a little bit of fatigue. These lads have been playing all weekend, and it must be exhausting. I mean, it is exhausting. It's exhausting for the next gen. And they're all under 18s, let alone the older ones, and let alone the older ones with a disability. Assuming these two are over 30, which I don't think is too much of a guess. Sorry, just got distracted. They're packing away here. Needs a friendly kiss. Not too bad, but the wrong side of this red. There is a shot on, but he's going to need a lot of power. Yeah, I think that's more sense. Wow, he's just cheated the pocket a little bit and held it. I thought he was completely the wrong side of that red. Camera angle's making me look silly, but I don't mind. So back across, avoid that middle. Yeah, well, didn't make the pot. I think that was just coming into play there because you've seen he's missed it thick. Maybe he was worried about going in off in the centre. Yeah, I was trying to, you know, be a bit kind there. Yeah, Adam is definitely right at the top. Mellin, everybody loves Mellin. Tell you a funny story after this frame about Mellin. Spanner Austin 1343. Love the name, by the way. Dunster and Cousins. Would you not just love to see them two go head to head? Liam has certainly shied away from the cash game scene, but anybody that argues it wouldn't be a game, very silly. In fact, if you take the top 10 from both rule sets, it's difficult to pick a winner for me. I do know that we'd all love to see something along the lines of the, do you remember the Supreme Series back in 2021? All the old names join in as well, and it makes for fantastic viewing. So Beaumont with a chance here, and you do feel he has to take it. Wherever he leaves the cue ball, he's probably going to only leave a one cushion escape for Bolton, and I'm sure Beaumont will expect his opponent to get it. So on the attack, I'm sure. Well, this to the middle. It's going to go close to the left corner. Don't think he's going to pot the red. Doesn't want to pot the red, but he's played it slow enough. That's nice. After a couple of mistakes earlier on in this frame, I thought he may have lost his touch, but he's floated that nicely into the middle. Tell you what, you lot are all mightily polite. Thank you very much. So imperative that he, after knocking this one in the middle, he'd like to leave just the right angle. Wow, looks a little bit straight. This could go wrong. Camera angles can be deceiving. If he's got a little bit more angle than what I thought, he can play sort of what I would say -1 on the cue ball, just below centre, and a bit of power and come down the right hand side of the table. If he's very straight and has to screw back, it could go wrong. Now I think he's okay. You can see where he's aiming on the cue ball there. And with these cloths, you don't need much. They're so reactive. Look at that. Excellent. Try doing that on a pub table with a very thick cloth, and you will move probably about 4 inches. Excellent. And you can see I love players like Beaumont. He's just letting us know where the 8 ball's going to go. Makes the job nice and easy. One thing I did notice, certainly with Lee that I work with, is when you are an able-bodied player, i.e. you are approaching a shot from a standing position, having the hand on the base, on the bed of the table, is a big advantage. But when you're sat in a chair, it doesn't seem to make too much difference. Is that right? Do we have any wheelchair players in the chat? Matty Hawkins, hello. Yes, Dave, you are. There must be a thing about Dave's. We've got one in chat, one with a microphone, 2 on the screen. It's a nightmare, this is. We're all pool fanatics, though, aren't we? It just never leaves you, enters your blood at a young age, and I've watched it happen to my 14-year-old son as we watched Bolton break off, but I have to say, I think we could have done with a referee racking them ones up. Yeah, it gets into you and it hooks you and will torture you for the rest of your life until you eventually give up and take up something else like talking. Love it. Love the attack. This is okay, this. You can play the plant. If the yellow passes the 8 into the middle, needs to be straight on it, though. Ooh. Another go, though. Not the end. Wants to land perfectly straight on that one. Oh, he's gone into it. I think if he'd have played on it, I think the yellow towards the left centre, which we may see him play now, was on. I don't think he had to move anything else there. And now, there's a question mark whether he's on the yellow to the left middle. Well, he isn't, is he? So, having to tie up. I think he missed a bit of a trick there, did Bolton. Jerry Cohn, welcome to Ultimate Pool. Thanks for tuning in. Bow Home Stoke. You commented before, hello Dad, so I'm presuming Mr. Beaumont is your dad. Spare bedroom full of trophies. He's been the Hayball World Champion, European Snooker Champ, and multiple 8-ball World Champ. Well, it just simply wow. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, brilliant. Something only a few people can ever dream of. He's certainly the most famous name, him and Tony, that I've come across. But please, my expertise on the disability series are very limited. And knowledge of the players very, very limited as well. I work hard away from pool, and when I do come here, just indulge in talking, and unfortunately 90% of the work I do is on the men's professional series. All the money games, yeah, enjoyed them both. Bridging over this 8, oh, I think a little less pace, that might have gone in, but not left too much for his opponent. An offset plant, plenty of distance. Balls are going to be moving as well. That's turned out absolute lovely. Very quickly down, but the right hand side he played with checked the cue ball off the side cushion. He's on this yellow though. How brave does he want to be? Oh, beautiful. Tell you what, he's cued that well. Oh, just for a minute, I think we all thought the same thing. Ah, yes. You just reminded me a funny story about Melin. So, years ago, well, not too many years ago, they used to do, I think pool was on a Monday and a Wednesday, I can't remember which one it was, and Stephen Jameson, I'm sure you all know who he is, he was stuck in Nottingham for whatever reason, train cancelled, whatever, and I'm very close, I'm sort of between Stoke and Manchester, so I got the call, can I go down? And I'm on the phone, I was like, who's me co-coms? He said Melin. I was like, great. So on the way down, because it's like going out on, I think it was either on Sky, BT or the Ultimate Pool channel, and building this intro up, and Melin at the time was world number 2. He's also 2 times Masters champion, 2 times world champion. So I'm thinking of this intro to introduce my co-commentator, and I've got it right. I'm happy, it sounds professional, and I'm sat down and I've done it all, and in front of me appears a green screen, and we have not been live for 2.5 minutes. So I've gone bright red. I'm panicking because I'm running the show. I've had to go out in the arena and do the presenting. And Malin sat there giggling. He's got up and waited for me to do a reintroduction and explain the technical difficulties. And then he walks straight up to me with his microphone off, cocks his leg, and absolutely lets rip right in front of me, sits down, turns his microphone and my microphone on. I could have murdered him at the time, but that's why we love him. What you see is what you get with Chris Melin. Are you enjoying his social media channel? He's a right character. I'd like to see a bit more of his personality come out. Cherry Cone, welcome. 4228. Give us a like and give us a share. Always welcome. This final looks like it's going to be tight. Bolton has picked up the pace. Nice use of side there, just spinning it round. I get the feeling, I mean, I know he's not got position here. Oh, we shook hands. Is that the end? We must have been on a match clock. My apologies. That's been the issue all weekend. So that's why he was playing a bit quicker. I thought we were playing race to 7, but match clock must have been in place. But on and off for most of the weekend. Bit of an anticlimactic end there, as we see the trophy come out for David Bowman. Apologies. I didn't know you have the same screen in front of you as I do. So, someone did tell me he's the most successful and decorated disability pool player, well, Q Sports player I should say, from what I've learned today. Thanks for informing me. He's got another one to add to the trophy. That picture you see being taken, you'll soon see it all over the Ultimate Pool socials. I will endeavour to find out if we have more pool on YouTube and update you shortly. Thanks for joining me. That was a very, very enjoyable match.
You can wreck up if you want. Ready? Ready. Just wait for a... No one told me how long the match is.
was as well a number of brilliant players who have taken us down to the final. Lived up to all expectations. Terrific performance from both players. A shame they had to be in the runner-up, but let's hear it for him. It's Rob Bourne, everybody. I'm feeling, Rob, so I'm sure you are as well. There's a little bit of a sense of deja vu. A final again. I know it's not the result you wanted, but you've got to be so proud of the performance. You couldn't really done much more. You've been brilliantly all events, back to both events. It'll come.
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to say congratulations to Ben on his first title. Really pleased with it. He played very well. Well, I'm gutted, but I made the quarter-final and the final this weekend. Like I say, left the job in November, put the hard time in, I'm there or thereabouts, and look, it didn't happen then. I broke so well against Dylan, doing exactly the same way. Wasn't getting, as many, maybe hitting them right, just felt like a couple of scrappy finishes, missed a couple like, felt like the table was like my own against Dylan there, I lost the ball a few times, and then didn't make many mistakes, and it is what it is, disappointing now, but we're going to go.
Great words, mate. Well played, Rob Bourne, everybody. How about your winner minds? Let's raise the roof with the man. Ben Toyle. Wowee. Now, I've got to be honest, Ben. I did not think this was coming this weekend, did you? And you went, the performances over the last couple of days have been remarkable. The victories that you've had, not just against the players, but the victories themselves, 8-2, 8-1 over proper champions who've been there and done it before. You've done it the hard way. I know plenty of your mates at the Emerald Island always tell me about how good you are and how awesome you perform over in Ireland. How special is it to sort of bring the Irish Ben Doyle to the ultimate pool stage and show everybody what you're all about? It's nice to actually perform here.
All right then, for those that have kept the chat running, plenty of you have just got it on constantly all weekend. It's great to see. This is the Challenger Ladies Final, and you can see the two players who are racing to 6. Very aggressive shot has just taken place. Could do with a full ball snooker here and hasn't got it. So Charlie to the table. Race to 6 in this final, I believe. And please don't ask me all weekend. I just don't know if there's a match clock. As much use as a proverbial blow-up dartboard or chocolate fire guard. Ooh. I mean, even if it had gone in, we would have been snookered on the last yellow, so shall back in. And the easiest of 8 balls. It's a long old weekend for the Challenger Series players and the Next Gen. We were hoping to see, but I think that's going on the main, the Next Gen final, the gold event. Nice to give the kids a full arena. Greenland, if you are still there. They were both first to 8, my friend. Welcome, J Hammer, Mr. J Hammer. A decent alias. Emma O'Leary, welcome, if you are still there. It was a few moments ago. Wow, what a break. Plenty of power on the cut break there. Very impressive. Awkward layout considering how well she hit them. Oh, that red just rocking back may have blocked the path through to the easy one over the centre. You can see she's just looking down the table for the one near the yellow. Yeah. Bit unfortunate there. Looking like early doors, only a couple of strikes. I did view a few minutes before we went live that Charlie seems incredibly aggressive. And at the moment, she's backing it up. That was excellent. Surely not loads of topspin, arc it into the 8, get everything in play. Needs to get as flat as possible. No. Just as I said how aggressive she is, she knocks one over the back. I mean, I think that's okay because I think the loss of turn isn't there. Maybe just off the edge and then pot the red, but how's she gonna be able to hide the cue ball? Yeah, it just looked very, very difficult. And what Charlie's done in that shot is she set her opponent up to open up the path for the 8 ball. It is still blocked by a couple of yellows, but if she manages to pot this, and this will have to be dead weight, then she's going to have a go. That is excellent. A great couple of shots from Charlie as he sat down. And Louise Arkle obviously won the first one, so apologies for commentary not being on the first frame she won, but an excellent performance this far from Charlie. Up the table, far yellow. Oh, didn't want to catch that. Needed to get into the cue ball a little bit more there. Not necessarily needing the side. I think most players would play with a bit of right hand side as well, though. Don't think she can see the fine edge of this 8, so it's going to be a back double. If it carries, no, not quite. It's checked up off the second cushion. Something you see a lot, that, with these cloths. Very similar to the 9-ball tables that do the same. You can almost go back on yourself, can't you? The men's finals finished. Ben Doyle is your Series 4 champion. Yeah, just a touch too much side on that one. Or not enough, sorry. Loopy, great nickname. I've met Anne Louise a few times, I think. Her face definitely rings a bell from back in 2022, 23. It's been so long since I've done this, and a lot of people keep saying hello to me, and I cannot remember names. Luckily, most of them have it written on the t-shirt. I think we've all been there, haven't we? Hiya, mate. Hiya, mate. Having a close look if she can get through past the 8 ball to play the plant. I don't think it's on. So, needs a good pot here, and there's plenty of pressure on it if the 8 does pass the yellow at the top. Oh, very good. Didn't deserve that. Only way to avoid that was probably to play the shot with a little bit more pace. Big shot needed, but no pressure. Doesn't have to take this on, and hasn't done. Let your opponent do the work for you. Charlie's been very, very attacking, and there isn't much safety on here. So possibly just send it towards the right corner. May even hit the top cushion off the yellow and go close. Or not quite. Don't really mind that, I'm afraid. She probably thought, well, I'm going to lose this frame anyway. May as well swing my cue at it and give it a chance. Just deliberating slightly because doesn't want to take the one over the pocket, but it is the right one to take. Screwing straight back. I think that was the plan, to screw straight back. Just miss-hit it slightly. Is she on the one in the breaking area? Difficult to tell from here. If she is, she can play a stun round off a couple of cushions. Looks tight. If it's tight, she may have to play with top and just use the one cushion. So, wow, turning it down. Turning down a pot by the look of it. Changed her mind twice there. It'll be an attempt at the plant, but the cue ball will be on the top cushion for sure. Well, from what I've seen, and it's only a little, and what I've seen from Charlie, I think she'll get this. Seems a very capable cueist. Oh, way to put the curses on someone in a final. She will be absolutely fuming when she watches that back later. Oh dear, I think, you know what, I've watched these two players before, and I am, it's easy to say, you know, things at home, how she missed that, how she missed that. These girls have been playing all weekend, and it's sometimes when you get to a final, you saw, if you've watched either of the Pro Series women's finals, what I would say is well, we had the same finalist in one of them, Amy Beecham, but all three of the competitors did not perform at probably more than 60-70% of their level. That includes Emma Parker, who did play really well, by the way, but still not to her full potential. And it's very difficult to bring your absolute A game when you're under the most pressure. I've had the pleasure of doing quite a lot of money matches, and unless you get the absolute elite in the world, then you don't always get the absolute highest standard. And when you've also been playing all day and you are in the final, yes, you're excited and you do want to bring your best game, but a lot of the time it's a case of bringing a B game that will win. And as most of you probably know, that B game becomes more and more important, especially when you're playing the one frame setup or only a 1 to 4 frames like a county setup. Something I always very much struggled with, having a good B game higher up in the percentages. Okay, hit this well last time. Yeah, plenty of power once again. I think what she could do there is she's breaking right over the side, but then puts the cue just on the cushion. Now, what she could do is just move slightly to her left, our right, and put it down the side of the cushion. That would enable her to be just that little bit flatter. However, a decent opportunity. I think focus will go towards the yellows. I'll try and get this first problem ball out the way. Well, is it the only problem ball? Well, it's not a problem ball anymore if this yellow at the bottom of our screens does go into the bottom right. So she's not come round and looked at it, which is telling me that it probably doesn't pass. I didn't see it, Martin Yates, unfortunately. Yeah, anybody wanting to watch a different game, do head over to ultimatepool.com. That's where the choices of the games are. And we haven't had a schedule. Mr. James has been very, very busy indeed. He's not just doing a few minutes out in the arena. He does an awful lot more. Does anybody know Charlie in the chat? There's 300 of you. I'm presuming they do. I ask because we've seen an absolute plethora of very, very well coached female players, and I've just been consistently impressed. Emma Parker, Mary Talbot, Charlie. Looks very, very still on the queue. And we'll include Anne in that as well, I think. Charlie caught my eye early. Only the narrowest of leads, though, at the moment for Charlie. Anne Louise came through against Lucy Walker in a decider. Semi-final number 1. Charlie. Oh my. Zara Diamond. Yes, I think so. That's how we'll pronounce it. 5-2 against her. Ben Robinson, good. Nice to have you on board. And Craig Day is back. Yeah, that's where I know the name from, Craig. Yeah, IPA Pro. Very good queuist. Any snooker in there? You always associate anybody that is a good queuist for snooker. Not always the case anymore, especially as we see the next generation come through. The winner of the Disability Series was your dad, Boholm Stoke. You should know that. I'm pretty sure you said David Bowman was your dad. Did you not earlier? Yeah, the timer ran out, and as has been all weekend, I was not informed, so I was just as shocked as you were. Ended 4-3 against David Bolton. Ooh. Yeah, you can just spot them, Ben, can't you? Yeah, I know Emma and Mary both come from top-end snooker ranks. I found that out. I was informed very quickly, Dave. But you can just see them, can't you? I mean, obviously, I know of Charlie, but this is the first time I've commentated on her, I believe. Hard to know. I've done quite a bit over the last 10 years. But you can just tell. You can just tell how she addresses the ball, stays so still. Just slightly down the left-hand side of her chin. And there you go. It just never ends, does it? Talk well about somebody's fundamentals and they put a quick one in. It's almost as if they're listening. Boholm Stoke, don't worry. I saw them taking the picture. In fact, the photographer is just behind me with the social media guys. So your wait should not be too much longer. I hope you're all thoroughly enjoying your pre-match pool. I'm thoroughly looking forward to a convincing England win. I do realise we are international on YouTube, but I'm sure the majority are from England or the UK. Although, I'm not sure the UK will be supporting England. Ooh. So Anne got herself down to the bottom. I like this to the bottom personally, and so does she. Oh, that wasn't far off. I like the pace she played it. We've spoken a few times. I've been on this table for 3 days. That I think the way to play them on these tables, because of the cut on the pockets, is actually to play for near jaw. That, though, is completely alien to anybody that's played this game. You would never ever be taught to play near jaw. In fact, back on when we always used to use the Supreme Winners, the most common pool table in the UK, if you hit the near jaw on a tightly cut table, that was end of that. No chance of it dropping. And there's an argument for some professionals to bring that sort of cut back in. I wouldn't want to see this table because I think these are a massive improvement. and the cloth and the balls. The cut, well, it's up for debate. Chris Mellon has been vocal about it, as have a few others, as we see Anna get a second bite at the cherry. Got to get the names right. And ye oldie Desmond after 4. Race to 6. I am going to assume, probably wrongly by the way, that we are under a match clock. There has been a timer out there, so CMC. No nickname on the back for Charlie. I mean, the fundamentals are surely, and if she was a professional over at the black ball side of things, surely she's good enough to be a professional over here. Or maybe she's very young. Everybody's very young when you are old, like me. Good evening, Kevin. Thanks for coming on board. Andy Neal, I'm not too sure the cost. I think there is some information on the website. Mr. Priest, the cut is almost but not like 9 ball. Yeah, it's nowhere near as square. It's rounded off. I mean, I'm almost certain you will have had a game, Dave. You've been down to your old club. They've got one in there. And yeah, I mean, they brought out a later release of this table with tighter cut pockets. Don't ask me which one this is. I cannot confirm or deny. I would probably say it is the pre-facelift model from what I've seen this weekend. Unfortunately, within Pool, we've seen this more with Ultimate Pool than any other organisation. No human being likes change. Everybody sort of goes against it. Whether that's the balls, the cloth. I think the chalk seems to be universally accepted nowadays, doesn't it? And rightly so. If you are a club owner, it's almost worth tying one on a chain to the table, so you don't have to clean them as often. So a problem to solve at the top, but the 2 reds are a plant. Won't be landing on them after this one. This is dangerously close. If it stays out, could be behind the yellow, and it is. Ooh, that's about as nasty as it gets. Even the 1 cushion is hard to judge here. There might not be enough room. May opt to play onto the red near the 8 ball. Got to watch the slide if she does that, though. Yeah. Well, you know what? If we had a super slow-mo replay, almost looked as if it brushed that red. Didn't move, and both players happy for Charlie to receive ball in hand, and she's wasted no time in getting this problem ball out of the way. Callum Clifton, Charlie is my sister. Do you play yourself? You ought to be very proud. I think we may see a professional in the making. I'm going to stop talking so well of Charlie, because every time I do, I put the dampeners on her. Hard to pick a winner at this point, not just the scoreboard. I'm displaying 2 all. There's just not a lot between them. Yeah, this is actually a little bit awkward if the red on the left-hand side doesn't pass the yellow. There's an argument here for actually taking the one near the 8 and getting a better angle on the one she's about to play. Doesn't want to knock this other red up onto the top cushion. A little bit of judgment here, on and off. Yeah, that was the issue, you see. Okay. How straight is she on this red to the bottom left? Eyeing up the one to the bottom right, the same problem will apply. Needs to get through this. Hands very close, draw back straight onto the hand, get plenty of follow through. Nice. Nice indeed. A little bit unfortunate. The yellow's going to move out the way, but I think the red on the right hand side of these two is actually slightly nearer to us. What that means is the plant's very difficult. You may see her push this first red into the cushion and try and catch the right angle on the way back. Very, very difficult, this. Because you just can't catch it thin enough. Well, a carom maybe. If the carom's on, that's fine. Can she pot it cleanly? No, it was a carom. Oh, I had one of them earlier that hung on a break. I think it was the Adam Davis game. And he had a dry ball just absolutely spinning like mad. And it was only that kept it out. And it was just in that position, you see, where Charlie's left hand is. Yeah, nicely done. I'm going to try and avoid it, but looked very steady there. Could have gone a bit closer. Hindered, not hampered. Yeah, it just plays on your mind a little bit, that. Bridge hand not as you want it. I'm going to have to get through this. Oh, chose to roll it. Okay. Very good. Very, very good indeed. And no mistakes for the 8. Charlie is back in front. Okay, and Louise Arkle is on the chase. We'll see that break once again. Just rest it on the side. Moved it a little bit to the right. Just get a little bit flatter, maybe. But I tell you what, she throws her whole body into it and it's plenty of power through the pack. Didn't open up well. It seemed to strike them very well. It just didn't split. But as we are racking them ourselves, well, themselves, no one else to blame. Charlie straight down. I'm not wasting any time on these reds. However, they are far from simple. Does seem to be naturally very attacking. And let's be honest, when we're all sat just watching a bit of pool, that's what we want to see. Misjudged there. Got down a little bit quick. But yellows are in as much trouble as reds were, so I don't think she'll be fearing the worst of Anne making it 3-all at this visit. Never say never though. Well, definitely not now. Just a fight for control at the bottom left hand side of the table. I'm not sure, but I've got some people in the chat that do know them. Dean Hume, let's go partner. Which lady is your partner, Dean? I think what I would say to Charlie, and I don't know if anybody else agrees, is the striking of the cue ball's perfect. It's just sometimes seems to come down a little bit quick. What I mean by that is from being vertical to horizontal, come down a little bit slower. Easy for me to say though. I haven't got all that emotion running round and a title on the line. There you go, just looks excellent. The one she missed just before that was far easier. Yeah, very good. every time she does come back down slower, you fancy her for it. Needs it to pull up, and it has. Now, I'm going to come across the table, I presume. Doesn't want the kiss. Oh, is she on this red? I think she might be. She could have done with nudging that yellow out the way. No, she's not on it. Dean Hume. Oh, so you were Charlie, mate. Well, was in one comp. Oh, right. So you're not a partner in life. You were you were a pool doubles partner in the mixed pairs, I presume, on a Monday night. Am I guessing right? Not quite, or maybe it is. Sometimes they do just slide in. I mean, a bit of an enigma at the moment, Charlie. Yeah, very good. I have to say, she does deserve a lead. She has to pot this 8 ball into the centre. I'm sure she will, and she has. 4-2 up, and if I am to guess correctly, which I've done wrong absolutely all day, the last game did have a match clock. We will assume there is one for this one, and try and make it a full circle of being wrong all weekend. Call a few shots, right? But the match clock, and whether it's there or not, has escaped me. I'm too far away from this table. Good news is, can make a little bit more noise. No, yes, okay, just a local one. Okay, good. I'm sure she will have shared the stream and been extremely disappointed that I needed the toilet and wasn't here for the beginning of it. However, I do believe Anne won the first frame. They both have the same breaking position. They both have a very similar break, but yet again, they've just not opened up. You've got to get them tight. Make sure respect these IRO refs who do such a fantastic job. I'll tell you what I am enjoying is both players are playing at a good pace. Makes for a decent spectacle. Ball in hand, but plenty to ponder. I'm sure you're bored of hearing me say it, but I firmly believe we should have been attacking the problem earlier. Leaving it later is taking a chance. You want to go into these and leave yourself options to land on something else. Has taken them very well then, though. Maybe worth cutting this in the middle. I don't think she's going to. I think it's what the right shot might be, yeah. Leaving it to last here, you see. She's obviously planning. She's got a great angle, by the way, but she's reduced her options because she wants to play this ball and land on it. You're just asking a little bit too much. However, we do have a shot on the last yellow. If she'd have come to the table and maybe just tried to escape, you know, tried to... Oh, will she flute this? No, not quite. Yeah, if you attack that problem ball early and break it out, you've got another 4 balls to land on. The odds are in your favour. What film was that off? Remind me, chat. What film? The odds are forever in your favour. It was a film, wasn't it? So, Anne's turn, and Charlie has to be said has been a little bit fortunate, leaving the yellow up at the top right. I'm sure Anne's already been round and checked, see if she can bounce off the top cushion off the yellow and into the pocket. and seems pretty happy. Just over screwing by a couple of inches on this red. Safety, is it? Surely not. No. Oh. What do we do here? Well, can cut this back. It's very thin. Okay, yeah, much more sensible shot. Up and down then for Charlie. They do slide. They do slide. Warning. It has slid. Yeah, no risk here. Can just play the pot on this. Shouldn't leave anything. Strike this well. And has struck it well. Excellent shot. Shot, Miss Loopy, or Mrs. Loopy. Thank you, John. I'm embarrassed. Oh my. Didn't see that coming at all. It was the Hunger Games, John. You're absolutely right. I'm embarrassed. Must have obviously not watched that on my own, you know. So everything going Charlie's way. The last 3 8-balls I think have gone in this pocket. She scrambled away up onto the hill. Is there any way back? Certainly not if that match clock is in play. I tell you what, she got down very quick there, but that's probably the best break of the match so far. Could be one of the best layouts as well. Surely. It's got to be reds. Well, just a misjudgment. Actually played a stun run through there. Very difficult to do at pool. Yeah, I presume here, just from the way she's her mannerisms around the table, that the match clock is playing a part. Maybe not too long left, and Charlie might have this wrapped up. And if that is the case, all credit to Anne-Louise Arkle for doing the honourable thing and playing it out. We saw similar behaviour from Amy in one of the finals. Could have given up and didn't. Wanted Emma to have her moment. The respect in our game should always carry on like this. It should be played in, excuse the pun, but a gentlemanly manner. Timothy Ripke, I heard you say it multiple times about the stun run through, and I ain't got a clue why you think it's hard to do at pool. Well, a couple of reasons. First one is the cue ball's lighter than the object ball at English 8 ball, and the second one is I don't cue straight. I hope that clears it up. I think this is at an end. There is an awful lot of conversation going on out there. There we go. Handshake with the timer. And well done to the young lady from Preston. She was the better player this evening, deserved of her victory.
Work it, work it.
Thank you.
Well done.
Huh?
You got some more photos?
Oh, what? Can you get a photo with me as well?
Yeah, I can make it like that. Oh, it's terrible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, all yours, pal.
Nice, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready now? See you later. I know I will.
Okay then, the last game of the weekend on YouTube. It is the Challenger Elite. Do give us one last share, one last like, especially if you know the players, because I'm just going to be honest, I don't know either of these two. So give me some information if you've got it. Should, however, be an extremely high standard. The margins between the Challenger Elite and the Professional are not a lot at all. Slightly miss-hit the cut break there. You see the cue ball go towards the bottom right hand side of the table, rattling in the jaws. Means you're always aiming to try and get back into the pack. So Terry will come to the table. It is a race to 7, and I'm almost certain for the first time in 3 days that we are under match clock conditions. A little unorthodox in his approach, extremely natural. They should be well accustomed to the pace of these tables. The talent on show in the Challenger Elite is, I mean, absolutely frightening. I'm just looking through from the quarter-final, so the players that are doing, obviously, Cohen Bradford, Connor Treacy, who must have gone out in the semis, yes he did, to the man at the table right now, and Connor, currently the number 1 ranked player. Wow, just wow, that's unbelievable. I'd hazard a guess to say that's probably the easiest ball he's missed all weekend. Possibly a little bit of nerves. Yeah, I was just about to say, Connor Treacy, who a few years ago did the double in the Challenger, went up to Professional, dropped back down. I am familiar with Connor. Fantastic player. So if Terry has disposed of Connor, that is definitely a notch on his CV. Mitchell Grinstead came through against TJ by 6 frames to 2. Good evening all. Good evening, Bill. I'm sure most of you have tuned in to watch this will know the players. Give me some information if you do have it. We'll all be sat there with a beer, waiting for 1 o'clock. At least the motorway journey home should be fast, nice and clear. While a second opportunity was needed, but it has been duly taken. He opens us up in this race to 7 final Challenger Elite. An unusual surname, but a great surname. Oh, he's from St. Helens. If we got over there, darts is what I think of straight away. St Helens, Michael Smith. Pool players not so sure. Right over the one side, cut breaking. So both of these adopting the cut break. That was excellent. Real good. Loads of follow through, plenty of power. Expected a little bit more movement than what he got. Does anybody know the ideal amount of balls that you want to pot off a break? There is an ideal amount. Does anybody want to guess? If you think about it, it does become obvious as that shot has gone awry from Terry. Ah, yes. John Bancroft. Daggers, the professional Rob Dagnall got beat by Rob Warren earlier on today. From St Helens as well. So a good showing on the Ultimate Pool stream. For the Northern Town. It is a town, I'm sure it's not a city. Yeah, we went through that, Phil. Dagnall, we went through his CV, and I'm well aware of your knowledge of him and mine as well. I've come across him back in when I did try and chalk a cue every now and again. He was unorthodox as well. Not too much support for Mitchell on here at the minute. He was up and walking there. The answer to the last question, I had 2 messages through privately. The answer is the amount of balls you want to put off the break is actually 1. That's the ideal, because you'll have more options to then clear up afterwards. Some support for Mitchell at last. Unfortunately, it is Terry back at the table, and it is another open layout, so not looking good for your man right now. Plenty of time though in this final. Michael Day. Michael Day, can you send me a message privately, please? I want to speak to you afterwards. And I will get back to you, but it may be tomorrow. But I'm not sure if I've got you on socials. If you've got me, please do send me a message. Plenty of talent down in Plymouth. First one that springs to mind. Is it Darren McVicker down there? Is it really Paul Bamford? I didn't know that. I didn't think it was there at all. Well, I'll trust you. I thought it was up Southport way. But he's got 2 or 3 now, hasn't he, Deej? Excellent. If you're being really picky, it's 2 inches off perfect. That's why he's just stopped in his tracks. Can play this 2 ways. Stun off the side cushion or really get into it. Yeah, that was the right choice. Well struck, Mitchell. keep your head still. There'll be no problems with this 8 ball, I'm sure. And great to see both players as a neutral to get one each. Just means that any nerves do begin to settle. I'm sure plenty of you out there have played in pressure matches, whether it's a local singles final, and you do tend to get a better display from both players if it goes 1-1 after the first 2. Thank you very much, Michael. Rocket Robber 87. Appreciate you. You gotta love Phil. I love Phil. I guess he's better than Deej. He's I've tried to get you, Phil, on here a few times, and you definitely know your stuff, and not afraid to put your opinion out there. However, you do not criticise my commentary, and for that I do salute you, but do refuse to join me. That looked incredibly unlikely to go dry, but that's exactly what's happened. Only saving grace for him. It's not left an easy path at first glance. Red's got to be tempted by the one in the breaking area, but it's going to be yellows. Don't think there was too much in it. If he'd played the red there, could have knocked into the 8 and the problem red. Oh, this yellow goes. I take it all back. Oh wow, brutal. Threw his cue at it a little bit, but very unfortunate to land where he is. Oh wow, excellent. If we had a replay, I'd be asking for it. Showing us instantly why he deserves his place in the final is Terry Orr. Love how quick he is on the shot. He reminds you of Sean Chipperfield, doesn't he? Just stands behind, straight down, and hit. No second guessing. Must have held him in good stead looking at his results this weekend. Just winning one of these events puts you in a very strong position for turning professional next year. And so to do it early on in the season, a massive achievement. Simplest of 8 balls. He's back in front. And it will be Terry to break. Back to the comments. Darren McVicker, that's the one. The fastest 147. Respotting the balls himself. That video, Andy Willis. It's amazing how many people haven't seen that. Now, people on social media, they absolutely love to criticise. But I'm pretty sure in saying, I met Darren over 10 years ago. And I'd heard about it, and if you watch him play, everybody knows he plays at 1,000 mile an hour anyway. And yes, their pockets are big, but he does a 147 in under 5 minutes. And 36, just potting 36 balls in under 5 minutes is an amazing achievement. In fact, just potting 36 balls in a row without missing is an achievement. But to do it and spot the balls yourself and do it under 5 minutes, as we watch Terry just pot the 8. He's potted a red as well, I believe. No, he's potted a yellow, sorry, so he'll stay at the table. To pot 36 balls, spot them yourself, and make a 147 and have it on video, that video deserves to be far more viral than what it is. Absolutely unbelievable. So Terry, very much hampered and still got a problem to deal with. This looks okay. doesn't want to catch this full ball, could quite easily double kiss this and kill it dead back on the cushion. So just flick this out, just like that. You see, you could just sort of see that happening a little bit. Did play it with a lot of side, so was trying to get both balls to escape. So cushion first. I'm pretty sure from what we've seen he's going to stay attacking despite the 8 ball going safe as well. Oh. Lovely, absolutely lovely. I tell you what, I do like watching this guy. He is yeah, he's great value. Oh, the curse is back. Ah, thank you very much, Phil. It's not been easy today. I do enjoy it though, and I've enjoyed not doing the main table. But don't tell anyone, because you never know. I actually prefer it over here. Well, if there is a match clock, I'm not sure it will come into play. These two do go at it at a decent rate. Yeah, it didn't look a big gap to get through, and most of the time when we've seen doubles over the last, look at that, someone put in the comments he's got an unusual cue action. I mean, the cue was going sideways when he was feathering then. What I was about to say is when someone's played a double over the last 3 days, they tended to have missed it wide because the cushions are so slidey. Unusual to see him miss it near side on that last visit. This one completely and utterly in the balance though. Good shot by Mitchell. I could only see the right hand side of the red, so no attempt at the double. Usually when you've got double the amount of balls of your opponent, you're in control, but I actually think this is sort of a 50-50 split for who's favourite for this. And that's not in. He's going to be stuck in 2 minds here. You can almost sense what he's thinking. Could play a very attacking shot here. I think he is doing. Yeah, I mean, it's a great double, but if he'd have played that harder, he'd have stunned down further and maybe got into his problem ball. Surely hasn't got a plan. Surely can't see enough of this red. Off the red, Karen? Wow. Yeah. It's not the end of the world though. Still got some insurance in the bottom left-hand corner. But the red below the 8 is not in an ideal position. And now control has shifted to Mitchell in frame number 4. Good shot by Terry Orr, that. Only 2 balls on the table, but they're both causing his opponent major headaches. So Mitchell deciding to take one off the table here and screw right up. Great use of the loss of turn. Dan W36. I mean, brutal. It's the word I would use is unorthodox. I think when you get somebody that does queue like this, and this isn't a criticism in the slightest, nobody would ever teach anybody to queue like Terry, but you also don't get to the final of an elite by not being able to play a bit. So the argument comes in, if it works, why change it? A perfect example, not quite as extreme as Terry Orr, is Cole Bedford. Cole Bedford feathers up with right hand side, pulls back and hits the middle. So does some guy called Judd Trump, and he's no good at anything with a cue. So don't let anybody tell you there's a definitive right way of trying to push the cue through in a straight line. It simply is not true. Sometimes you get very unorthodox players that are extremely talented, and Terry Orr must be in that ode. Not everybody can cue like Chris Mellin. But it's looking ever increasingly likely we are going to be at 2-2 in a few seconds' time. See what angle he leaves on the yellow. He needs to come off the cushion. Okay, he needs to play this confidently. If he dribbles it, is it going close to the corner? No, he's okay. Well, just reading the last few comments, we are all definitely having pre-drinks, and the only thing I can say is I'm extremely jealous, and that's it. Okay, back in. Mitchell to break. Amazing how both of these players break extremely similarly. Oh my, too many words have been spoken this weekend. Is this the final? Yes, it is. And after I couldn't say the word similarly, I am not pronouncing your name, but it does end 9838. Yeah, he is very unusual. Very, very, but it works. Mitchell, far more orthodox. I think somebody mentioned Greg Batten a little bit earlier. He is down that way. One of the funniest men alive, Greg. Brilliant on comms. An excellent player. Quite possibly one of the best cue actions, if you like that sort of thing. Also, one of the best nicknames. Easy to stay up. I think he's okay. It's going to go far jaw. Excellent. And still plenty of time left, I believe. Behave, will you, in the chat, honestly. I know we're all on pre-drinks, but jeez. I can't say that, James Bergen, but that was very funny. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Deserves one. Isn't going to get one. How cruel is that? Can't hit a cut break much better than that. And at 3-2 down, he's desperate for a ball. But you can't control everything in this game we love. And it's Mitchell Grinstead that is going to be in command in this final, looking focused at the table for a 2-frame lead for the first time. Everything nice and open. Probably see him either take the straight one to the bottom right or the one in the middle and clear these up at the bottom of the table, leave a couple back up the top. Options for the 8-ball. Yeah, we've spoken a lot about Terry's cue action, but Mitchell, very, very steady indeed. Lovely pre-shot routine. Was a bit quick down there. No surprise to see him get back up. And just slowly down onto the